Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Xiao Shun, about that design proposal. I had another little idea last night. See here, if we adjust this part like this, it'll look even better. Don't you think? Or maybe like this. And here too. Ahem. You don't think I'm being too fussy, right? Walking out of the conference room, Shen Ge could still hear Mr. Chen's voice echoing in his head. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the 17th small idea this week. 17 revisions in 7 days. 17. It felt like being pinned to the ground by a pack of burly men and getting his dignity stomped on 17 times in a row. Damn it. He'd almost flipped the conference table, right up until Mr. Chun casually mentioned an extra 5% bonus fee. At that, Shen Ge swallowed his temper on the spot. For the sake of money, a little humiliation was still within acceptable range. The client was king, after all. Meeting's over. Shen Ge, want some coffee? The new receptionist greeted him with a bright smile. She was pretty, sweet, and clearly trying to be friendly. With a face handsome enough to attract rich divorcees in sports cars, Shen Ge had long gotten used to this kind of special attention from the women in the office. No thanks. I've got to revise the proposal. Heading out to do a site check, he replied. Oh, got any plans this weekend? Maybe we could grab dinner. Yeah, if I'm not stuck working. The receptionist sighed silently. She knew it was pointless. As the company's ace designer, Shen Ge spent about 3.5 weekends out of 4 chained to overtime. Leaving the office, Shen Ge caught a cab to Lushan International, the most luxurious villa district in the eastern part of Rome City. Mr. Chen's villa renovation was his project, and today's small idea was to add a pet room right next to the daughter's bedroom on the 2nd floor. 17 revisions. More than 30 site visits. At this point, Shen Ge could navigate the villa in his sleep. All he wanted was to finalize the damn plan. No finalized plan meant no construction. No construction meant no payment. He opened the door to the room next to the daughter's bedroom. As soon as he stepped inside, a black shape dropped from the ceiling. A cat. In the middle of the room, a black cat stood with its fur puffed up, green eyes glaring at him with clear hostility. Its mouth opened in a hiss, but no sound came out. Forgot to install your vocal cords? Shen Ge muttered. The villa wasn't fully secured yet, so a stray cat getting in wasn't anything strange. Whether it understood the insult or simply went berserk, the cat suddenly lunged at him. Not interested in earning himself a rabies shot, Shen Ge swung his backpack like a bat and smacked the cat into the wall. Weirdly, despite how hard it hit, there was no sound at all. No bang, no screech, nothing. The cat staggered back to its feet, shook its head, and glared at him again, hissing without a single sound. The silence made it even creepier. What's your deal? Shen Ge retreated toward the door, thinking he'd grab a stick or something and chase it out properly. As he backed up, the cat pounced a second time. Startled, he yanked the door shut on instinct. Crunch! The door clamped down right on the cat's neck in midair. Ugh. You did this to yourself. He nudged the unmoving cat with his foot, trying to figure out if it was dead or just out cold. Just as he bent down, planning to toss it outside, a crisp mechanical chime rang in his head. The sudden sound scared him so much he reflexively flung the cat's body at the wall. Thud! The poor thing slid to the floor like a rag doll. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a Tier-4 Anomaly, trait, silent. System initialization complete. Shen Ge. What the hell? System? The sudden notification had scared him at first, but the word system wiped away his exhaustion in an instant. As an overworked corporate drone, his only entertainment was mobile gacha games and web novels. He'd rotted for years on fiction sites. He knew exactly what system implied. Did the planet finally take pity on office workers and give me a one-click revision plugin? He muttered. Basic functions unlocked. Attributes, missions log. Additional modules will open as host's rating increases. Host has slain a Tier-4 Anomaly, trait, silent. You may either exchange the corpse for 3,000 system points, used to purchase items/equipment, or allow the system to devour it and extract its trait. Note: only anomalies at Tier-4 or above possess traits. Traits are unique. Upon an anomaly's death, its trait will transfer to a newly spawned anomaly or, rarely, a higher Tier 1. Exception: traits absorbed by host are permanently removed from circulation. When a trait transfers, the new anomaly only truly awakens it at Tier 4. At Tiers 1 to 3, its energy merely imitates the trait's effects. System points. Traits. Veteran office worker. Long-time gamer. Shen Ge processed it all faster than most. He picked up the cat by the scruff. It hung limp, clearly dead this time. This thing was a Tier-4 anomaly? It had attacked with gusto, but died from getting its neck caught in a door. If anything was anomalous here, it was the system. Tier-4 anomaly, trait, silent. Value, 3,000 points. Devour to extract trait. 2 green prompts hovered in his vision like a sci-fi HUD as he held the corpse. He was well acquainted with gacha mechanics, but the system's focus on unique Tier-4 traits made them sound extremely rare. Why cash it in when I can see what this trait does first? Devour. The cat's body dissolved into particles of light. Shen Ge's hand froze midair, his heartbeat speeding up, not from fear, but raw excitement. Tier-4 anomaly, trait, silent, has been devoured. Trait silent obtained. Attribute panel updated. Open attributes. A translucent panel unfolded before his eyes. Name, Shen Ge. Rating, none. Attributes, 100% equals average healthy adult male. Strength, 83% underpowered. You hit like a half-charge battery. Agility, 77% slow. Try running sometime. Constitution, 63%, alarmingly low. Brush with the 0.5 times sudden death line. Spirit, 159% high. Restores 10% per hour after ability use. Recovery speed scales with rating and gear. Traits. Silent. Enter a soundless state. Consumes 0.5% spirit per second. Can stack with other traits. Skills, none. Equipment, none. System points, 0. Seeing his physical stats laid out so brutally, Shen Ge's mood took a hit. Years behind a desk had clearly wrecked his body. But what really bothered him was another question. That cat was Tier-4 just because it couldn't make a sound. Still, who would turn down a system that could flip a boring life upside down? If mechs were a man's romance, then systems were every office worker's ultimate dream. Right? The vocal cords. Shen Ge decided to test his newly acquired silent trait, curious to see what it actually did. With a thought, he issued the command. Trait silent activated. And nothing happened. He checked his panel. His spirit was indeed ticking down at 0.5% per second, but he didn't feel any different. What the hell? He tried to complain out loud, only to realize that when he opened his mouth, nothing came out. Hey, His throat moved, his lips formed the words, but there was absolutely no sound. After a moment, he turned the trait off. Hey, His voice came back instantly. Shen Ge's eyelid twitched. So silent just mutes me? How is that supposed to be useful? Wait, if simply being voiceless already made that cat a Tier-4 anomaly, did that mean traits were the baseline standard for that tier? Are Tier-4s just tutorial mobs? Rare and unique, but still trash. That wildcat had been fierce, sure, but it died to a door. That was peak beginner-level enemy behavior. Silent. A thought struck him. He reactivated the trait and stomped his foot on the floor. No sound. He tried again. Still nothing. Holy crap. This is the ultimate cheat for hide and seek. Eyes lighting up, he grabbed 2 steel pipes from the construction materials scattered around the unfinished villa and swung them against the staircase railing. Bam clang. Bam clang. At least, that's what it should have sounded like. In reality, the metal-on-metal blows were completely silent. No matter how hard he hit, there wasn't so much as a dull thud. He tested everything he could, walls, doors, leaving dents and cracks everywhere, even his phone. When he unlocked it, a pause video resumed. This woman, Xiao Mei, the subtitles scrolled, but there was no audio, even with the volume at max. The moment he set the phone down, the narrator's voice exploded back to full volume. Met her new boyfriend, De Zhuang. They planned a trip to scenic Crystal Lake with friends. He picked it up again. Silence. After trying this several times, he recorded himself pounding on a door with the pipe, then replayed the video. The recording was completely silent too, so anything involving me becomes soundless. I could fire a gun with no silencer and it'd still be silent. His gaze drifted to the battered door, now full of holes and dents. Since it was going to be replaced anyway, no big loss. Once he had a basic grasp of the trait's mechanics, he turned his attention to the rest of the system. Missions. As a seasoned gamer, he knew missions were where the real rewards hid. Crisis mission. You are currently in a Tier-4 Anomalies lair. Lower tier anomalies are infesting the area. Flee immediately. Time limit, 30 minutes. Reward, 30 system points. Daily mission. A Tier-8 anomaly is stirring in Rome City. While the East District remains temporarily safe, gather supplies and evacuate. Reward, 50 points, random F-grade item. Both missions felt wrong somehow, but he couldn't quite say why. A Tier-4's territory. Thinking of the room where the black cat had ambushed him, Shen Ge turned and walked straight out of the villa. Crisis mission completed in 57 seconds. Host escaped a deadly Tier-4 nest with unmatched bravery. Double reward granted, 60 points. His system points shot from 0 to 60. Shen Ge, system, if you want to hand out bonus points, just hand them out. No need for the dramatic commentary. He glanced back at the luxury villa, a symbol of the East District's wealth, trying to reconcile its polished image with the system labeling it dangerous territory. This whole setup was bizarre. Remembering the mention of lower-tier anomalies, he tightened his grip on the steel pipe and began sweeping the villa room by room. Meow. Hiss. At the end of the second-floor corridor, 3 cats, 2 calicos and 1 white, stood on edge, fur puffed, hissing at him like he'd killed their ancestors. What's with the attitude? Stray cats in his neighborhood were never this aggressive. He slammed the pipe against a nearby shelf. The sharp clang sent the 3 cats scrambling in terror. They bolted toward the balcony and vanished into the bushes below. Host intimidated 3 terrifying Tier-1 anomalies despite pitiful physical stats. Reward, 5 points. Years of desk work had wrecked his body, and a recent week-long sickness hadn't helped. Still, being roasted by his own system stung. Who are you calling weak? I'm a spiritual specialist. Shen Ge had gained a basic understanding of the system and its traits, though the idea of ordinary stray cats being classified as terrifying anomalies was absurd in itself. Still, as long as the system kept handing out rewards, he was happy to play along with its delusional anomaly housekeeping game. Of the 3 unlocked system modules, attributes, tasks, and logs, the last seemed the most promising for clues. Logs. Text scrolled across his vision like a holographic display. Logs. January 3rd, 2027. An Tier-8 anomaly emerged in Tokyo. Overnight, its expanding abyssal domain swallowed the entire city. Despite global efforts to suppress the truth, Tokyo's fall became undeniable. The terrifying urban legends had finally found their source. 2027. As anomalies proliferated, nations realized these entities were evolving faster than ever. Creatures once suppressed by governments grew beyond containment. Within a year, the world descended into hell. January 3rd, 2028. Your survival squad scavenged resources in a villa you once designed, stumbling into a Tier-4 anomalies territory. Through sheer will, familiarity with the layout, and your teammates' sacrifices, you slew the Tier-4 silent and activated the system. Wait, 2027? 2028? Shen Ge pulled out his phone. The date read January 3rd, 2024. So the system's logs are from the future? Most protagonists in novels time travel themselves. But here, the system had jumped back 4 years. According to the logs, anomalies would only become public knowledge in 2027 after a Tier-8 entity devoured Tokyo. His system had activated a year later, in the midst of global collapse. Asterisk, that explains why the Black Cat felt so weak. It's not a Tier-4 anomaly yet. It's still a juvenile, for years away from reaching that level. Asterisk, the realization hit him like a truck. The system had activated prematurely. It was like learning you could time travel, only to use that power to strangle Thanos in his crib. Shen Ge's excitement withered. Even with the system, knowing the world would end in 3 years was hardly comforting. If the planet's doomed, should I start building a spaceship? He exhaled sharply. At least the system gave him a head start. Maybe he could alter the future, or at least delay the inevitable. The logs hinted that governments already knew about anomalies, but suppressed the truth. Classic Men in Black, logic, fear the unknown bred chaos. But by 2027, a Tier-8 anomaly would shatter that secrecy, plunging the world into ruin within a year. Grim as it was, Shen Ge refused to resign himself to fate. 3 years of preparation could change everything. He refocused on his daily mission: gather 7-day supplies and evacuate the anomaly-ridden East District. Stockpiling resources, given the logs, he had a plan. Stepping out of Lushan International, the system blared an urgent alert. Warning, warning, warning. Host has entered a Tier-7 anomalies domain. Lower-tier anomalies infest this area. Flee immediately. Shen Ge glanced at the bustling street. Anomaly-ridden? The pedestrians looked perfectly normal. The system's crimson warning flashed across his vision, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, but the tension lingered. Asterisk, if Tokyo fell to a Tier-8, Rome City could be next. Maybe I should move. Asterisk. Dachang, Zhoushe, or Zhejiang were decent alternatives. Across the street stood Tom's, a 2-story supermarket, the perfect place for supplies. As he stepped onto the crosswalk, another alarm erupted. Warning, this area is severely contaminated. Hazards include terrain mutation, quicksand, lava, etc., under the Tier-7's influence. Escape now. Heart pounding, Shen Ge dashed across before the light turned red. Reward: 5 points for braving a Tier-7's domain. For crossing a street, the absurdity was palpable, but inspiration struck. He waited for the next green light and walked back. Warning, contaminated zone detected. Blank-faced, he strolled to the other side. Reward: 5 points. Seriously? He began pacing the crosswalk like a metronome. By the 3rd round, the system caught on. Host has mastered navigating Tier-7 hazards. Reward: 15 points. Subsequent crossings yielded only praise, no points. After 20 trips, he scraped together 1 more. So you can farm an event for points, but the system eventually patches it. Clever, but not clever enough. His total now stood at 91. 9 short of a gotcha pull. Time to find another exploit. Shen Ge crossed the street and headed toward Tom's Mall. High above the mall building, several workers suspended in midair were cleaning the billboard next to a blue cat mascot dressed in Western attire. The area below was cordoned off with caution tape, and pedestrians deliberately avoided it to steer clear of any potential falling debris. Security guards patrolled the vicinity. Everything looked as ordinary as ever. If not for the system inside him, Shen Ge would have found it hard to imagine that this very area would, in a few years, become a heavily contaminated zone overrun by supernatural horrors. Warning, warning, warning. Host is entering a highly contaminated zone infested with a 7th-tier supernatural entity. This area is teeming with low-tier entities prowling for living beings to devour. Among them, several high-tier entities possess keen enough senses to detect the host's presence. Host has already been marked. For the sake of survival, flee immediately. Hearing the sudden system alert, Shen Ge glanced around but didn't notice anyone paying him any attention. Then, his gaze landed on a few people walking their dogs on a patch of grass in the distance. A husky, a golden retriever, a Labrador. Several large dogs were frolicking freely. The husky seemed to notice Shen Ge, its tongue lolling, tail wagging rhythmically, as if a single playful gesture from him would send it bounding over without hesitation. Remembering his past experience with gaining rewards, Shen Ge crouched down, rubbed his fingers together, and made a playful clicking sound to coax the dog. The husky's eyes lit up, and it immediately charged straight at him, crashing into his chest and knocking him to the ground. Shen Ge hadn't expected the husky's momentum to be so strong. Losing his balance, he toppled over, while the dog, thinking this was all part of the game, enthusiastically licked his hands and nuzzled against him. Damn, underestimated it. Got humped by a dog. Hey, Urwo, what are you doing? Urwo, you absolute menace. A woman in her 20s, previously chatting with friends on the grass, rushed over in a panic when she saw her dog tackle someone, hurriedly trying to pull the husky away. I'm so sorry. So sorry. My Urwo is a bit hyper and way too friendly. If anyone plays with him, he thinks it's game time and gets way too excited. Urwo, get back here. No treats for you today. Urwo, the woman, dressed in sportswear with a notably striking figure, looked flustered as she apologized and tugged the husky back. Fortunately, the dog was obedient enough. At its owner's scolding, it immediately retreated, sitting on its haunches with its tongue out, tail wagging happily. The sheer brilliance in its eyes could only be described as, well, the name fits. Are you okay? The woman asked apologetically, then paused slightly when she got a good look at Shen Ge's unfairly handsome face. It's fine, really. I should be the one apologizing. I couldn't resist teasing him when I saw how cute he was. Shen Ge stood up, dusting himself off. You like dogs? The woman asked, brightening. Yeah. Do you have one? I'd love to, but as a working stiff, I can barely take care of myself. No energy left for a dog. Shen Ge sighed regretfully. The woman laughed. A high-energy breed like a husky might be too much, but you could try smaller, calmer dogs. I'll definitely consider it when I get the chance. Well, I won't keep you. Got some things to take care of. Shen Ge waved and turned toward Tom's mall. Hey, handsome, the woman called after him. How about adding me on WeChat? When you do get a dog, we can walk them together. Shen Ge turned back with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I barely use WeChat. Mostly just QQ. Next time. The woman nearly blurted out that QQ was fine too, but Shen Ge's tone made it clear he was brushing her off. Usually, she was the one turning down requests for her contact info. This rare instance of her initiating and getting rejected left her a little miffed. She tugged Urwo's leash and marched back toward the grass. Host remained calm in the face of a fierce assault by a second-tier supernatural entity, using sheer wit to repel the enemy despite combat prowess of a measly 5. Reward, 10 system points. 5 points more than crossing the street. You should have said so earlier. I would have added her on WeChat if I'd known. Shen Ge glanced back at the grassy area, where the dog walkers were now leashing their pets and heading toward a riverside path. He dismissed the thought of shamelessly chasing after them for her contact info. Missed out on 20 system points by not milking the event for all 3 completions. He consoled himself with the thought of focusing on daily tasks first. After all, there was no guarantee that more rewards would pop up even if he kept playing with the husky. As he reached the mall entrance and was about to step inside, warning, 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 warning. His vision flooded with frantic red text. The entire world tinted crimson, an eerie and terrifying sight. At the same time, the system's alarm blared incessantly in his mind. Host is about to enter the lair of a 7th-tier supernatural entity. This area is enveloped by a supernatural domain. At the host's current power level, entry guarantees certain death, no hope of survival, doomed beyond redemption, utterly inescapable, no chance of making it out alive. For the sake of survival, evacuate this high-contamination zone immediately. Warning, warning, warning. The flashing nearly blinded Shen Ge, forcing him to shut his eyes. But the annoying part was that the system's text wasn't just overlaid on his vision. It was projected onto his retinas. Even with his eyes closed, the green text remained perfectly visible against the black backdrop. System, can you not? You're going to make me go blind. Shen Ge's complaint went unanswered. The warning spam continued, accompanied by increasingly creative variations of entering means death in his mind. Left with no choice, Shen Ge retreated from the mall entrance. Host, blessed with immense luck and fortune, has boldly ventured into a zone dominated by a 7th-tier supernatural entity and emerged unscathed. Such courage deserves recognition. Reward, 50 system points. That much. Without hesitation, Shen Ge gritted his teeth against the discomfort of the flashing red warnings and forced himself to step in and out of the mall entrance twice more. Another 100 system points acquired. Shen Ge was ecstatic. His points had skyrocketed from 101 to 251 in no time. This was way more efficient than messing around with a dog. Too bad each ordinary event only allowed for 3 reward cycles. Starting from the 4th attempt, he'd only get empty praise instead of points. Otherwise, he'd happily spend the whole night going in and out. Just then, a deep, slightly confused voice spoke up beside him. Buddy, can't decide what to buy. If you're that torn, maybe just go in and browse first. A security guard eyed Shen Ge with a mix of bewilderment and pity. This kid looks sharp, but damn, his indecisiveness is next level. Can't even commit to entering a mall? Shen Ge coughed awkwardly, quickly stepping away from the entrance to escape this second-hand embarrassment. Internally, he grumbled at the system. System, if you won't let me into the mall, how am I supposed to complete the resource-gathering mission? Host's current strength is far too lacking. Entering a high-contamination zone guarantees death. For the sake of survival, cease reckless behavior and begin exploration in lower-tier areas. Can you at least turn off that seizure-inducing warning function? Shen Ge couldn't shake the feeling that the system wasn't just worried about him dying. It seemed terrified of death itself. Host combat rating is below 5. Beginner protection mode cannot be disabled. For the sake of survival, focus on improving strength. Once host's rating increases, beginner protection mode will automatically deactivate, and danger alerts can be toggled manually. Something fell off. Logically, if his current strength warranted similar warnings against a 4th-tier entity, why hadn't this obnoxious protection feature appeared before? Is the system actually scared to die? Before Shen Ge could finish the thought, another notification popped up. P.S. Don't push your luck. Even Shen Ge's ironclad composure cracked. This damn system knows how to mess with my head. Due to the newbie protection function, Shen Ge couldn't enter Tom's supermarket. But that wasn't a big deal. He could just go to a smaller store instead. What really bothered him were terms like Tier 7 aberrant domain, and special contamination zone. These sounded like they belonged in sci-fi or supernatural genres, and they stuck in his mind. Asterisk, so the Tier 7 aberrant that turns the entire Eastern District into a dangerous hellscape 4 years from now is currently inside Tom's supermarket. Asterisk, if it grows into a Tier 7 aberrant in 4 years, doesn't that mean it must already be at least a few tiers strong now? Asterisk, the moment this thought crossed his mind, Shen Ge felt a jolt of alarm. But then he reconsidered. Based on the information the system had revealed so far, aberrants fed on living beings. If one really had appeared here, even just a Tier 1 or Tier 2, there should have been casualties. And if there were casualties, this place wouldn't still be the busiest shopping district in the Eastern District. System, what level do I need to reach to enter this area? Shen Ge asked mentally. Assessing host's current status. Assessment result, Tier 0. Host is advised to cherish life, avoid reckless behavior, stay away from Tier 4+ aberrants, evade Tier 3 aberrants, refrain from provoking Tier 2 aberrants, and focus on growth to eventually overcome Tier 1 aberrants. Though the system's response was somewhat off-topic and ignoring its psychological jabs, Shen Ge roughly understood the newbie protection warning threshold. Basically, he couldn't enter areas with Tier 4 aberrants. For Tier 3, he'd get a few extra reminders. For Tier 1 and Tier 2, it'd be like the earlier stray cats and dogs, just a single warning. As for why he could enter the villa where the cat's silence had been, that was because he'd entered before activating the system, so no warning was triggered. How do I grow stronger quickly? Shen Ge asked next. Scanning host's current physical attributes. Until host's attributes reach normal levels, physical training can improve baseline stats. Completing daily tasks grants 1% free attribute points at midnight the following day. Earn system points for draws. Every 100 points grants 1 draw, with rewards including supplies, attribute points, equipment, etc. Killing aberrants and selling their corpses yields large amounts of system points. Absorbing high-tier aberrants with unique traits grants their abilities. The system listed all the ways Shen Ge could currently power up, but it felt like querying an AI. In short, the system had some intelligence, but not much. System, do you have consciousness? No response. System, sing a J-Cho song. Still nothing. System, what are aberrants? Huh? No reply this time either? Were these questions beyond the system's comprehension, or had his earlier casual queries broken it? System, how do I get stronger? Scanning host's current physical attributes. Until host's attributes reach normal levels, physical training can improve baseline stats. The system simply repeated its earlier answer. Again, some intelligence, but not much. Asterisk, wait, if absorbing traits can raise my tier, don't I already have the Tier 4 trait silence? Asterisk, Shen Ge asked, puzzled. Assessing host's current status. Assessment result, Tier 0. Asterisk, the Tier 4 trait silence doesn't count as combat power? Asterisk, assessment result is correct. You're the one who said absorbing traits makes me stronger. Assessment result is correct. System, sing a J-Cho song. Shen Ge tried asking a few more questions about aberrants, but the system's replies were sparse. Even it didn't know where aberrants came from. However, the system hinted that as Shen Ge's tier improved, more functions would unlock, possibly providing answers. After leaving Tom's supermarket, Shen Ge walked down the street until he spotted a Hongqi supermarket and headed inside. Welcome. As he approached, the automatic glass doors slid open, and a voice from the entryway greeted him. Supplies for 7 days. Shen Ge scanned the shelves, unsure what to buy. After a moment's thought, he grabbed a 5 kilograms bag of rice, a carton of instant noodles, some chocolate bars, and a 10-liter jug of water. This should last a week, right? After paying, he carried his haul out of the store, just as the system chimed in. You are incredibly lucky to find a supermarket untouched by looters. In these times of scarcity, discovering so much unexpired supplies proves you are truly the chosen one. Shen Ge wasn't sure how to describe his mixed feelings. Since the system had activated 4 years early, its logic couldn't be judged by normal standards. In 4 years, supermarkets would likely be overrun by aberrants and stripped bare. If the system wanted to force this narrative, it kind of made sense. Carrying his bags to the roadside, Shen Ge planned to hail a cab home, leave the Eastern District, and complete today's daily task. But since he usually ordered groceries online, he rarely carried so much at once. After just a short walk from the store to the curb, his arms were already sore from the 10-plus kg load. Despite the dangers of the aberrant-infested Eastern District, Host seizes every opportunity to train. Admirable courage. Strength plus 1%. Constitution plus 1%. Surprised but opportunistic, Shen Ge immediately marched up and down the street with his bags until his arms burned too much to continue. Defying the perilous Eastern District, Host pushes physical limits with fearless resolve. Strength plus 6%, agility plus 3%, constitution plus 6%. Like most events, Shen Ge could earn rewards 3 times for repeated actions, but after the third, gains slowed significantly. For example, first attempt, carrying the bags 200 to 300 meters from a store to the roadside. Second attempt, 2 round trips. Third attempt, triple the distance. Phew. Setting the bags down, Shen Ge caught his breath. Too much time sitting in the office, too much lounging at home. No wonder I'm out of shape. But if he weren't so out of shape, his stats wouldn't be below the average adult male baseline. With a rough plan forming, he decided to start waking up 2 hours early tomorrow, jogging from the city center to his office in the Eastern District to grind his stats up to average. Then, he'd focus on other methods to grow stronger. Shen Ge took a taxi back from the Eastern District to his apartment in the Central District. The moment he reached the entrance of his residential complex, the system chimed in. Host has demonstrated remarkable wit and courage, venturing alone into the Eastern District, home to a Tier 7 aberrant, and returning unscathed after securing a week's worth of supplies. Reward: double system points x 100. Random F-grade supply item x1. Extract rewards now. No. Shen Ge wasn't sure if extracting the reward would cause items to materialize out of thin air. With so many people around, that would definitely draw unwanted attention. Better to wait until he got home. Carrying his bags, he walked into the complex. Just then, a friendly-looking security guard in his 50s or 60s, wearing a standard uniform and a warm smile, approached him. "Xiao Shun, bought quite a haul today, huh? Here, have a tangerine. They're really sweet." The guard, affectionately known as Old Wang, the most popular guard in Tianjia community, held out a fresh tangerine. Shen Ge smiled and was about to decline when a flash of red light. Then, the familiar, urgent warning blared in his mind. Warning, warning, warning. Tier 5 aberrant detected. Trait: 3 heads and 6 arms. Host's current strength is no match. For the sake of your life, flee immediately. What the? A Tier 5 aberrant? 3 heads and 6 arms? Shen Ge stared at Old Wang, whose face was still creased in a kindly smile. His mind reeled. Old Wang is an aberrant? Thanks, Uncle Wang, but I don't eat much fruit, Shen Ge said casually, trying to refuse. Unperturbed, Old Wang shoved the tangerine into one of Shen Ge's bags. Nonsense. At your age, you need more vitamins. Didn't you just recover from being sick last week? That's what happens when you skip fruit. Look at me. I'm in my 60s and can still throw a few punches. To prove his point, Old Wang swung his arms in a mock combat stance, so fast that for a second, Shen Ge almost saw 6 arms instead of 2. Then, like a magician, the guard pulled another tangerine from his pocket. Here, take one more. My hometown harvest. Extra sweet. No, really, one's enough. Shen Ge protested. Having lived in Tianjia community for years, Shen Ge was used to Old Wang's bottomless pocket routine, always producing fruit out of nowhere. Vitamins are important. Really, Uncle Wang, I'm good. The two went back and forth like this until Old Wang, with the reflexes of a seasoned guard, finally stuffed the tangerine into Shen Ge's snack bag. Facing a Tier 5 aberrant assault, Host remains unshaken, engaging in an extreme tug-of-war. Heroic and unstoppable. Reward: system points x 50. Shen Ge. Uncle Wang, wait up. Shen Ge set down the rice and water, then hurried after Old Wang with his snacks and instant noodles. You patrol the complex all day. You need energy. Here, have some Snickers. Shen Ge grabbed a handful of chocolate bars and started stuffing them into Old Wang's pockets. No, I can't take these. Old Wang clutched his pockets protectively. Take them. Take them. Shen Ge targeted the other pocket. Old Wang looked at the Snickers now filling his pockets, sighing. Xiao Shun, I don't really eat sweets. It's fine. Share them with the new guards. The store had a sale. I bought too many anyway, Shen Ge said cheerfully. Host launches a counterattack against the Tier 5 aberrant, skillfully parrying its retaliation. Extreme tug-of-war engaged. Heroic and unstoppable. Reward: system points x 50. Heartened by the system's prompt, Shen Ge tore open the instant noodles and shoved a few packs into Old Wang's arms. For night shifts, keep these in a guard booth for when you're hungry. Old Wang stared at the noodles, torn between amusement and exasperation. Another round of no, you take it later. Shen Ge bagged another 50 system points and retreated victoriously, grinning as he carried his loot home. Back in his apartment, Shen Ge dropped his bags and immediately checked his stats. After today's exploits, His system points had reached 501. Breaking it down, 150 points from entering/exiting Tom's supermarket. 150 points from the extreme tug-of-war with Old Wong. Total, 300 points, way faster than earlier scaring cats and dogs methods. As expected, over-leveling is the fastest way to farm points, Shen Ge mused. If not for the newbie protection, locking him out of high-tier zones, he could have racked up points daily just by strolling through danger areas. That said, while the Old Wong maneuver netted him 150 points, there was no escape danger bonus afterward. Even more puzzling, despite Tianjia community being Old Wong's spawn point, the system only issued one Tier 5 aberrant warning. Is it because Old Wong doesn't actually live here, so the threat level is lower than his residence? Shen Ge made a mental note to test this theory by visiting Old Wong's neighborhood later. Alright, there's still one unclaimed reward. Extract reward. Drawing reward. Success. Obtained. Healing Band-Aid X1 F grade. A soft glow later, a palm-sized bandage appeared on the coffee table. Hovering text explained its effects. Healing Band-Aid F grade when applied rapidly heals wounds caused by sharp objects. Effective against most external injuries. Healing time, 10 seconds. 10 seconds to heal a blade wound? If not for the fact that this was his only one, and precious, Shen Ge might have grabbed a kitchen knife to test it out right then. After storing the Band-Aid, Shen Ge booted up his laptop. Normally, this was when he'd be grinding through work revisions, but today his mind was fixated on the system and aberrants. From the logs, while aberrants were publicly exposed on January 3rd, 2027, they'd clearly existed long before. In today's hyperconnected world, big data was scarily efficient. Search a keyword once, and suddenly, every app bombards you with related ads, proof that privacy was already dead. Shen Ge remembered his co-worker oldly complaining. After a late-night research session on certain adult sites, he'd wiped his history, only to wake up to ads for realistic companions and interdimensional pleasure devices. Given that, recklessly searching aberrant online would be asking for trouble. Instead, Shen Ge browsed forums and subreddits, skimming posts rapidly to trick the algorithm into thinking he wasn't seriously interested. He hoped sheer volume would eventually surface useful intel. No luck. Instead of aberrant clues, he found ghost stories, and despite his caution, the algorithm tagged him as a horror enthusiast. Soon, his feeds flooded with paranormal investigation, live streams, and scary tale threads. Before he knew it, the clock struck midnight. 0:03, January 4th, 2024. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've survived another day in a world overrun by the supernatural. Reward: 1% freely distributable attribute points, 10 system points. Shen Ge opened his attribute panel and noticed a new line under his stats. Freely distributable attribute points, 1%, which could be used to enhance his basic attributes. However, the system had previously indicated that as long as his attributes were below the average human baseline, he could still improve them quickly through training. So, until his strength, agility, and constitution reached 100%, there was no immediate need to allocate points. January 4th. That means the log must have updated. Shen Ge opened the log and, sure enough, found a new entry beneath the one from January 3rd. January 4th, 2028. Having acquired this silent trait, you use its effects to avoid areas prowled by high-level supernatural entities and escape the Eastern District. Upon returning to base, you reported yesterday's incident with the survival squad to the organization, though you concealed the fact that you had activated the system and obtained the silent trait. Organization? Shen Ge stared at the log entry, lost in thought. Based on the information, it seemed that after the supernatural outbreak, he had joined some kind of organization. Whether it was a civilian group or an official one remained unclear. But from the details provided, this organization resembled the survival bases from post-apocalyptic fiction. It had a stronghold and sent teams out to scavenge for supplies. Clearly, within just a year of the supernatural's emergence, its rapid spread had caught nations off guard. City after city had fallen, and Rome City was no exception. If survival squads were already being dispatched to gather resources, the situation must be dire. As for why he'd hidden the system and the silent trait from the organization, it might not have been distrust. It could simply have been self-preservation. A man's wealth is his own ruin. If people knew he had a system capable of trading and absorbing supernatural entities, who knew what kind of trouble it might bring? But there was no point worrying about that now. Shen Ge knew he had to use the system's attribute-boosting functions to grow stronger as quickly as possible. System, use points for the lottery. As soon as he spoke, a spinning wheel appeared in his field of vision. Daily supplies, 80%. Weapons and equipment, 7%. Consumables, 8%. Freely distributable attribute points, 4%. 1%. PS. Increasing your rating will unlock more categories. Spend 100 system points for one lottery draw. Shen Ge currently had 511 system points, enough for 5 draws at 100 points each. Just as he was about to confirm, his finger froze mid-air. After a brief hesitation, he closed the system, took a shower, and changed clothes. Then, he turned on his speakers and played Good Luck Comes, a song for auspicious occasions. If he was going to gamble on draws, he might as well go all out with the ritual. Draw. Spending 500 system points for 5 lottery draws. Prizes being selected. Ding. As the selector flickered between the 5 options, it finally landed on daily supplies, 80%. With an 80% probability, this outcome wasn't surprising. Congratulations, host. You won a carton of instant noodles. A flash of white light later, a carton of instant noodles appeared on the coffee table, slightly larger than the one he'd bought from a supermarket. Ah, the extra-large pack. Shen Ge. While a carton of instant noodles might be invaluable after the apocalypse, right now, it was utterly meaningless. Given his current financial situation, Shen Ge could easily afford to fill his entire apartment with instant noodles, let alone a single carton. Ding! Congratulations, host. You won a 19L jug of purified water. Water is the source of life. And this is a big jug. Not bad. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've won 1% freely distributable attribute points. Shen Ge let out a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't more household supplies. Energized, he sat up straight, rubbed his hands together, and prepared for the last 2 draws. Ding! The selector flickered rapidly across the options. Since it was projected onto his retinas, Shen Ge's eyes instinctively followed the movement. Beep, beep, beep. The selector slowed down, teetering toward daily supplies, 80%. Shen Ge's heart leaped in his throat as he silently chanted, "One more jump, one more jump." Beep. Finally, it settled on weapons and equipment, 7%, a carton of instant noodles, and a weapon. Yes. Shen Ge pumped his fist in excitement as the system's notification and a white flash appeared simultaneously. Congratulations, host. You've won the trait weapon Cleaver. Trait. Unbreakable. Trait weapon? Wait, so not only do high-level supernatural entities have traits, but high-tier weapons and gear can have them too? On the coffee table lay a cleaver over a foot long. Its blade was broad and dark, exuding a cold, razor-sharp gleam. The handle was made of hardwood, its rough surface giving off an ancient, rugged vibe. The pommel was fitted with an iron sphere, likely for balance. If I engraved National Hero on this thing, it'd be next-level legendary. Shen Ge picked up the cleaver and tested its weight. It was far heavier than a standard kitchen knife, several pounds, in fact. After a few swings, his arm already felt strained. Trait, unbreakable. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Shen Ge's mind. System, devour trait. He raised the cleaver and called out to the system. No supernatural corpse detected. Please rescan. Devour trait weapon cleaver. Non-supernatural entities cannot be sold or devoured. The system's cold rejection dashed Shen Ge's hopes of becoming indestructible. After a moment's thought, he asked, System, are weapon and equipment traits unique? Trait weapons and trait equipment are both unique. Shen Ge looked at the cleaver in his hand. If a weapon can have unbreakable, maybe someday I'll draw body armor with a trait like impenetrable. Out of 5 draws, he'd gotten an energy apple, which restored 100% mental energy when consumed, and a trait weapon. It seemed good luck comes had worked its magic. Next time, I'll try the God of Gamblers theme song. Shen Ge then opened his attribute panel. After a full day of effort, his base stats had improved significantly. Shen Ge, rating Tier 0. Base attributes: Strength, 90%. Agility, 80%. Constitution, 70%. Mental energy, 159% per 159%. Recovers 10% per hour. Freely distributable points, 2%. Traits: Silent. Activates a noiseless state. Consumes 0.5% mental energy per second. Can be used simultaneously with other traits. Skills: None. Equipment: Cleaver, trait weapon. Unbreakable. System points, 11. Wait a second. A serious realization struck Shen Ge. While the cleaver was an incredibly rare trait weapon and looked undeniably cool, carrying a butcher's cleaver in public would get him stopped before he even made it onto the subway. Damn it, I just drew a glorified paperweight. The next morning, Shen Ge followed the exercise plan he'd set the day before, waking up 2 hours earlier than usual. After breakfast, he jogged from his apartment complex all the way to his company in the Eastern District. While jogged was a generous term, it was more like a run-walk hybrid, with most of the time spent walking. But that was to be expected after years of neglecting fitness. You couldn't undo a sedentary lifestyle with just one early morning. Ever since learning from the system that supernatural entities would soon invade this world, Shen Ge's mind had been consumed by thoughts of the system and the impending horrors. Yesterday's haul had been decent, especially scoring a trait weapon. The only downside was that he couldn't carry it around with him. TSH, lousy system, can't even give me an inventory space, he grumbled as he arrived at the office building. Host, in a world overrun by the supernatural, you remain true to your goals, rising early to train and even daring to traverse a zone contaminated by a Tier 7 entity. Reward: 50 system points, plus 1% agility, plus 3% constitution. Just like the system said, attributes below the baseline can still be improved through exercise. A glance at his stats confirmed it. At this rate, a couple of weeks of consistency would get him close to normal human standards. Shen Ge reached the office nearly 15 minutes earlier than usual. Only the receptionist and a few overachieving work martyrs had clocked in so far. Morning, Shen Ge. You're here early, the receptionist greeted with a smile as he walked in. Morning, he replied. Had breakfast yet? I got extra bread and milk if you want some, she offered, holding out a carton and a pack of sliced bread. Already ate, thanks. Shen Ge waved her off and headed into the work area, exchanging nods with the early birds already at their desks. The moment he sat down, the door to the general manager's office swung open. A woman in a professional pantsuit, her hair pinned up and silver-framed glasses perched on her nose, stepped out. Shen Ge, my office. The client sent new revisions for yesterday's proposal. Her name was Cheng Shengnan, 26 years old. Rumored to be some kind of prodigy, she'd skipped multiple grades and graduated college at 18. Instead of pursuing further studies, she'd dived straight into the design industry, making a name for herself in just 3 years. Now she was the head of the company's Rong City branch. Shen Ge's impressions of her boiled down to genuine workaholic, no-nonsense boss, and objectively attractive and great legs. Maybe it was because of the Shengnan surpassing men in her name, but Cheng Shengnan had a noticeable aversion to male employees. She kept her distance and held them to absurdly high standards. Shen Ge had clashed with her a few times over it. Fortunately, his skills were solid enough that he'd won those battles, forcing her to dial back the attitude. Right now, he had 2 design drafts awaiting her final approval, so they'd been interacting more frequently. By the time Sheng entered her office, Cheng Shengnan was already back at her computer, typing away while scribbling notes on a document. According to the system's supernatural alert mechanism, even a Tier 1 supernatural entity would trigger a warning, and this was a Tier 1 entity from 4 years in the future. In other words, the Tier 1 entity the system warned about would only reach Tier one status 4 years later. Right now, it was just an ordinary life form, like the cat in the villa or the dogs outside the mall. But the foul smell coming from the women's restroom meant that supernatural signs had already appeared, or worse, an entity had already formed. The stray cat with the silent trait was Tier 4, yet when Shen Ge encountered it, there was nothing supernatural about it. It was just an ordinary stray. So, if this place was already showing signs of supernatural activity, its rating had to be at least Tier 4 or higher. So far, Shen Ge had encountered two high-tier supernatural entities. The first was the Tier 7 Tom's Mall, which the system's warning kept him from entering. The second was Old Wong from his apartment complex, a Tier 5 entity, trait, 3 heads and 6 arms. The first instance was irrelevant, but in the second case, Shen Ge had received the warning the moment he saw Old Wong from afar at the entrance of the complex. Yet now, standing right outside the women's restroom, the system remained completely silent. Shen Ge considered 3 possibilities. There was nothing in the restroom but a dead rat. No supernatural entity at all. The entity was so powerful that the system couldn't detect it. The entity had some special method of evading the system's detection. He immediately ruled out the first option. The fact that only women could smell the rot, while men couldn't, was strange in itself. Besides, Shen Ge trusted Cheng Xingnan's character. She wasn't the type to conspire with Xiao He and Xiao Li to prank the male employees. The second possibility also seemed unlikely. The system had issued warnings for Tier 7 and Tier 8 entities before. There was no reason it couldn't detect whatever was here. But if it was the third option, that thought weighed even heavier on Shen Ge's mind. It would mean the system couldn't fully guarantee his safety, and he might encounter undetectable entities multiple times in the future. Wouldn't that make the system way too unreliable? System. No response. System. Can you detect any supernatural presence around here? Host must increase their rating to unlock more functions. Useless. The system wasn't designed for casual conversation. Unless Shen Ge posed a direct question, it wouldn't respond. He tried asking a few more questions related to hidden supernatural entities, but the replies were either about unlocking functions by leveling up or complete silence. Clearly, relying on the system to identify this entity was hopeless. Shen Ge returned to the office area. Half an hour later, the maintenance team arrived, and he followed them into the women's restroom. "Hey, Brother Shen, what are you doing here?" Xiao He, the receptionist, asked curiously when she noticed Shen Ge trailing behind the 2 maintenance workers. Shen Ge replied, "Just curious if it's really a dead rat." The 2 workers looked around, checking each stall. This was a 5-star office building, cleaned daily by janitorial staff, so the restroom was spotless. "There's nothing here. I don't smell anything either," one of the maintenance men said. Xiao He frowned. "You seriously don't smell it? It's like something rotting. Could be a dead rat stuck in the pipes." The 2 workers exchanged glances and shook their heads. "What about you, Brother Shen? Can't you smell it?" Shen Ge thought for a moment. "A little, but it's faint." "Xiao He, why don't you help the workers check? Follow the smell to where it's strongest, and they can investigate." "Okay." Xiao He sniffed around the restroom, her face scrunched up in disgust. It was clear from her expression that the stench was overwhelming. Finally, she stopped at the sink. "It's strongest under here," she said before covering her nose, gagging, and bolting out of the restroom. As the maintenance workers moved to inspect the sink, Shen Ge took the chance to move closer. But to his disappointment, the system still gave no response. After a thorough search with Xiao He's help, they found nothing. The maintenance team eventually suggested checking the floors above and below to see if a dead rat was indeed clogging the pipes. Even after inspecting the neighboring floors, they found nothing unusual. By noon, the female employees reported that the smell had faded significantly, so everyone dropped the matter. Though Shen Ge remained curious, there was nothing more he could do. No trace of the supernatural had been found, and the system remained dormant, offering no clues. The workday passed uneventfully. By the time most employees had left, Shen Ge was finishing up his revisions and preparing to leave when Cheng Xingnan suddenly rushed into the office in a panic. Standing up from his desk, Shen Ge faced her. In all his years at the company, this was the first time he'd seen Cheng Shengnian so visibly shaken. Shen Ge, something's happened. What's wrong? Cheng Shengnian took a moment to catch her breath. Ex Xiaohe, she's gone. What? Xiaohe usually rides with me to the subway. Before leaving, we went to the restroom together. We were at the sink, and when I turned around, she just vanished. Cheng Shengnian said, her voice tense. Maybe she was playing a prank and hid somewhere. Shen Ge replied casually, though his mind immediately linked this to the supernatural. Cheng Shengnian shook her head urgently. No way. We walked out of the restroom together and stood at the sink. I turned on the water, just 2 seconds, and when I looked up, she was gone. The door didn't open, she wasn't under the sink, and I checked every stall. Shen Ge, damn, you've got nerves of steel to check every stall in that situation. What do we do? Oh, right, call the police. Cheng Shengnian quickly pulled out her phone and dialed emergency services, briefly explaining the situation. Shen Ge's emotions were mixed, nervous, concerned, but also itching with curiosity, despite knowing how dangerous that could be. 2 minutes later, Cheng Shengnian looked up. They said they'd send someone to check. Before she could finish, a scream echoed from the restroom. Xiaohe's voice. Xiaohe. Cheng Shengnian immediately sprinted toward the restroom. Shen Ge followed. As they neared, he instinctively activated the system, enabling the trait, silent state. Xiaohe. Xiaohe. Cheng Shengnian pushed open the restroom door, checking every stall, but there was no sign of her. Shen Ge deactivated silent and asked, Director Cheng, where exactly were you standing when Xiaohe disappeared? Cheng Shengnian pointed to the sink. We were right here, just a step apart. I was here, she was there. I turned on the water, looked down, and when I looked up, she was gone. Is the rotten smell still there? Shen Ge suddenly asked. Cheng Shengnian nodded. Yes, but it's much fainter than this morning. Frowning, Shen Ge stood at the doorway, deep in thought, while Cheng Shengnian stared into the mirror, wondering how Xiaohe could have vanished. Then, in a blink, Cheng Shengnian, a full-grown adult, disappeared right before his eyes. Shen Ge's heart lurched. He instinctively stepped back, and without him blocking it, the restroom door slammed shut with a thud. He quickly reactivated silent, pushed the door open, and scanned the room carefully, though he didn't dare let go of the door to step inside. After a thorough look, he found nothing. Deactivating silent, he called out, Director Cheng? Director Cheng? Xiaohe? Are you still in there? No response. Shen Ge recalled Xiaohe mentioning earlier that the foul smell was strongest beneath the sink in the restroom. But he didn't rush in to check. Instead, he closed the door and headed for the stairwell. Once there, he paused briefly, then decided to go upstairs first. Arriving at the 20th floor restroom, he knocked on the women's restroom door and called out, Is anyone in there? After 2 unanswered calls, he pushed the door open but didn't step inside. Instead, he crouched at the entrance, scanning the room, yet found nothing. Still no alert from the system. Frowning, Shen Ge was about to leave when he caught a faint whiff of something rotten, similar to the decay Xiaohe had described. After a moment's thought, he dashed up to the next floor. At the next restroom, the stench grew slightly stronger. Shen Ge's reasoning was simple. Xiaohe had said the odor was strongest beneath the sink's pipes. If the smell was fading downward, it likely meant the source of the rot had been washed further down the plumbing. Logically, searching downward would lead to the decaying matter. But since Cheng Shengnian could still smell it, the source above hadn't disappeared either. And now, even he could detect the rot as he moved upward, meaning the supernatural presence was becoming more pronounced, with its origin likely on a higher floor. Shen Ge followed the trail all the way to the 33rd floor. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, his dormant system suddenly sprang to life. Warning: Tier-5 supernatural entity, trait, immobility, detected ahead. Host is advised to evacuate immediately. Do not recklessly endanger your life. A Tier-5 entity. Finally, Shen Ge understood why the system hadn't warned him earlier. Tier 6, -7, and -8 entities were too powerful, capable of creating supernatural domains. The system deemed them an immediate threat upon entry, triggering frequent alerts. But entities below Tier 6 had no such domains and didn't alter their surroundings. The system would only warn him if he saw them or got too close. The 33rd floor restroom was likely where this immobility entity resided. Asterisk, the system sees entities as they'll be 4 years from now. So this current Tier 5 probably isn't actually Tier 5 yet. Asterisk, from past alerts, Shen Ge deduced that this Tier 5 was likely only Tier 1 or -2 at most. But even at Tier 1, Shen Ge was practically defenseless, his only ability being this silent trait which erased all sound he made. His heartbeat quickened, and hesitation crept in. Then his gaze landed on the fire extinguisher in the elevator lobby. After a brief pause, he grabbed it, activated trait, silent, and approached the restroom. Silent eliminates all sound I make. Unbreakable ensures I don't get damaged. So what does immobility mean? That the entity can't move. Shen Ge tried to deduce the trait's effect, understanding it would make dealing with the entity much easier. For example, with silent, if the stray cat had fully manifested as a supernatural entity, the trait would render it completely noiseless. But if spotted beforehand, the trait's impact would be minimal. Whether immobility means the entity can't move or that I can't move without being affected, staying in motion is probably safer. Of course, there was also the possibility that not moving would protect him from the entity's influence. Traits could vary, and Shen Ge's theory was based solely on his experience with silent. Reaching the restroom, he twisted the extinguisher's safety pin free, tucked it under his right arm, and poised his finger over the trigger. With his left hand, he slowly pushed the door open. Warning: host is about to enter a zone inhabited by a Tier 5 supernatural entity, trait, immobility. Extreme danger detected. At host current rating, survival is impossible. Evacuate immediately. Shen Ge's heart pounded so hard he could feel it in his throat. He slapped his cheeks lightly, forcing himself to stay focused, and pushed the door open. The moment it swung open, a wave of rot assaulted his senses. In his nervousness, Shen Ge instinctively squeezed the extinguisher's trigger the second the door opened, unleashing a cloud of white powder into the restroom. Thanks to silent, even the extinguisher's discharge made no sound. But the restroom was empty. He'd sprayed nothing. Nothing here. Shen Ge scanned the room, including beneath the sink, but found no trace of the entity. Yet the system had clearly warned him he'd entered its territory. Wait, the system had said the entity frequented this area, not that it was its lair. Shen Ge's eyes locked onto the pipes beneath the sink. A realization struck him. He grabbed the extinguisher and bolted for the stairwell, heading straight for the rooftop. Warning! 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 Host is approaching the lair of a Tier 5 supernatural entity, trait, immobility. Host's current attributes are no match. Retreat at once to avoid certain death. Though the system couldn't yet scan areas to pinpoint supernatural entities, its alarm function had successfully led Shen Ge to the entity's nest. Stepping onto the rooftop, Shen Ge remained vigilant. The system had awakened 4 years early, meaning most entities were still in their infancy. He did have a fighting chance. Stopping this entity now, before it matured, was the only way to prevent its growth. Left unchecked, it could become a genuine Tier 5 threat. Besides, unless he quit his job tomorrow, he'd have to keep working in a building haunted by this thing. And with 2 people already missing, both last seen with him, disappearing right after would make him the prime suspect. Not to mention, these were people he knew. Running away wasn't something his conscience would allow. No matter how he looked at it, eliminating the entity before it grew stronger was the best option. Shen Ge's gaze swept the rooftop before settling on the 5-meter-tall water tank. He remembered chatting with a building security guard who'd mentioned the office had its own filtration system. Rainwater was collected in rooftop tanks, purified, then distributed to sinks and toilets throughout the building. If the problem lies in the pipes beneath the sinks, the source must be the water tank. Climbing the tank with the extinguisher, Shen Ge noted that silent only lasted about 5 minutes, half of which had already passed. He had to hurry. The higher he climbed, the stronger the stench grew. When he finally peered into the tank, he nearly vomited. About 2/3 full, the water was fouled by a massive, tangled black mass of hair, like a ball of yarn, at least 2 meters in diameter. Embedded within it were hundreds of rotting rats, some reduced to skeletons. Ugh! The stench made him gag. Just as he raised the extinguisher to spray the hairball, movement caught his eye, a rat crawling out from the filtration unit in the corner. The rat tried scaling the pipes to escape, but stepped on a strand of hair. Instantly, the hair twitched, then coiled around it like a living thing. The rat squeaked frantically, only for more hair to lash out, ensnaring it completely before twisting. In the next second, the rat vanished before Shen Ge's eyes. Its squeaks cut off abruptly. Then, droplets of blood dripped from the hair into the water below, and where they fell, new strands of hair sprouted and grew. Shen Ge watched as the rat suddenly vanished before his eyes, only to reappear after being completely ensnared by the hair and drained of its blood, before finally being dragged into the tangled mass of hair. This immediately made him realize that Cheng Shengnan and Xiao He, who had disappeared in the 19th floor women's restroom, might not have truly vanished. Instead, they were likely rendered invisible by the hair's influence. Once the hair fully wrapped around them and sucked them dry of blood, they would meet the same fate as the rat in the hair cluster. What do I do? Shen Ge felt a surge of urgency, but found himself at a complete loss. He had the system, special traits, and even a weapon with unique properties, yet none of them could change the current situation. Though his mind raced for a solution, he forced himself to keep moving. After learning from the system that the supernatural entity's trait was immobility, he repeatedly reminded himself not to stay still. Whether it worked or not, caution was always wise. As his mental energy near depletion and the silent state was about to fade, Shen Ge didn't know if the entity would continue ignoring him afterward. He had to act fast. Without hesitation, he grabbed the fire extinguisher and sprayed it into the water tank, but it had no effect on the hair cluster. PSSSH. A faint hiss came from the extinguisher. Sound had returned, meaning his mental energy had run out, and silence had automatically deactivated. Sure enough, the next second, strands of hair from the water tank lashed toward the nozzle of the extinguisher. At the same time, Shen Ge felt a slight wave of dizziness. He gripped the handrail tightly with one hand while swinging the extinguisher at the hair mass with the other. Yet, the hair effortlessly coiled around it and yanked it into the tangled cluster. Thud! Clumps of hair slithered up the edges of the tank like creeping vines. Shen Ge didn't dare linger. He let go of the ladder and jumped down. He hit the ground hard, gritted his teeth, and scrambled to his feet before bolting. A glance back revealed strands of hair already crawling out from the edges of the water tank. Shen Ge rushed beneath the tank, tightening the valve and opening the 4 drainage holes at the corners to empty the water inside. On one hand, this would prevent the hair from spreading to lower floors through the pipes. On the other, since the thing seemed to thrive in water, draining it was worth a shot, whether it worked or not. Where hair's weaknesses? This thing has to have a vulnerability, right? That said, Shen Ge knew that if supernatural entities were so easy to deal with, the world wouldn't be doomed in 3 years. He dashed into the elevator, his gaze flickering to the button for the first floor. After a brief hesitation, he pressed the one for the 19th instead. Host's intelligence and bravery are unmatched. Successfully escaping the lair of a Tier-5 supernatural entity, trait, immobility, rewards 50 system points. Back in the office, Shen Ge pulled a mental apple from his crossbody bag, devouring it in a few bites until only the core remained, fully restoring his mental energy. System draw reward. With 111 system points now, Shen Ge had no way to counter the supposedly Tier-5, but actually Tier-1, immobility entity. His only hope lay in the draw. If I get something that can deal with this thing, I'll call you Godfather. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn free attribute points, 1%. Damn it, you useless piece of... Now what? With the system failing to deliver a miracle, Shen Ge's heart sank. His mind raced, trying to recall any weaknesses hair might have. Fire? I've got no choice but to try everything. He rummaged through old Zhao's desk drawers. The chain smoker always kept several lighters stashed away, claiming it was better safe than sorry. Shen Ge found one, then grabbed a few bottles of alcohol from the storage room before bundling up a stack of A4 paper and sprinting to the restroom, crumpling sheets into balls as he ran. Bang! He slammed the restroom door open, his eyes immediately scanning beneath the sinks. Still nothing visible, but now a faint rotting odor hung in the air. Shen Ge frowned. If Cheng, Shengnan, and Xiao had been ensnared by the hair and vanished, why could he see the hair in the water tank, but not here? Unless the long hair only affects women, making them invisible, while men can only see it up close. No time to dwell on it. Shen Ge activated silence, stepped into the women's restroom, and tossed the crumpled paper beneath the sinks before dousing it with alcohol. He flicked the lighter and touched it to the alcohol-soaked paper. The paper ignited instantly. Then, to his shock, the flames spread to the drainpipe below, setting something invisible ablaze. The fire traced an unseen thread through the air, forming a fiery line. Then, Cheng, Shengnan, and Xiao, he suddenly reappeared, screaming as they frantically kicked and slapped at their legs, trying to shake off the flames licking at their ankles. Shen Ge grabbed them both and hauled them out of the restroom. Back in the office, Xiao threw herself into Shen Ge's arms, sobbing. Wah, Shen Ge, I thought you ran off and left us. I was so scared, so scared. Cheng Shengnan, still shaken, clutched her chest, gasping for breath. What was that? I saw hair coming out of the drain. The second it touched my foot, I couldn't move, and once it wrapped around me, no one could see me anymore. It was the same for Xiao. So it was the hair. But why could he see the hair in the water tank, but not in the restroom? Shen Ge guided Xiao to a chair. You two vanished right in front of me. I thought about calling security, but I was afraid it'd waste time. Then I remembered Xiao, mentioning the smell under the sinks this morning. I figured, ghost or not, fire should scare it. So I tried lighting it up. Shen Ge, you're amazing. How do you even know that? Oh, it's in the movies. Which movies? Cheng Shengnan asked reflexively. Uncle Ying's films. Cheng Shengnan glanced uneasily toward the restroom. So what now? Do we wait for the police? Will they even believe us? Xiao fretted. Shen Ge shook his head. Whether they believe us or not doesn't matter. What matters is that thing's still in the restroom. For safety, we should get out of here first. Yes, yes. Xiao nodded vigorously, like a woodpecker. She couldn't stand staying in the office a second longer. Cheng Shengnan agreed, but just as she and Xiao turned toward the elevators, Shen Ge sprinted back into the office. Where are you going? Cheng Shengnan called after him. Without looking back, Shen Ge replied, You two head downstairs first. There's something I need to check. Don't wait for me. Shen Ge, but Xiao hesitated. Do you need help? Cheng Shengnan asked. No, I'll be down soon. Go ahead. Xiao turned to Cheng Shengnan, uncertainty in her voice. Boss Cheng, what should we do? Internally, she marveled at Shen Ge's terrifying level of curiosity. Who stays behind in a haunted bathroom instead of running for their life? Then again, if not for Shen Ge's curiosity, if he had just bolted immediately, she and Boss Cheng would probably be dead by now. Cheng Shengnan frowned, deep in thought. Let's go. We'll head down first. Shouldn't we help Shen Ge? He saved us. Xiao ventured hesitantly. The best we can do is avoid being a burden. Helping would just get in his way, Cheng Shengnan replied. Shen Ge has his own plan. Oh, as the two stepped into the elevator, Shen Ge dashed to the office storage room. He grabbed the flat cart usually used for moving heavy items, then stacked several large empty cardboard boxes on top. After clearing out all the useless scrap paper from the work area, he stuffed it into the boxes. Only 4 bottles of alcohol left. Shen Ge rummaged for more containers, trying to improvise some basic Molotov cocktails. Just then, his phone buzzed with a text. It was from Shengnan. We're waiting downstairs. Call or message if you need help. Shen Ge replied with a simple got it, then refocused on crafting his genuine homemade incendiaries. Once finished, he wheeled the cart toward the 33rd floor. Warning, warning, warning. Host is approaching the lair of a Tier-5 supernatural entity. Trait, immobility. Current attributes are insufficient for combat. Evacuate immediately. Do not throw your life away. Ignoring the alert, Shen Ge lit a torch made from an alcohol-soaked towel and cautiously approached the rooftop door. He took several deep breaths, forcing down his nerves, then slowly pushed the door open. The moment he stepped onto the rooftop, he noticed strands of hair in the distance creeping toward the entrance. Strangely, the hair was clearly visible from the water tank to the center of the roof. But beyond that, it seemed to vanish abruptly, as if disappearing into thin air. So that's it. Finally, Shen Ge understood why he could see the hair on the rooftop, but not in the 19th floor restroom. The key was distance. When dealing with supernatural entities that hadn't yet formed a supernatural domain, the system only issued warnings once Shen Ge was within a certain range, because an entity's abilities varied with proximity. The system's alerts only triggered when he was in real danger. Dragging the cart inside, Shen Ge saw the distant hair immediately shift direction, slithering toward the door. He quickly activated silence. The instant silence took effect, the advancing strands froze. This was exactly why he hadn't activated silence before opening the door. He wanted to test the entity's behavioral patterns. It was a simple hypothesis. After all, this thing had no eyes or nose. If it couldn't track targets by sound or vibration, what else could it use? Of course, if the hair had kept moving toward him even after silence, he would have turned tail immediately, resignation letter pre-written on his way down. Though the hair had stopped, Shen Ge still didn't know if touching it would trigger the same invisibility effect Shengnan and Xiao he had experienced. Playing it safe, he steered the cart wide around the open area near the door, avoiding any potential invisible strands. As he advanced, the visible hair in the distance began retreating, clearly repelled by the torch in his hand. Shen Ge lit the first cardboard box, then hurled it forward. Burning paper balls spilled out like fireballs, sending the surrounding hair recoiling in panic, some even retracting back into the water tank. Step by step, he pushed the cart closer, using the boxes and flaming paper to herd the entity toward the tank. By the time he reached the base of the tank, only 3 boxes remained. Shen Ge arranged them in a triangle beneath the tank and set them ablaze. Then, clutching his last 2 Molotovs, he climbed onto the tank. 2 minutes left on silence. This was all he could do. If it wasn't enough to finish the entity off, he'd have to leave the rest to the police. Truthfully, Shen Ge didn't want to hand this over to the authorities. For one, he wanted the entity's corpse for system rewards. For another, if he reported it, should he disclose what he knew about its traits? Not telling them would mean sending others to their deaths. Telling them would mean drawing official scrutiny. Reaching the top of the tank, Shen Ge lit the first Molotov and hurled it straight into the heart of the hair mass. From a moment he'd discovered this Tier-1 entity hiding here to rescuing Shengnan and returning, less than 20 minutes had passed. Yet in that time, the hair cluster had swelled from roughly 2 meters in diameter to 3. The stench of decay had grown overpowering. Now, crouched beside the tank, Shen Ge felt like he'd been buried alive with 100 diseased pigs. Ugh, ugh. He was grateful he hadn't eaten anything since lunch. Otherwise, he'd be vomiting right now. Whoosh! The moment the Molotov hit, a third of the hair mass instantly burned away, the entire cluster visibly shrinking. But the office alcohol wasn't high-proof or specialized, and since the hair had been soaked in water, it resisted burning. Gritting his teeth against the putrid smell, Shen Ge lit the second Molotov. Silent flames engulfed what remained of the entity, now less than half its original size. As the fire from the second bottle began to wane, Shen Ge's gaze swept the area, landing on the debris net hanging from the tank's edge, used to fish out trash. Snatching it up, he scooped the now fist-sized remnant of the entity from the tank and flung it onto the burning cardboard below. Then he leapt down, using the net to sweep the flaming boxes and paper into a pyre, burying the entity in the blaze. How is this not enough to burn you to death? The hair cluster dwindled rapidly in the flames, soon reduced to a mangled, rat-sized lump of flesh tangled in long strands. Host has eliminated a Tier-5 supernatural entity, trait, immobility. Entity corpse can be sold for system points to draw equipment/items, or consumed by the system to extract its trait ability. Supernatural entity, trait, immobility. Value, 7,000 system points. Consuming the entity will extract its trait. Just one tier higher than silence, yet the price doubled. As tempting as a 70 draw spree was, Shen Ge didn't trust his turtle grandson system not to screw him with pity rewards. Better to play it safe and absorb the trait first, especially since immobility's effects intrigued him. Consume it. N. Successfully devoured a Tier-5 anomaly, trait, immobility. Extracted the trait, immobility, which will now fuse into a form more suited to the host. Host attribute panel has been updated. Shen Ge opened his attribute panel to check the effects of immobility. Immobility. When a user remains completely motionless, they can manipulate shadows to restrain targets that are also in a motionless state. The amount of mental energy consumed per second, ranging from 10% to 100%, depends on the target's tier, quantity, and distance. Maximum range, 10 meters. Seriously, wasn't this just a watered-down version of shadow imitation? Not only did it lack the ability to force targets to mimic the user's movements, but it also came with several additional restrictions. Still, Shen Ge felt the trait had its merits. While it required both parties to remain motionless, that was merely an extra activation condition. After all, staying still was something he could easily control. Moreover, if the enemy was unaware of immobility's effects and limitations, it could catch them off guard. Hell, since the enemy wouldn't know the restrictions, he could even use it to bluff. The Tier-5 Anomaly's corpse was a rat, wrapped in long strands of hair. So that's why the long-range effect only worked on women. Because Shen Ge had been cautious, maintaining a silent state when facing the Tier-5 Anomaly up close. He never found out whether the hair would have entangled him the same way it had Chang Shengnan and Xiao He. Not that he'd ever tested. He was curious, but not suicidal. Still, the system said it fused immobility into a form more suited to me. If even the fused version has these restrictions, then the original Tier-5 Anomaly's trait must have had its own limitations too. As he mused, Shen Ge used a net to smother the remaining flames, gathered the ashes, and hauled the cart downstairs. Crisis mission. Escape the Tier-5 Anomaly's lair completed. The host has successfully escaped a near-certain death scenario within a Tier-5 Anomaly's lair, displaying both wit and valor. Reward doubled, 100 system points. The moment he left the rooftop, the system notified him of the mission's completion. Earlier, when the daily tasks had refreshed, Shen Ge had only seen one in the log. Gather 7 days' worth of supplies. He'd planned to pick up some groceries after work, but now, an unexpected crisis mission had popped up. It was probably similar to the time he'd killed the Tier-4 Anomaly and escaped its lair. The mission must have triggered when he reached the rooftop. But back then, his mind had been entirely focused on how to deal with the anomaly, so he hadn't noticed. Either way, an extra 100 system point for the gacha was always welcome. While waiting for the elevator, Shen Ge received another text from Chang Shengnan. We brought the police upstairs. Are you still in the office? Police? I'm fine. Heading back now. Shen Ge pulled the cart back to the 19th floor. When the elevator doors opened, he saw Chang Shengnan and Xiao He standing there, alongside 2 police officers. Miss, you should keep workplace pranks in moderation. Look, you scared your colleagues so badly they called the police. The older officer was lecturing Xiao He. Chang Shengnan kept apologizing. When the group noticed Shen Ge stepping out of the elevator, the officers instinctively sized him up. You're still here. Shen Ge deliberately turned to Chang Shengnan. She replied, There was a small misunderstanding. Sorry for the trouble, officers. We'll be more careful in the future. Thank you for coming. No problem, it's our duty. After seeing the officers off, Xiaohe nervously asked, Shen Ge, where'd you go? We were worried something happened to you. When we ran into the police downstairs, we brought them up right away. Manager Chung was afraid you'd gotten trapped in the restroom too. From Xiaohe's explanation, Shen Ge learned that Chung Shengnan and Xiaohe hadn't actually left earlier. They'd been waiting in the lobby. Chung Shengnan, still uneasy, had then received a call from the local police station, checking if she'd found her colleague and informing her they were on their way. After a moment's thought, she told them she hadn't found Shen Ge yet. Once the police confirmed they'd arrive soon, she hung up. She then instructed Xiaohe to go along with the misunderstanding. Chung Shengnan would go to the 19th floor first, while Xiaohe, upon meeting the police, would bring them up under the pretense of resolving the prank. This way, they could both clear up the misunderstanding and test whether the restroom was truly abnormal. Chung Shengnan repeatedly drilled Xiaohe on Shen Ge's rescue method before heading upstairs alone. She then texted Shen Ge to confirm his status. Upon learning he wasn't trapped in the restroom, she rejoined Xiaohe and the officers, explaining the misunderstanding. Had she clarified things downstairs, the police likely wouldn't have come up at all. In other words, if Chung Shengnan hadn't received Shen Ge's reply, or if he'd asked for help, she would have led the police into the restroom. Shen Ge couldn't help but admire her nerve. After what had happened, she'd still dared to return to the 19th floor. Shen Ge, you didn't actually go to deal with the ghost, did you? Xiaohe eyed the cart behind him. Shen Ge shrugged. I'm no Taoist master. Old Zhang asked me to help dispose of some archived files, and since we got off early today, I figured I'd take care of it. Xiaohe was stunned. After all that, you're still working? Aren't you scared? Compared to ghosts, I fear poverty more, Shen Ge said with a laugh. Xiaohe was impressed. Leave it to Shen Ge to stay so motivated in the face of the supernatural. Still, she admitted she was too spooked and asked Chung Shengnan if they could relocate the office. I'll submit a request. The company's been looking to cut costs. They won't refuse a cheaper space. Despite her words, Chung Shengnan shot Shen Ge a skeptical look. Clearly, his excuse only worked on a more naive Xiaohe. She suspected Shen Ge had his own reasons for calmly pushing a cart around a haunted office. Not to mention, he'd known exactly how to free her and Xiaohe from their paralyzed state. It made her wonder, did he actually know how to exorcise spirits? Was there a legendary Taoist priest in his family history? Whatever the case, Shen Ge had saved her life. Since he didn't seem keen on elaborating, she wouldn't press further. Successfully devoured a Tier-5 Anomaly trait, immobility. Extracted the trait immobility, which will now fuse into a form more suited to the host. Host attribute panel has been updated. Shen Ge opened his attribute panel to check the effects of immobility. Immobility. When a user remains completely motionless, they can manipulate shadows to restrain targets that are also in a motionless state. The amount of mental energy consumed per second, ranging from 10% to 100%, depends on the target's tier, quantity, and distance. Maximum range, 10 meters. Seriously, wasn't this just a watered-down version of shadow imitation? Not only did it lack the ability to force targets to mimic the user's movements, but it also came with several additional restrictions. Still, Shen Ge felt the trait had its merits. While it required both parties to remain motionless, that was merely an extra activation condition. After all, staying still was something he could easily control. Moreover, if the enemy was unaware of immobility's effects and limitations, it could catch them off guard. Hell, since the enemy wouldn't know the restrictions, he could even use it to bluff. The Tier-5 Anomaly's corpse was a rat, wrapped in long strands of hair. So that's why the long-range effect only worked on women. Because Shen Ge had been cautious, maintaining a silent state when facing the Tier-5 Anomaly up close. He never found out whether the hair would have entangled him the same way it had Chung Shengnan and Xiaohe. Not that he'd ever tested. He was curious, but not suicidal. Still, The system said it fused immobility into a form more suited to me. If even the fused version has these restrictions, then the original Tier 5 Anomaly's trait must have had its own limitations too. As he mused, Shen Ge used a net to smother the remaining flames, gathered the ashes, and hauled the cart downstairs. Crisis mission. Escape the Tier 5 Anomaly's lair completed. The host has successfully escaped a near-certain death scenario within a Tier 5 Anomaly's lair, displaying both wit and valor. Reward doubled, 100 system points. The moment he left the rooftop, the system notified him of the mission's completion. Earlier, when the daily tasks had refreshed, Shen Ge had only seen one in the log. Gather 7 days' worth of supplies. He'd planned to pick up some groceries after work, but now, an unexpected crisis mission had popped up. It was probably similar to the time he'd killed the Tier-4 Anomaly and escaped its lair. The mission must have triggered when he reached the rooftop. But back then, his mind had been entirely focused on how to deal with the anomaly, so he hadn't noticed. Either way, an extra 100 system points for the gacha was always welcome. While waiting for the elevator, Shen Ge received another text from Cheng Shengnan. We brought the police upstairs. Are you still in the office? Police? I'm fine. Heading back now. Shen Ge pulled the cart back to the 19th floor. When the elevator doors opened, he saw Cheng Shengnan and Xiao He standing there, alongside 2 police officers. Miss, you should keep workplace pranks in moderation. Look, you scared your colleagues so badly they called the police. The older officer was lecturing Xiao He. Cheng Shengnan kept apologizing. When the group noticed Shen Ge stepping out of the elevator, the officers instinctively sized him up. You're still here. Shen Ge deliberately turned to Cheng Shengnan. She replied, there was a small misunderstanding. Sorry for the trouble, officers. We'll be more careful in the future. Thank you for coming. No problem, it's our duty. After seeing the officers off, Xiao He nervously asked, Shen Ge, where'd you go? We were worried something happened to you. When we ran into the police downstairs, we brought them up right away. Manager Cheng was afraid you'd gotten trapped in the restroom too. From Xiao He's explanation, Shen Ge learned that Cheng Shengnan and Xiao He hadn't actually left earlier. They'd been waiting in the lobby. Cheng Shengnan, still uneasy, had then received a call from the local police station, checking if she'd found her colleague and informing her they were on their way. After a moment's thought, she told them she hadn't found Shen Ge yet. Once the police confirmed they'd arrive soon, she hung up. She then instructed Xiao He to go along with the misunderstanding. Cheng Shengnan would go to the 19th floor first, while Xiao He, upon meeting the police, would bring them up under the pretense of resolving the prank. This way, they could both clear up the misunderstanding and test whether the restroom was truly abnormal. Cheng Shengnan repeatedly drilled Xiao He on Shen Ge's rescue method before heading upstairs alone. She then texted Shen Ge to confirm his status. Upon learning he wasn't trapped in the restroom, she rejoined Xiao He and the officers, explaining the misunderstanding. Had she clarified things downstairs, the police likely wouldn't have come up at all. In other words, if Cheng Shengnan hadn't received Shen Ge's reply, or if he'd asked for help, she would have led the police into the restroom. Shen Ge couldn't help but admire her nerve. After what had happened, she'd still dared to return to the 19th floor. Shen Ge, you didn't actually go to deal with the ghost, did you? Xiao He had the cart behind him. Shen Ge shrugged. I'm no Taoist master. Old Zhang asked me to help dispose of some archived files, and since we got off early today, I figured I'd take care of it. Xiao He was stunned. After all that, you're still working? Aren't you scared? Compared to ghosts, I fear poverty more, Shen Ge said with a laugh. Xiao He was impressed. Leave it to Shen Ge to stay so motivated in the face of the supernatural. Still, she admitted she was too spooked and asked Cheng Shengnan if they could relocate the office. I'll submit a request. The company's been looking to cut costs. They won't refuse a cheaper space. Despite her words, Cheng Shengnan shot Shen Ge a skeptical look. Clearly, his excuse only worked on the more naive Xiao He. She suspected Shen Ge had his own reasons for calmly pushing a cart around a haunted office. Not to mention, he'd known exactly how to free her and Xiao He from their paralyzed state. It made her wonder, did he actually know how to exorcise spirits? Was there a legendary Taoist priest in his family history? Whatever the case, Shen Ge had saved her life. Since he didn't seem keen on elaborating, she wouldn't press further. Shen Ge didn't dwell on the topic of the haunted restroom, nor did he bother explaining his odd behavior. Even if Shengnan and Xiao he spread rumors about his strange actions, it would all hinge on whether people actually believed in ghost walls in the first place. This was the 21st century. Even Taoist priests were busy selling glutinous rice stir-fry these days. Supernatural tales like ghost walls were nothing more than internet folklore, good for idle chatter over tea. Ghosts. A quick glance at one's bank balance was scarier. Take funeral parlors, for example. Jobs people once avoided like the plague now offered $500 a day, with applicants scrambling to get in and needing connections just to land an interview. Bump that to $1,000 a day, and forget fear, workers would be shaking their clients awake from midnight small talk. At $5,000 a day, they'd be twerking with corpses during the witching hour. Shen Ge had learned early on that there was only one kind of ghost that truly haunted people: the ghost of poverty. If the system hadn't stopped him yesterday, he'd have marched straight into Tom's Mall. If not to tango with the Tier-4 Anomaly, then at least to milk the brave the Tier-4 lair mission dry. After leaving work, Shen Ge hit a nearby convenience store, grabbing a box of instant noodles, assorted flavors, some Thunderbolt soda knockoffs, and other essentials to complete his daily mission before heading home. Host's courage and wit know no bounds. Venturing alone into the Eastern District, home to a Tier-4 Anomaly, and returning unscathed after securing a week's supplies. Reward: double system points, X100, plus random F-grade supply item X1. Claim rewards now. No. Given the dazzling white flash that accompanied every reward extraction, Shen Ge would need a career change to stage magician if he wanted to explain it away. As he entered his apartment complex, he looked around for Old Wang, the usual patrol guard. Instead, he spotted Zhang Wei, the new hire. Shen Ge waved. "You're on patrol today?" "Yeah, weirdly enough. Old Wang was supposed to cover this week, but he called in sick." "Sick? Surprising, right? Dude's the department's model employee, 5 years without a single sick day." Even the captain was shocked. Shen Ge frowned. Could Old Wang's sudden absence be tied to his future identity as a Tier-4 Anomaly? Today's office anomaly, immobility, had also been a future Tier-4 entity, yet here it was manifesting early as a Tier-1. If the same logic applied to Old Wang. 3 heads, 6 arms. Is he turning into Neza or something? Shen Ge mused. Forget extra limbs. Just sprouting 1 additional head would land the man in a government lab by sunrise. Should I check on him? The thought gave Shen Ge pause. Old Wang was a living person, not some stray cat or rat he could off without consequences. In a city plastered with surveillance cameras and ever-advancing forensic tech, murders rarely lasted 24 hours before getting invited for police station tea. The ultra-wealthy, of course, play by different rules. As for having the system devour the corpse, Shen Ge smacked his own forehead, cutting off that line of thinking. He exhaled sharply, suddenly understanding those movie villains who sacrificed everything for power. The allure of strength was dangerously seductive. It reminded him of a trending online poll. What would you do if you gained Superman's powers? The top voted answer. Day 1. I'll be a hero, protecting world peace. Day 2. I am Homelander. Day 3. I don't eat beef. Losing oneself to power was a terrifying prospect. Through casual chatter with Zhang Wei, Shen Ge tried fishing for details about Old Wang's recent health. But according to Zhang, aside from today's absence, nothing seemed amiss. Back home, Shen Ge stored his groceries beside 3 other boxes of instant noodles and several jugs of water, silently begging the system not to turn him into a doomsday prepper. System, claim rewards. Drawing reward. Success. Obtained. Internal injury healing pills, X3, F grade. A small vial labeled Yunnan Bai Yao materialized on the coffee table in a flash of light. Inside were 3 reddish pills. Internal injury healing pills. F grade rapidly heals non-fatal internal injuries. Effective against most moderate trauma. Healing time, 10 seconds. Pair these with the wound patches, and I've got full coverage. Still, he wished he'd drawn something like mental apples to restore his dwindling sanity points. With immobility draining his reserves so fast, he was practically a count-in-seconds man now. After a moment's thought, Shen Ge dumped his 3% free attribute points into Spirit. An extra 3 seconds of trait usage outweighed marginal gains in strength or agility for now. System, gotcha roll. With his daily mission done, his points had topped 100 again. After today's encounter with immobility, Shen Ge was painfully aware of humanity's fragility against anomalies. If he didn't grow stronger while these things were still weak, he'd be cannon fodder later. Training took time. For instant power-ups, only the gotcha would do. Spend 100 system points for a roll. Though he only had one attempt this time, Shen Ge refused to skip the ritual. He fired up his computer, cued God of Gamblers' entrance theme, and roll. Drawing prize. Ding. Congratulations. Obtained. Free attribute points, 3%. Not the dreaded 1% minimum, but hardly exciting either. Apparently, God of Gamblers wasn't as lucky as good fortune comes. Shen Ge tossed the new points in his Spirit and pulled up his stats. Shen Ge. Rating, none. Base attributes. Strength, 90%. Agility, 81%. Constitution, 73%. Spirit, 165%. Traits, silence. Enter a noiseless state. Cost 0.5% spirit/section. Stackable with other traits. Immobility. While motionless, manipulate shadows to restrain stationary targets. Max range, 10m. Spirit cost varies by target tier/quantity/distance. 10%-100%/SEC. Skills none. System points 11. Free points 0%. T-Sich, Shen Ge eyed his cleaver, wound patches, and pill bottle on the table. The latter too could be pocketed, but the cleaver? No. Inventory system? System, you're embarrassingly low tier. Host must improve rating to unlock advanced functions. Still rating 0. Shen Ge's brow furrowed. 2 high-tier traits, yet no rating bump? That made no sense. System, reevaluate my rating. Assessing host status. Result, rating 0. I've got a tier 4 and tier 5 trait. Still rating 0. Assessment confirmed. Traits don't count toward rating. All combat effective factors are considered. Base stats, traits, equipment, carried items, etc. Then why no upgrade? Assessment confirmed. System, sing me a J Cho song, Shen Ge grumbled. If traits factored into combat power, his tier 4 and 5 abilities should have easily pushed him past rating 1. But the system, lacking true sentience, couldn't clarify. Maybe my base stats are still below par. A glance at his phone showed it wasn't even 8 p.m. yet. Time to train. He'd grind those stats to baseline if it killed him. After a quick noodle dinner, Shen Ge started jogging around the complex. 2 laps in, he remembered. Old Wang's place was nearby. Still uneasy about the guard situation, he detoured to Wang's apartment and knocked. The door opened to reveal Auntie Li, Wang's wife, whom Shen Ge had met during neighborhood walks. Oh, Xiao Shun. She blinked in surprise. Shen Ge handed her a bag of apples, purchased en route. Heard Uncle Wang was sick. Came to check on him. Auntie Li's confusion deepened. Sick? He said the company organized a trip. He's off traveling for a few days. Huh? Traveling? A vacation? Our rundown neighborhood had a huge fight between the homeowners and the property management over fees just 2 years ago. There's no way the management would have the budget to send the security team on a trip. Hearing this, Shen Ge immediately found old Wang's excuse flimsy. Could it be that he really got taken away for dissection after mutating? Is that so? Maybe I misheard. Auntie Li, I'll head off then. Shen Ge said apologetically. No worries, no worries. It's sweet of you to care about old Wang. Here, take this apple back, Auntie Li replied warmly, offering the apple back to him. Keep it. Consider thanks for Uncle Wong's oranges. They were really sweet. Shen Ge waved with a smile as he headed downstairs. Well, thank you then. No problem. Annie, you can go back inside. Once he stepped out of the stairwell, Shen Ge frowned. Something about old Wong's sudden disappearance felt off, but clearly, it wasn't something he could control. He jogged around the vicinity of old Wong's neighborhood for a while, but with no warnings from the system, he eventually returned to his usual running route. By the time he dragged himself home, gasping for breath, it was almost 10 p.m. His stamina had inched up from 73% to 75%. Shen Ge had originally planned to work on his designs, but his mind was too preoccupied with thoughts of the supernatural. Instead, he scoured the internet, searching for any news related to eerie phenomena. Before he knew it, midnight arrived. Congratulations, host. You've survived another day in this world overrun by the supernatural. Reward: 1% freely distributable attribute point, 10 system points. Shen Ge allocated the 1% point to his mental stats, then opened the log to review it before checking today's daily mission. January 5th, 2028. The organization commended you for the intelligence you provided and granted you a 3-day break to recuperate. You've begun training through the system's mission function and took the opportunity to test the silent ability. In this apocalyptic world where the supernatural runs rampant, a strong body is your greatest asset. By 12 p.m. tomorrow, complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Reward: base attributes, 50 system points. Nothing stood out in the log, but the daily mission surprised him. Instead of resource gathering, it was a physical training task. Even without the mission, Shen Ge had been exercising daily. After washing up, he headed to bed and woke up early the next morning. The first 3 exercises seemed simple, but they nearly killed him. Including rest breaks, it took him almost 2 hours to struggle through them. That left the 10-kilometer run. By the time he left home, his legs were trembling. Since his apartment was less than 10 kilometers from the office, he mapped out a detour to hit the required distance. Shen Ge, who had rarely been late in years, ended up arriving almost 2 hours late. A colleague even called to ask if he was taking the day off. He made up an excuse about stomach issues and took a 2-hour leave. When he finally staggered into the office, pale and leaning against the wall for support, his coworkers genuinely believed he'd been wrecked by food poisoning. Yet here he was, still dragging himself to work. What a workhorse. In this apocalyptic world where the supernatural runs rampant, a strong body is your greatest asset. You have successfully completed today's training. Reward: strength plus 1%, agility plus 1%, constitution plus 3%, 50 system points. As Shen Ge slumped into his chair, the system notification chimed in his mind. You're in this state and still didn't just take the day off to rest. Old Zhao, the colleague sitting next to him, asked with concern. Can't. The proposal isn't done yet, and all the files are on the computer. If I don't do it now, I'll just have to work overtime later, Shen Ge sighed. Fair point. But that's what happens when you're the star performer. Look at me. 1 project a month, so laid back I could do it in my sleep. Envious. Old Zhao mused. Want to trade? Shen Ge asked. Old Zhao immediately waved his hands. No, no, no. You're young and resilient. I probably dropped dead from exhaustion. Oh, by the way, that call earlier was because Manager Chung asked me to check on you. She's pretty concerned, huh? If you had 3 proposals in your hands, she'd be concerned about you too. Not in the mood for old Zhao's teasing, Shen Ge turned to his computer and focused on revising the drafts. Shen Ge, come to my office. The proposal for client Shen still needs adjustments. Chung Xingnan's office door opened as she called out to him. Shen Ge grabbed the folder and stood up. Old Zhao raised an eyebrow. Really just going to revise the proposal? Want me to revise your fate while I'm at it? Like, say, adding 3 more projects to your workload this month. Shen Ge deadpanned. Old Zhao immediately surrendered. Bro, you're the boss. My bad. When Shen Ge entered Chung Xingnan's office, she gestured to the seat across from her desk. Are you feeling all right? Yeah, probably just ate something bad yesterday. I noticed Xiao, he isn't in today. Shen Ge asked. Chung Shengmin nodded. I think yesterday's incident still has her spooked. She called this morning to ask for a few days off. From the sound of it, unless the company relocates, she probably won't be back. I've already submitted a request to upper management about moving. What about you? Shen Ge studied Chung Shengnan, who seemed as composed and work-focused as ever, and couldn't help but ask. Chung Shengnan fell silent for a moment before replying calmly, haven't dared take a single sip of water since. Shen Ge froze, his expression turning odd. Chung Shengnan sighed. Go ahead and laugh. With a straight face, she slid 3 folders toward him. These are the latest revision requests for clients Chun, Zhao, and Luo. I need you to work overtime and finish them today. Shen Ge's eyes widened. Today? Even 3 days of overtime wouldn't be enough for this. Hey, our company prides itself on fairness. No abusing power for personal vendettas. Still typing away, Chung Shengnan said coolly, next week then. I knew it. With a brilliant, considerate manager like you leading our branch, we're destined to soar past the headquarters in no time. Flattery doesn't suit you. Chung Shengnan cut him off. Oh, leave Luo's proposal here. I handled his last villa project, so I know his preferences. I'll take care of it. The commission's yours, as thanks for yesterday. Huh, one isn't enough. Wasn't client Zhao originally your account too? Shen Ge shamelessly pushed a second folder toward her. You, Chung Shengnan's eye twitched. Shen Ge looked at her expectantly. She exhaled. Fine, leave it. Thanks, Manager Chung. Dinner's on me. Any restaurant in Rome City, your pick. Shen Ge grabbed only the folder for client Chen's revisions and stood to leave. Shen Ge, Chung Shengnan called out just as he reached the door. Shen Ge paused. Decided already? What was that thing yesterday? Chung Shengnan finally gave in to her curiosity and voiced the question weighing on her mind. Shen Ge turned back. Ever heard of the world's top 10 unsolved mysteries? Yes. Her expression grew serious. It's unrelated to that, but also not entirely different, Shen Ge said earnestly. Just remember, from now on, things like this will only become more frequent. If you encounter something beyond your understanding, get away immediately and call the police. This isn't something ordinary people can handle. Are you ordinary? Of course. Then, yesterday, just luck. With a faint smile, Shen Ge walked out and closed the door behind him. Left alone, Chung Shengnan's expression darkened as she mulled over his words. At the same time, Shen Ge's identity grew even more enigmatic in her mind. Could he actually be some kind of hidden master? Shen Ge, meanwhile, had no idea Chung Shengnan was now associating him with reclusive experts. The real reason he'd asked her to handle 2 proposals wasn't just about the commission. Ever since the system awakened, his mind had been too occupied with its functions and the supernatural to focus on work. As he buried himself in his tasks, he noticed 3 people passing by the transparent glass walls of the office, heading toward the restroom. Leading the way was a tall woman, even taller than Chung Shengnan, wearing oversized sunglasses that obscured half her face. Behind her were 2 men, both over 6 feet tall and built like bodyguards. Their broad frames looked like they could give Stallone a run for his money. A few minutes later, the trio returned to the office entrance. After exchanging a few words with the 2 men, the woman sent them off toward the elevators and walked into the office alone. Since Shen Ge's workstation was closest to the door, he swiveled his chair to face her. Hello, can I help you? The woman checked her phone, removed her sunglasses to reveal striking features, then tapped a few times on her screen before looking at him. You're the one. Mr. Shen, do you have a moment to talk? Shen Ge led the woman to the meeting room, poured her a glass of water, and sat down across from her. You know me? I'm pretty sure this is our first meeting. The woman took out an ID card and slid it across the table toward him. Asterisk, hello, I'm Deng Yuqi, head of Rome City's Special Operations Division, Officer ID 7. Special Operations Division? Curious, Shen Ge picked up the ID for a closer look. The woman's photo showed her in a police uniform, looking impressively sharp, but what really caught his attention were the details on the card. Special Incident Management and Security Countermeasures Division. Officer ID 7. Rome City Branch Head, Deng Yuqi. Deng Yuqi explained. Simply put, we handle unusual incidents that regular police aren't equipped to deal with in daily life. Some jokingly call us the Miscellaneous Affairs Department. So your department's first rule is there are no ghosts in this world? Shen Ge asked with a strange expression. Deng Yuqi chuckled. You've seen that movie too? I actually wanted to establish that rule, but the entire team vetoed it. Seems like your department has more sensible people than I expected. Truthfully, Shen Ge's mind was already racing the moment he saw Deng Yuqi's ID. Even though the system logs had hinted that supernatural phenomena had long existed and that there were organizations dealing with them, he hadn't expected them to track him down so quickly. Why is she here? Investigation? Recruitment? Or something else? Shen Ge tried to recall whether anyone besides Cheng Shengnan and Xiao he had witnessed him dealing with the supernatural yesterday. What exactly was the Special Operations Division's purpose in coming here? He wasn't keen on drawing attention from such an organization. Even setting aside the system, his past was full of complicated matters that wouldn't hold up under scrutiny, unless he wanted to spend the rest of his life enjoying government-provided meals. The kind served behind iron bars. Shen Ge pondered how to shake off this woman, preferably in a way that made her never want to see or remember him again. Deng Yuqi spoke up. I mean no harm, Mr. Shun. No need to be nervous. I'm here simply to ask, have you encountered anything unusual recently? Does running into a ghostly labyrinth count? Shen Ge cut straight to the point. It does. Oh, well, yesterday my colleague got trapped in one. When I realized what was happening, I lit some alcohol and scrap paper on fire. Shen Ge summarized the event succinctly. Could you describe the process in more detail? Deng Yuqi asked. As she spoke, she unlocked her phone and tapped a few times, pulling up a video, footage of Shen Ge handling the supernatural entity on the rooftop. The clip showed him pushing a cart to the water tank, burning the hair, then fishing it out to incinerate it completely. The angle suggested it was filmed from a drone behind him. When he used a stick to poke at the fire and the system absorbed the rat corpse, his body conveniently blocked the moment the body vanished. This is... Shen Ge frowned at the screen. Deng Yuqi explained, Yesterday at 6 p.m., a video blogger shared this clip on a short video platform. It quickly gained traction and trended. But once we noticed, we took immediate action and tracked down the blogger. He claimed he was testing a drone when he accidentally captured this. This is exactly why drones should be banned in urban areas, Shen Ge said gravely. Deng Yuqi nodded in agreement. Exactly. If bizarre incidents like this became public knowledge, it would only cause unnecessary panic. No, I mean, filming stuff like this is one thing, but imagine if some poor soul was taking a shower. Now, that'd be a real tragedy. Seeing Deng Yuqi's slightly disturbed expression, Shen Ge knew he was on the right track. Making a woman fall in love at first sight might be hard, but making her dislike you? Easy, Deng Yuqi remarked. You don't seem particularly fazed by such abnormal events, Mr. Shun. Your methods were quite professional. Have you dealt with this before? Seen plenty in movies, but this was my first time in real life, Shen Ge answered honestly. Deng Yuqi raised an eyebrow. Movies? Mr. Vampire, the Eternal Evil, Keeper of Darkness. Shen Ge rummaged his pocket and pulled out a pack of chocolate. That's why I always carry chocolate. I'm also planning to buy a Furious Dawn Rooster as a pet tomorrow. Oh, and I wanted to get some firecrackers, though they're probably hard to come by domestically. Maybe I can order some from Korea. They're trying to get them added to their cultural heritage list anyway. Deng Yuqi felt her brain short-circuiting. This wasn't her first time dealing with people who'd encountered the supernatural. Most reacted with curiosity, shock, or fear. Some even tried to cover it up or flee. But someone like Shen Ge, who openly admitted it and seemed to be cracking jokes, unprecedented. To put it simply, he seems a bit unhinged. Aren't you afraid? Deng Yuqi asked curiously. Shen Ge straightened up. A true man stands firm between heaven and earth, sworn to uphold justice and protect the weak. How could mere evil spirits overcome the indomitable power of righteousness? Okay, Mr. Shun, Let's just focus on the details of yesterday's incident. Deng Yuqi finally realized Shen Ge was deliberately derailing the conversation. She didn't know his motives, but if this kept up, she'd be here all day without learning anything useful. Since she pressed, Shen Ge recounted the events of yesterday, omitting the system and his traits, and explained his thought process in handling the supernatural entity. I see. It's impressive how calmly you handled such an unbelievable situation on your first encounter, Deng Yuqi praised. Shen Ge waved a hand modestly. No big deal, no big deal. All thanks to Uncle Ying's teachings. Watch enough movies, and you'll learn too. Deng Yuqi felt her brain cells withering. Shen Ge leaned in earnestly. So, does this mean I passed the test? Can I get certified and start working as a righteous defender of justice tomorrow? Mr. Shen, I think there's a misunderstanding. Our agents undergo rigorous screening and training. However, for your actions, you'll receive a cash reward, around 20,000 yuan. Shen Ge's eyes lit up. 20,000? That much? Almost a whole week's salary for me. Nice, nice. Deng Yuqi's expression froze. When can I get the money? Shen Ge pressed. After I speak with the other witness in this incident, I'll submit your information for processing. The funds should be deposited within a week. Want me to take you to our manager? Shen Ge offered eagerly. No need. Just point me in the right direction. As Deng Yuqi stepped out, she spotted a woman who screamed corporate executive standing outside the manager's office. Cheng Shangnan had noticed Deng Yuqi the moment she entered the office area, but assumed she was a client or acquaintance of Shen Ge's after seeing him lead her to the meeting room. Now, watching Shen Ge guide the woman toward her, she was puzzled. Hello, Ms. Cheng. Do you have a moment? Though confused, Cheng Shengnan invited her into the office. As the door closed behind them, Shen Ge's brow furrowed. He'd hoped to fish for information about the Special Operations Division by playing the fool, but Deng Yuqi had been tight-lipped. She hadn't even acknowledged the existence of ghosts or supernatural entities, steering the conversation solely toward yesterday's events. Now, Shen Ge couldn't help but wonder, was that vacationing security guard actually taken away by this very department? Which means they have a way to identify supernatural entities? 20 minutes later, Shen Ge was also invited into the office. Deng Yuqi addressed the two of them. The world is vast and full of wonders. Even with the rapid advancement of technology, there are still hundreds of unsolved mysteries worldwide. What you encountered yesterday was just an isolated incident. My colleagues and I have already inspected the entire building, and I'm confident such an event won't happen again. As you know, if isolated incidents like this are exploited by those with ulterior motives, they could lead to serious consequences. Take those tragic events from years ago, for example. They were painful lessons for both the nation and its people. To prevent such incidents from occurring, we hope you can keep this matter confidential. As a token of gratitude, the state will reward you. Deng Yuqi also emphasized that while they would receive commendations, if Shen Ge or Cheng Shen deliberately leaked details of the incident to gain online attention or traffic, thereby causing social panic, the Special Response Department reserved the right to prosecute and detain them. She then handed each of them a business card. This is my contact number. If either of you encounters a similar incident in the future, please call me or the Special Response Department immediately. Let us handle these situations. Don't take unnecessary risks. Sounds less like an isolated incident and more like an ongoing issue, Shen Ge remarked casually, glancing at the card. Deng Yuqi seriously considered snatching the card back from him. If not for work obligations, she'd prefer never to see this man again. Conversing with him was pure torture. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Should you uncover any further related clues, feel free to contact the Special Response Department at any time. Deng Yuqi stood and walked toward the door. Before she could reach it, a phone rang. Turning back, she saw Shen Ge holding up his phone with a grin. Oh, I was just testing if the number works. Not that I'd rely on calling for backup in a crisis, but it'd be a real pain if the phone didn't work during a supernatural event. Officer Deng, maybe invest in a phone with better signal. Goodbye. No, good riddance. Without looking back, Deng Yuqi left the office area. Shen Ge stood at the door of the manager's office, watching her enter the elevator lobby, then turned to Chung Shun beside him. Well, Watson, what do you make of it? Before she came, I also thought it was just an isolated incident. But the fact that our country has an entire department dedicated to handling these kinds of events suggests otherwise. By the way, that line of yours never appeared in a single episode of Detective D, Chung Shungnan replied flatly. Though Shen Ge already knew about the existence of the supernatural through his system, as Chung Shungnan pointed out, the fact that a specialized government department had been established meant the situation was worse than he'd imagined. Clearly, the apocalypse 3 years from now wasn't starting from zero. Perhaps ghosts, urban legends, and other supernatural phenomena had already been around for a while, just suppressed until now, when they'd finally begun to erupt. So, are we still moving offices? Shen Ge asked. Chung Xingnan's eye twitched. Why are your priorities always so bizarre? Shouldn't you be more concerned about the unknown dangers lurking around? Cross the bridge when you come to it. If the sky falls, there'll always be taller people to hold it up. Since neither of us can stop these things from happening, might as well stay calm. That way, if we encounter them again, we can handle them rationally, Shen Ge said with a smile. Chung Shengnan admitted she wasn't as composed as Shen Ge. If anything, Deng Yuqi and the Special Response Department's appearance had only made her more uneasy about yesterday's events. Back at his desk, Shen Ge had just sat down when old Zhao sidled over. Hey, who was that beauty earlier? A friend? Or a client? A potential client? Did you get her number? Hook me up with her WeChat. You didn't ask for it when she was here, and now you want me to hand it over? Come on, leaking client info is a surefire way to get reported, Shen Ge said, exasperated. Ugh, what a shame. Missed my chance to meet a stunner. Shen Ge half listened to old Zhao's chatter while working and scrolling through short videos on his phone, checking if any footage of yesterday's incident had slipped through the cracks. Ding! A notification popped up. Dear Alibaba user, your discount coupon has arrived. Choose Alibaba for safe, affordable rides. No-show pickups guaranteed up to 15 yen compensation. Click asterisk 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 reply or to unsubscribe. A ride-hailing coupon? The subway station was only a few hundred meters from the office. Unless he was running late, Shen Ge usually took the train. But since he'd already finished his daily errands, no need to hit the supermarket, and the morning's 10-kilometer run had drained him, he decided to use the coupon for a ride home. At the end of the workday, Shen Ge stepped out of the building and opened the Alibaba app to book a car. Only 2 yen after the coupon, and it's a premium ride? Not bad. After confirming the ride, he went back to scrolling. 2 minutes later, another notification appeared. Hello, your premium ride has arrived. Shen Ge checked the app. The car was parked on the right side of the road. Looking up, he spotted a black Hongqi sedan. He opened the rear door and slid inside. The driver started the car without a word, and the navigation display lit up with a robotic voice. Starting navigation now. The driver, a middle-aged man, remained expressionless as he drove. Something felt off. Standard ride-hailing drivers were trained to confirm the passenger's phone number upon pickup. Yet this man hadn't uttered a single word. Hey, sir, Chengdu Avenue's going to be packed this hour. How about we detour around Urshan Bridge? Shen Ge tried to strike up a conversation. The driver stayed silent. Sir, you're speeding. Shen Ge glanced at the dashboard. The needle was creeping toward 100 kilometers per hour. Outside, the usually congested evening roads were eerily empty, allowing the driver to accelerate unchecked. 120 kilometers per hour in the city? What? Did you train on Mount Akina? Shen Ge braced himself against the seat, feet planted firmly. Then, in a blink, the driver's head vanished, replaced by a featureless wooden mannequin, before reverting to the cold-faced middle-aged man. The car kept accelerating. At this speed, any collision would be fatal. A supernatural entity? But the system hadn't issued any warnings at such close proximity. Shen Ge frowned. Unless this entity doesn't exist 4 years from now, would that mean the system wouldn't detect it? He peered through the windshield. The road ahead was completely deserted. If the driver didn't swerve, the car would remain on course, safe for now, but this couldn't go on indefinitely. Though several emergency plans flashed through his mind, executing any of them would be tricky under these circumstances. After a brief deliberation, Shen Ge decided to call on the professionals, both to test their ability to detect and handle supernatural threats and to see if they could actually help. Keeping one eye on the driver, ready to use immobility if necessary, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected almost immediately. "Hello, Officer Deng? I think I've run into another ghost." This supernatural incident had struck too suddenly. Combined with the low frequency of such events, the Special Tactics Division had mostly operated in a perpetual standby mode. Their downtown branch wasn't even equipped with helicopters, though Deng Yuqi had already requested helicopter support from the Quanlong Mountain Base. Shen Ge's situation was deteriorating too rapidly. She couldn't afford to wait. With no scooter to commandeer, Deng Yuqi resorted to grabbing a shared bike, cutting through alleys as she raced towards Shen Ge's company, leaving bystanders stunned. Whoa, is that woman an extreme sports enthusiast? Who rides a shared bike like that? Holy crap, she's like Jackie Chan. She's flying? Damn, that Passat owner's gonna be pissed. She just dented his roof. Well, she wasn't gonna jump the Audi A8 next to it, was she? Indeed, Deng Yuqi seemed possessed by Jackie Chan's stuntman spirit, turning a shared bike into an extreme sports vehicle. Blocked by a Passat and an A8 at the entrance of a pedestrian street, she opted for the cheaper car, lifting the bike's front wheel and riding straight over the Passat's roof, nearly giving the driver inside a heart attack as he almost swallowed his cigarette. While Deng Yuqi was pulling off her bike stunts, Shen Ge was engaged in his own high-speed antics. After multiple attempts, he confirmed that the driver was as unresponsive as a wooden puppet. Even slapping the man's face with his shoe elicited no reaction. Shen Ge squeezed into the driver's area, trying to kick the man's foot off the accelerator. But the driver's body was immovable like a block of wood. Most cars were equipped with BOS, brake override system, allowing the driver to stop the car by hitting the brakes even if the accelerator was floored. But at speeds over 100 kilometers per hour, slamming the brakes in a lower-end vehicle could send it into a deadly spin. Just as Shen Ge's foot hovered over the brake pedal, the driver's eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie black light. Crack! Crack! The driver's head slowly turned to the right, each movement accompanied by the sickening sound of snapping bones. Fortunately, Shen Ge had been monitoring the driver the entire time. Seizing the 1-second pause in the movement, he activated his ability, immobility. His shadow seemed to come alive, slithering forward and enveloping the driver like a living shroud. At that moment, Shen Ge noticed something strange. The previously night-like streets warped the instant he activated immobility. Darkness and twilight flickered, as if two different worlds had overlapped. For a brief moment, Shen Ge thought he saw other vehicles on the road ahead, but they vanished just as quickly. Given the current time, the real world should indeed be in twilight. A spatial collision? Shen Ge recalled how the supernatural entity immobility had dragged Chang Xingnan into an anomalous space yesterday, rendering her invisible. Now, by using immobility on the driver, who was himself a supernatural entity with his own anomalous space, the two spaces had collided, causing the distortion. However, Shen Ge's mental energy was draining at a rate of 10% per second. With 166% reserves, he could sustain immobility for only 16 seconds at most. He was torn between deactivating the ability to observe the driver's next move or maintaining it until his energy depleted, potentially pulling himself out of the driver's anomalous space. Suddenly, the roar of an engine erupted from the left side of the road, followed by the blinding glare of high beams from behind. "Mr. Shen, I've entered the anomalous space with a rescue vehicle. Stay calm and refrain from reckless actions. I'll get you out." Deng Yuqi's voice came through the phone. A few minutes earlier, Deng Yuqi had used her expert driving skills to cut through the pedestrian street and reach Shen Ge's company, rendezvousing with Team 2. But based on Shen Ge's description, they found no trace of the suspicious black car on the right side of the street outside the company. Without locating the source, They couldn't dismantle the anomalous space. Despite the urgency, the Special Tactics Division could only resort to a basic grid search. Just as they were running out of ideas, the detection equipment suddenly picked up an energy fluctuation, a brief but unmistakable distortion from an anomalous space collision near the newsstand beside the building. Who activated a supernatural artifact? Deng Yuqi demanded over the comms. All agents denied it. Huiyu, a seasoned investigator, speculated, "Boss, could it be a collision inside the anomalous space? Did Shen Ge have a supernatural artifact too?" As the spatial distortion grew fainter, threatening to vanish entirely, Deng Yuqi didn't hesitate. She jumped into the driver's seat of the rescue vehicle, revved the engine, and charged straight into the warping, anomalous space. By sheer luck, Shen Ge's actions had caused the anomalous space to distort, and Deng Yuqi seized the opportunity to steer the Special Tactics Division's rescue vehicle straight into it. The rescue vehicle was a modified military-grade off-roader, retrofitted specifically for supernatural combat. Durability and functionality had been prioritized over speed, leaving it with a capped top velocity of 110 kilometers per hour. But in battles against the supernatural, every second counted. It was a race against death itself. Today's situation was no exception. Shen Ge's ride, a Hongqi EQM-5, could hit 130 kilometers per hour. If the rescue vehicle couldn't catch up, stopping the Phantom car would be impossible. So the division's tech team had resorted to the simplest, most brutal solution for a speed boost: nitrous injection. Even non-drivers would recognize nitrous boosts from movies like Fast and Furious or racing games. When activated, nitrous oxide floods the engine, decomposing under heat to release oxygen, forcing the engine to burn fuel faster and unleash explosive acceleration. After the tech team's modifications, the rescue vehicle could gain a 30 to 40% speed boost. But reaching top speed still took time, and the Phantom car was already racing ahead at 130 kilometers per hour, its taillights stretching into the distance. However, Deng Yuqi remembered a crucial detail Shen Ge had mentioned. The Phantom car looped back to the intersection after crossing Chenghong Road, endlessly retracing the same stretch. She eased off the accelerator, maintaining a steady pace. 2 minutes later, as predicted, twin headlights reappeared behind her. The Phantom car had reset. This time, Deng Yuqi was ready. She triggered the nitrous, and the rescue vehicle lurched forward with a roar, rapidly closing the gap. Real-world nitrous wasn't as absurdly overpowered as in movies, but the effect was still staggering. Within seconds, the armored vehicle was tailgating the Phantom car. Deng Yuqi hit a button on the steering wheel. A steel pole extended from the rescue vehicle's bumper as she barked into the comms. "Mr. Shen, I'm deploying the front anchor to latch onto the target's rear. We'll force it to stop." Shen Ge's voice crackled back, dry as ever. "Officer Deng, unless you're keen on scraping my remains off the asphalt, I'd suggest hurrying." Through the rear windshield, Deng Yuqi saw Shen Ge pressed against the back seat's right corner. While the driver's torso leaned toward him, its head rotated 180 degrees. Then, the eerily expressionless driver's jaw unhinged, stretching wide enough to swallow a human head whole. Shen Ge lunged left, yanking the driver's seatbelt and looping it around the creature's neck in a frantic chokehold. But the belt only strained taut, failing to pull the driver back. Deng Yuqi's stomach dropped. She was about to ram the Phantom car when Shen Ge suddenly reached under the seat and shoved a shoe into the gaping maw. Then, as if one wasn't enough, he jammed in a second shoe. Deng Yuqi's eye twitched. She had questions, but stopping the car took priority. Gritting her teeth, she floored the accelerator. Bang! The rescue vehicle's steel pole speared through the Phantom car's rear, its tip splaying open like mechanical tentacles to lock onto the frame. Deng Yuqi disengaged the nitrous, activating a specialized braking system to slow both vehicles. Just then, she spotted Shen Ge again, this time pouring liquid from a bottle onto the shoes crammed in the driver's mouth. Then he flicked a lighter. Whoosh! The shoes ignited, flames engulfing the driver's head. That wasn't water. It was alcohol. The fire spread unnaturally fast, as if the driver were made of kindling. Mr. Shun, Deng Yuchi hadn't expected him to improvise a flamethrower strat against the supernatural. But, bro, you're still inside the car. If given a choice, Shen Ge wouldn't have risked it. But 2 minutes earlier, his mental energy had drained completely. The moment immobility deactivated, the driver had sprung to life. The 180-degree head twist was disturbing enough, but the pale, screaming face emerging from its throat was worse. Shen Ge didn't know what would happen if that thing fully manifested, and he wasn't sticking around to find out. Now, flames licked toward the back seat. Shen Ge coughed violently as smoke filled the cabin, his eyes watering. The doors and windows were locked. Wrapping his arm in his jacket, he slammed it into the window. Meanwhile, Deng Yuchi's braking system dragged both vehicles down to 100 km/h, then 80, 60. Crash! The window shattered. Shen Ge gasped for air as fire crept toward him, frantically clearing glass shards. 40 kilometers per hour. The moment the speed hit 40, the phantom car smashed into traffic, its collision coinciding with another spatial distortion. The twilight and night sky warped again, and suddenly, the phantom car rematerialized in the real world, plowing into gridlocked vehicles. Shen Ge was thrown against the passenger seat, flames singeing his hair and clothes. But the crash finally stopped the car. He clawed through the window, hauling himself onto the roof as chaos erupted below. A burning car appearing out of thin air sent pedestrians and drivers into panic. Some vehicles swerved desperately, causing chain collisions. Others rammed onto sidewalks to escape a potential explosion. The street descended into bedlam. Deng Yuchi radioed the division for crowd control, then sprinted toward the wreck with a fire extinguisher. "You're not seriously putting that out, are you?" Shen Ge called hoarsely. Deng Yuchi hefted the canister. "This isn't for fires. It's specialized anti-supernatural gas." As soon as Deng Yuchi finished speaking, she rushed to the driver's seat of the haunted car, raised the fire extinguisher, and smashed its base against the window. The moment the glass shattered, she twisted open the extinguisher's valve and unleashed a torrent of freezing spray directly at the burning, ghostly driver inside. Standing behind her, Shen Ge immediately felt the surrounding air drop several degrees. Then, he watched as the flaming window, seats, and even the driver became encased in a layer of ice. This was the latest supernatural energy equipment developed by the Special Countermeasures Department's technical team, capable of releasing a blast of cold air far more potent than a standard dry ice fire extinguisher. Once a supernatural entity was frozen, it could be shattered. Just then, Shen Ge heard a sudden noise behind him. A nearby sedan, apparently terrified that the burning haunted car might explode and take it down too, swerved sharply in an attempt to escape. But the panicked driver mistakenly slammed the accelerator instead of the brake, ramming into the car ahead. The impact sent the front car lurching toward Deng Yuchi, who had her back turned. "Look out!" Shen Ge reacted instantly, lunging forward and tackling Deng Yuchi to the ground just in time to avoid the collision. However, his arm was grazed by the freezing spray, instantly frosting over. Meanwhile, the out-of-control car was shoved forward again by another vehicle behind it, slamming into the burning haunted car. Crack! Crack! Inside the haunted car, the driver, its lower body engulfed in flames, its upper half frozen solid, turned its head directly backward, then sharply to the right. The middle-aged woman in the out-of-control car let out a piercing scream before her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The ghostly driver's mouth gaped open once more, revealing a pale, horrifying face within its basin-sized maw. It lunged toward the unconscious woman. Deng Yuchi sprang up and charged forward, pulling on a pair of black gloves as she moved. Just as the spectral head was about to sink its teeth into the woman, she seized it by the throat. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the distance. A bullet struck the ghostly head's neck, severing it cleanly, The sniper, Huiyu, had taken position at a high vantage point overlooking Changhong Road. The moment chaos erupted, he'd located the supernatural entity through his scope. The moment the ghostly head's neck was severed, it instantly transformed into a chunk of wood. But before long, another ghastly face began to regrow inside the driver's gaping mouth. This time, however, the driver didn't get the chance to spit it out, because Shen Ge had already rushed to the driver's side with a fire extinguisher and blasted the interior with another wave of freezing gas. Deng Yuqi's original plan had been to use this supernatural energy equipment, freezing device, to immobilize the driver completely before figuring out how to destroy it for good. But Shen Ge, after half an hour of life-or-death struggle inside the car, had deduced that the driver's mouth and the ghostly face within was its weak point. The driver's entire head, including the terrifying face, was now frozen solid. But before Shen Ge could even sigh in relief, a sound like shattering glass echoed through the air. The frozen face cracked the ice and inched forward again. Shen Ge's gaze flicked to the discarded chunk of what Deng Yuqi had left on the ground. Then he remembered his first encounter with the driver. How, in a daze, he'd seen it turn entirely into wood. Your turn. Shen Ge shoved the freezing device into Deng Yuqi's arms, then vaulted onto the hood of a nearby car, leaped to the roof, and dashed across the greenbelt toward the sidewalk. He was running away? Deng Yuqi was stunned, but honestly, his escape was for the best. The fewer civilians caught up in supernatural incidents, the easier it was for the Special Countermeasures Department to operate. Only 2 or 3 minutes had passed since the haunted car emerged from the supernatural space. Yet the department's operatives had already swarmed the area, evacuating bystanders under orders. 2 agents, carrying a bulky machine, approached the haunted car and began scanning the driver's seat with a specialized device. Data transmitted. We're in a crowded urban zone. Analyze and identify the weakness ASAP. The scanner operator barked into his comms. Deng Yuqi, still maintaining the freeze on the entity, suddenly noticed the chunk of wood at her feet. Then she recalled how quickly Shen Ge had set the driver ablaze earlier. The weakness was fire. Its weakness is fire. Contact support. Get a flamethrower here now, she ordered. Just then, Shen Ge came sprinting back, clutching a basket. The 2 scanning agents immediately moved to intercept him. Sir, this area is dangerous. Evacuate immediately. Ignoring them, Shen Ge dodged past and rushed to Deng Yuqi's side, hoisting a bucket of liquor. Officer Deng, stop freezing it. Let me try something. Deng Yuqi, seeing the alcohol, instantly grasped his plan and shut off the freezing device. Mr. Shen, let me handle this. But Shen Ge had already unscrewed the cap. Crack! The ghostly face broke free again, only for Shen Ge to force the entire bucket into the driver's gaping mouth, pouring the liquor down its throat in a relentless deluge. Then, he flicked open a lighter. Snap! The ghostly face inside the driver's mouth twisted in agony. Earlier, Shen Ge's accidental fire had nearly destroyed it, only for the supernatural space to collapse and Deng Yuqi's intervention to save it. But now that both of them knew its weakness, fire would be their weapon of choice. Host demonstrates exceptional wit and courage, single-handedly slaying a Tier 2 supernatural entity. Reward: 100 system points, 1 random F-grade supply item. Extract reward now. Huh. System, your latency is kinda ridiculous. Shen Ge hadn't expected the system, silent all this time, to suddenly reactivate after killing the haunted car driver, complete with a reward for the kill. Was it because of the 4-year time discrepancy? Did the system only detect supernatural entities that would still exist 4 years later? Or did it perceive targets based on their state 4 years in the future? This Tier 2 entity, the haunted car, might not exist in 4 years, which would explain why the system hadn't detected it initially. Only after its destruction did the reward trigger. But neither the stray cat earlier nor the stationary entity, immobile, triggered kill rewards. After some thought, Shen Ge hypothesized that the system's reward mechanism had 2 modes. For entities that still exist 4 years later, Rewards come from selling their remains or absorbing their traits. For entities that don't, killing them grants system points and random supplies. Either way, rewards were rewards. With the entity eliminated, cleanup began. Deng Yuqi directed her team to assist the police in crowd control and scene lockdown before escorting Shen Ge to the Special Countermeasures Department for debriefing. Shen Ge was ushered into a room that looked suspiciously like an interrogation chamber, though the sign on the door read Discussion Room. An agent brought him a glass of water and left. After a short wait, Deng Yuqi entered with a notepad and sat across from him. Mr. Shun, according to your account, you received a ride-hailing voucher from the Baba app this afternoon. After work, you attempted to use it and were subsequently drawn into the supernatural incident. Is that correct? Deng Yuqi asked. Shen Ge nodded. I think the Baba app needs another investigation. Deng Yuqi almost nodded in agreement, until Shen Ge added. They only give out one 15 yuan voucher per month. How is that enough? Rides are expensive these days. They should give users more discounts. That's what you're concerned about? Deng Yuqi's expression stiffened. Suppressing the urge to retort, she continued the debrief. Mr. Shun, have you heard of supernatural energy equipment? Shen Ge shook his head. Deng Yuqi proceeded to explain. The fire extinguisher you used earlier to freeze the entity is one such device, the freezing module. After a brief moment of thought, Shen Ge replied, judging by the name, I'm guessing these are devices powered by supernatural entities? No wonder you packed up the entire car after evacuating the area. You're recycling the entity's remains. But which part of the entity is used to create this supernatural energy? Is it ground into some kind of special material? Or do you extract its blood or marrow as an energy source? Maybe it has a core, like a crystal or energy nucleus about the size of fingernail, that could be used as a power gem or even ingested to gain abilities. Deng Yuqi was surprised by how much Shen Ge had deduced from just the name. Her opinion of him might have risen further, if not for the latter half of his speculation. Mr. Shun, you certainly have a vivid imagination. May I ask where you picked up these ideas? She sighed. Oh, post-apocalyptic novels all follow that formula. Shen Ge answered casually. Deng Yuqi, stay calm. Stay calm. That's the tech team's domain, and frankly, I'm not privy to the details. However, yesterday I mentioned two methods to breach a supernatural space, identifying weaknesses or patterns. There's a third method I didn't bring up because I assumed you wouldn't meet the conditions. She deftly steered the conversation away from the equipment. Shen Ge raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, and what's that? Supernatural space collision, Deng Yuqi said, studying his expression closely for any reaction. Though Shen Ge had already guessed as much, he kept his face neutral. What's that? High-tier supernatural energy equipment can replicate a supernatural entity's space, but such devices are exceedingly rare. There might only be a handful worldwide. By colliding two spaces, a spatial distortion occurs, allowing external entry. It's the most brute force way to break a supernatural space. Up until now, even the Rome City branch of the Special Countermeasures Department, a unit dedicated to supernatural incidents, had only encountered 6 such events in several years. The number of entity corpses available as raw materials for equipment could be counted on one hand, and that didn't even account for R&D losses. So while saying a handful worldwide was slightly hyperbolic, it wasn't far from the truth. Considering Shen Ge had survived 2 supernatural events and even handled their equipment, Deng Yuqi saw no harm in sharing basic knowledge. More importantly, his performance had already met the department's recruitment standards. He'd likely be recruited soon. Hearing this, Shen Ge finally understood the spatial distortion he'd witnessed. Yesterday, Cheng Shengnan and Xiao he had been pulled into the immobile entity's space, rendering them invisible. When Shen Ge used immobile to restrain the haunted car's driver, he'd also dragged it into a supernatural space. But since the driver itself was an entity, it possessed its own space. A supernatural space wasn't an isolated dimension cut off from reality. It was more like a subspace, especially since signals could still penetrate it. One thing was certain. These spaces lived up to their supernatural label. Not only did they have bizarre, unpredictable effects, but their very existence as subspaces warranted extensive research. Shen Ge had accidentally triggered a supernatural space collision, creating the distortion that allowed Deng Yuqi to infiltrate the haunted car's space. His calm demeanor, however, made Deng Yuqi frown. "So how did you achieve that collision, Mr. Shen? Were you carrying supernatural energy equipment?" Shen Ge reached into his pocket. Deng Yuqi tensed, expecting him to produce a hidden device, only for him to place a lighter on the table. "Officer Deng, look at this lighter. It may seem ordinary, but in reality, it's actually—" He spoke with grave seriousness, as if presenting some revolutionary artifact. "A hairdryer? A razor?" Deng Yuqi sighed. "Mr. Shen, let's skip the movie references, shall we?" Shen Ge shrugged. "Officer Deng, from the moment I entered this building to sitting here, 3 teams of your people scanned me with 6 different devices. You probably know what color my underwear is. If I had supernatural energy equipment, wouldn't you already know?" Deng Yuqi had no rebuttal. He wasn't wrong. Under the guise of safety checks and preventing hidden supernatural contamination, the department had subjected him to every scan imaginable. Their goals were simple. Ensure he wasn't a threat. More importantly, confirm whether he was hiding any equipment. But the results were disappointing. At least, nothing their tech could detect. Watching the devices beep over him, Shen Ge had worried his system or traits might be exposed. Yet judging by the team's frustrated expressions, even his glitchy, storage-less system wasn't so easily discovered. This interaction gave Shen Ge 2 key insights. Verification. The department could indeed detect and combat supernatural entities. Awareness. They had no clue about his system. For now, the priority was leaving the department without raising suspicions. Shen Ge abruptly shifted the topic. "Officer Deng, counting yesterday, I've helped resolve 2 supernatural incidents. Shouldn't the reward be higher this time?" "Of course. Without your assistance, we might not have contained the incidents before they escalated. You've been instrumental in minimizing the damage. I'll recommend you for a Tier-1 reward, approximately 200,000 yuan. Shen Ge feigned astonishment. "Wow, jumping from 20,000 to 200,000? That's quite the leap. That's almost 1 or 2 months of my salary." Deng Yuqi barely resisted asking, "Do you want it or not?" Then Shen Ge leaned forward, dead serious. "How about this, Officer Deng? Keep the money. Just give me a truckload of those special fire extinguishers instead." Deng Yuqi's eye twitched. A single freezing module cost millions in R&D alone, not counting material losses. 200,000 yuan wouldn't even buy a scrap of entity flesh. And he wants a finished product? No, a whole truckload. Might as well rob us. After several deep breaths, she forced a polite smile. "I apologize, Mr. Shen. These are specialized combat assets. They're not for civilian distribution." "Then how about a pair of those gloves? The supernatural gauntlets are even more expensive than standard equipment. Also non-negotiable." "How expensive? 1 million? 10 million? 8 figures. Sold. Cash or card? Can I pay in installments?" Deng Yuqi barely choked out. "You're quite affluent, Mr. Shen. But these are strictly non-commercial assets. Just testing the waters. If you'd actually agreed, I'd have been too embarrassed to propose a 9 million yuan installment plan," he said solemnly. Her fists clenched. Noticing her strained expression, Shen Ge quickly added, "Don't be discouraged, Officer Deng. Real life isn't some billionaire fantasy where you swipe a card and throw around millions. But are you sure your department isn't getting overcharged? Sounds like someone's skimming profits. Officer Deng, given our rapport, can't you sell me a pair for a few million? I don't have 10, but I could scrape together half that." "Mr. Shen, thank you for your cooperation today. This way, please. I'll escort you out." Deng Yuqi stood and strode from the room without looking back. Shen Ge rested his elbows on the table, fingers interlaced over his mouth in a classic detective pondering pose. His gaze was profound. "Officer Deng, before I go, there's one last matter." She tensed. "Yes." Had they overlooked something critical in the incident? Shen Ge lifted a foot, revealing his sock, now gray from walking barefoot. Mind getting me a pair of shoes? Mine were eaten by the haunted car's driver. I've been barefoot from Changhong Road all the way here. Shen Ge followed Deng Yuqi out of the main building of the Special Response Department, SRD, just in time to see SRD personnel unloading 2 crates, one large, one small, from a cargo truck. If you remember correctly, these were the same crates used to package the anomalies earlier. Now, they were wrapped in black metal seals. But why 2? Officer Deng, are you moving the anomaly out of that truck? Is it because you're not sure whether the driver or the vehicle itself was the anomaly? Shen Ge asked. As the head of Rong City's SRD, Deng Yuqi didn't actually need to personally handle tasks like interrogating Shen Ge. The reason she took charge was that she intended to act as his sponsor, submitting his information to headquarters in an attempt to recruit him into the SRD. After all, even professionally trained SRD agents rarely remained as composed as Shen Ge when facing anomalies. This was also why, despite finding his erratic train of thought utterly exhausting, Deng Yuqi still patiently answered his questions. Correct. Typically, when dealing with anomalous incidents, we secure all related objects for testing to ensure safety. For example, the water tank on your company's rooftop. Even though you burned the anomaly to death, we still brought the tank back for analysis, Deng Yuqi replied. Any findings? Shen Ge asked. The tech division's reports usually take about a week, Deng Yuqi said. Terrible efficiency. Mr. Shen, with a mouth as poisonous as yours, it's a miracle you've survived this long, Deng Yuqi remarked dryly. Watching the SRD staff wheel away the anomaly's remains, Shen Ge felt a pang of regret. After killing the anomaly, aside from receiving the system's reward notification, he had also gotten the prompt to sell the anomaly corpse, just like before. The only difference was that since this anomaly had no unique traits, there was no devour option. A Tier 2 anomaly corpse could fetch 500 system points. After some hesitation, Shen Ge decided against performing his white flash vanishing act in front of Deng Yuqi and her team. Deng Yuqi personally escorted Shen Ge to the compound's entrance. Noticing the 2 armed guards standing watch, Shen Ge asked curiously, Officer Deng, are those real guns? Truth be told, ever since arriving at the SRD, Shen Ge had felt like a recluse who'd been holed up for too long. He hadn't expected such a heavily secured facility to exist right in the city center. If memory served, aside from military installations, even the guards outside municipal buildings weren't this heavily armed. But made sense. In an era of peace, the sudden emergence of anomalies had turned them into a global threat. SRD operatives were always on the front lines against these dangers. Given the department's sensitive nature and the need to protect its personnel, this level of security was necessary. Yes, the SRD operates under strict confidentiality. Generally, no one, not even officials from other departments, is allowed entry without an explicit invitation. So, I should feel honored. You were brought in for questioning. Shen Ge's gaze shifted to the 2 alert military dogs crouched beside the guard post. You think I could lure them away with a couple of sausages? Deng Yuqi looked at him like he was an idiot. Those are trained military dogs. You could bring a truckload of sausages, and they still wouldn't budge. Really? I don't believe you. Stay calm. Stay calm. Once outside the compound, Deng Yuqi stopped. Mr. Shen, thank you for your cooperation. If we need to follow up, we'll contact you again. And if I have new leads, can I come here to find you? If it's related to anomalies, yes. But you just said people can't just walk in. I want to hit him. Deng Yuqi had no intention of humoring Shen Ge further, but she still asked, Earlier, you mentioned interest in the SRD. Would you consider working here? The salary might not match your current job, but SRD agents receive benefits on par with elite special forces. Weekends off, Shen Ge asked. Deng Yuqi's expression turned odd. Most people would ask about insurance, housing, or other standard perks, but this guy's first concern was weekends off. She answered truthfully. Technical staff have schedules based on workload. Field agents are on 24-hour standby. Shen Ge's eyes lit up. So, does that mean when there's no work, it's basically a 7-day weekend? Well, technically, but perfect. Let's go fill out the paperwork right now. Shen Ge turned on his heel and marched back toward the compound. The guard dogs immediately stood at attention. Mr. Shun, wait. Deng Yuqi hurriedly blocked his path. I'm only planning to recommend you to headquarters. Whether you're approved depends on their evaluation. That much hassle? Never mind, then. Shen Ge turned back toward the exit. Deng Yuqi, straight face. If not for his mouth, she would have gladly fast-tracked someone like him as a special talent. But with that attitude, she worried he'd provoke a high-tier anomaly into a frenzy mid-mission. Shen Ge suddenly stopped and asked seriously, someone as outstanding as me wouldn't get bullied or ostracized by other agents, right? You're overthinking it. Aside from the dangers of anomalies, there's no internal competition in the SRD. Everyone gets along well, Deng Yuqi said flatly. Can't blame me for worrying. Novels always write it like this. Some new recruit joins the Dragon Group, gets targeted by jealous peers, overcomes all odds, becomes leader, and lives happily ever after. Sounds thrilling, but look at me. I've got brains, not brawn. I'm not exactly built for a beatdown. Deng Yuqi patted his shoulder. Mr. Shun, read fewer novels. Your brain is one bucket of water away from short-circuiting. Oh, Officer Deng, you've got a sense of humor after all. Shen Ge said, delighted. Deng Yuqi, I want to swear. Unknowingly, she let him drag her into his nonsense. No, I need to reconsider this recommendation. As Shen Ge watched Deng Yuqi retreat into the compound, his mood was excellent. This little performance had likely landed him squarely on her blacklist. While the SRD's anomaly tech and research intrigue him, Shen Ge wasn't keen on being under constant scrutiny by such an organization. At any rate, unless Deng Yuqi had unconventional tastes, his normal behavior would naturally make her avoid further interaction. As a top-tier salesman, Shen Ge knew exactly how to win people over, and just as easily how to repel them. Deng Yuqi wasn't a client, so he didn't need to care about her impression of him. He just had to lean into being as annoying as possible. Even if he did consider joining the SRD, saving the world as some kind of superhero would just be a side gig. What interested him was the ability to officially involve himself in anomaly investigations. The more anomalies he encountered, the more he could leverage his system's abilities. Whether it was growing stronger or delaying the apocalypse, this was far more efficient than tiptoeing around, terrified of exposure. Most importantly, the SRD had a dedicated tech division for anomaly tech. Those black gloves that could safely restrain anomalies? If Deng Yuqi had agreed earlier, he'd have sold his house to buy a pair. Anomaly tech. TSK. Wasn't that just like the butcher's knife at home? If he could learn the principles and techniques behind crafting anomaly tech from the SRD, he wouldn't have to rely on luck for equipment anymore. Feeling somewhat relieved, Shen Ge pulled out his phone to hail a ride, then pocketed it again. I'll just take the bus. As he left, he glanced up at the red flag fluttering atop the building and smiled, humming a tune as he strolled toward the distant bus stop. Someone as outstanding as me should have coasted through life. So how'd I end up tossed onto the battlefield after 20-odd years? Someone as handsome as me. And by the time Shen Ge got home, it was almost 10 p.m. He boiled a pack of instant noodles, fired up his computer, and started browsing for the perfect gacha BGM. Good Luck Comes and God of Gamblers theme had already been used. For a sacred ritual like gacha, background music was absolutely essential, even for just one pull. All right, you're the one. From the top 10 gacha BGM list on a certain video site, Shen Ge selected the passionate duelist. As the hype voice roared, "My turn, draw!" the rousing music kicked in. Consume 100 system points for a gacha pull. Pull. Drawing prize. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the consumable item, F1 Fragmentation Grenade. With a flash of white light, a fist-sized green pineapple appeared on the coffee table. Shen Ge's expression turned complicated. While he had hoped the system would give him weapons or equipment capable of directly harming anomalies, preferably something low-key like the SRD's freezing device or black gloves. This green pineapple certainly met the high damage requirement. But subtle? Not even remotely. Guns were banned in the country. Even regulated blades, like butcher knives, couldn't be carried around, let alone this thing. System, are you messing with me? He opened a browser to check the specs of the F1 fragmentation grenade. The results did not improve his mood. Asterisk, the F1 contains approximately 60 G of high explosive, uses a UZRGM fuse, and detonates within 3.5 to 4 seconds after activation. Standard throwing range is 30 to 45 meters, but its effective kill radius is 30 meters. Asterisk. In short, this thing was just as likely to kill the thrower as the target. And carrying it in a bag, whether it was security checks or an SRD scan, he'd be earning himself a permanent residency behind bars in no time. Go on, why don't you spawn a personal inventory system next? Shen Ge muttered in exasperation. Host is advised to improve their rating to unlock more system functions. Run a new rating evaluation. Evaluating host's current status. Result, Tier 0. You just said I soloed a Tier 2 anomaly. How am I still Tier 0? Is your rating system broken? Shen Ge protested. Evaluation is accurate. Wow. Shen Ge dug out a rusty metal box from under his bed, filled with yellowed photos and an old pocket watch, and dropped the grenade inside. If anyone found it, he'd just claim it was Grandpa's war souvenir, and that he'd mistaken it for a model. For now, this thing was staying buried until the system unlocked inventory space. With the gotcha done, Shen Ge let the BGM keep playing. Aside from the 100 system points, killing the Tier 2 anomaly had also earned him an unclaimed F-grade supply item. Setting aside the grenades issues, this pull was technically lucky. At least the BGM worked. System claimed the reward. Drawing reward. Success. Obtained expired croton seeds X1LB F-grade. A bag of foul-smelling beans materialized on the table. Shen Ge picked it up, eyeing the description with a twitch. Expired croton seeds X1LB F-grade, consuming just 50 G, rapidly purges toxins from a body. Effective against all non-instantly fatal poisons. Takes effect in 1 minute. Wordlessly, he tossed the bag under the bed, then moved his cursor to the BGM. Dislike. Block. Good riddance. Frustrated, Shen Ge browsed the local forum. As expected, posts about the evening's anomaly incident on Chunghong Road were vanishing within minutes. Soon, the entire forum went 404, network error. By midnight, even creative keyword combos like anomaly plus wrong city plus ghost car yielded nothing but unrelated nonsense. The SRD's efficiency is scary, he muttered, switching to broader searches about anomalies. Now that he was already exposed to the SRD, getting flagged for searching anomaly-related terms didn't matter. In fact, not researching anomalies after 2 encounters in 2 days would be more suspicious. Given that Japan's anomaly incidents would become the global tipping point in 3 years, their case was worth studying. But when Shen Ge searched terms like anomaly, ghost space, or spectral domain, the results are educational. Momoi's newest anomaly cosplay. 3 words, heart-stopping. High school anomaly incident. Nagano's 100 missing panties. Spectral domain expansion. Erika's time stop game. Tears, tantrums. T asterisk 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 asterisk. Sensei's guide to spectral pleasure. The internet is a treasure trove. As expected of Japan's national heritage, even anomalies couldn't escape being linked to certain educators. With his current mindset firmly on anomalies and not cultural studies, Shen Ge tried different search terms. While he found little concrete info, urban legend stood out. On foggy days, people enter an empty world where a masked beauty asks, "Am I pretty?" After rain, a town's lanterns turn into giant floating heads that mimic loved ones, begging to be let in. Many legends featured terms like empty world or head lanterns, making it hard not to connect them to anomalies. So, the more urban legends a region has, the higher its anomaly frequency. Shen Ge mused, shifting focus to domestic folklore. The findings were telling. Amusement park haunted house. Visitors swear they saw a real ghost. Totally worth the ticket. Elderly knocking ghost in Dachang City identified as student's long-deceased grandfather. Though mainstream platforms censored such news, paranormal forums were rife with them. Peel back the layers, and many legends aligned with anomaly behavior, some even tracing back to ancient ghost stories. Deng Yuqi's comment about the SRD's years of operation hinted that anomalies weren't new. But recent years saw a surge in incidents. Despite authorities' efforts, the internet made containment impossible. Case in point, Shen Ge soon found a new spin on the ghost car incident. Man in downtown area refuses to pay fare, sets taxi on fire. Shen Ge, God damn it. N. Congratulations, host. You've survived another day in this monster-infested world. Reward, 1% freely distributable attribute point, 10 system points. Shen Ge stayed up until midnight, allocating his daily reward point to his mental stats, as usual, before checking the system logs and daily tasks for updates. January 6th, 2028. Day 2 of your vacation. You continued training through the system's mission function. The organization's promised monster energy weapon arrived at the shelter, a butcher's cleaver with an indestructible trait. After extensive testing, you were shocked to find that even explosives couldn't leave a scratch on it. Huh? A butcher's cleaver? Wait, did the system just pull a reward I was supposed to get for years later and give it to me now? Shen Ge found this log, entry oddly suspicious. 4 years in the future, Shen Ge had awakened his system by slaying the Silent One. For years ago, it had been the same. And now, for years later, the reward was the same butcher's cleaver as before. Unable to make sense of it, Shen Ge decided not to dwell on it. He closed the log and opened his daily tasks, only to find the same training mission as yesterday. Ugh, another run to the office. Dreading the grueling exercise awaiting him the next day, Shen Ge could only resign himself to an early bedtime after washing up. The next morning, he rose before dawn. This time, having learned from experience, Shen Ge deliberately paced himself, stretching out the first 3 exercises to avoid arriving at the office completely exhausted. The good news? The 10-kilometer run felt much easier this way. The bad news? He was still an hour late. In this apocalyptic world overrun by monsters, a strong body is your lifeline. Successfully completing today's training session. Strength plus 1%, agility plus 1%, constitution plus 3%. Reward, 50 system points. Stomach trouble again today? Old Zhao asked with concern as soon as Shen Ge sat down. Constipated today. Before Shen Ge could even boot up his computer, Cheng Shengnan appeared at the door of the general manager's office and called out to him, Shen Ge, come my office. The proposal for client Chen still needs revisions. Once Cheng Shengnan disappeared inside, old Zhao shot Shen Ge a strange look. What? Shen Ge asked. You've handled plenty of projects before, but I've never seen Cheng summon you to her office every single day. Are you really just revising proposals? Nothing else. I'll be sure to relay your question to Cheng Shengnan. Bro, I was wrong. Old Zhao's apology came lightning fast, as if speed alone could outrun the consequences of his big mouth. Shen Ge carried the proposal into the manager's office, only to see Cheng Shengnan stand up, close the curtains, and then, instead of returning to her desk, sit down right beside him. Shen Ge, after 3 years as colleagues, is she finally making her move? Yesterday, when I was driving out of the parking lot, I saw you getting into a black Hongqi limo with a license plate A*****. Cheng Shengnan said, her expression grave. Yeah. What about it? Shen Ge asked. Cheng Shengnan glanced toward the office area, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then leaned in and whispered, last evening, there was a car accident on Changhong Road. The news showed the license plate of the wrecked car, the exact same one you were in. And there were images of you talking to that woman who came to the office yesterday. Does this have something to do with those dirty things again? Asterisk. Well, this story starts with a 15 yuan ride-hailing coupon. Asterisk. Shen Ge briefly summarized yesterday's events. As someone who had fought alongside her and witnessed the supernatural firsthand, he figured Cheng Shengnan deserved to know the world was changing. A little extra caution in daily life couldn't hurt. Cheng Shengnan's face darkened. Tell me, is the feng shui around here just terrible? 2 supernatural incidents in 2 days? If so, I'll push headquarters to fast-track relocating the office. What do you think we should move? Shen Ge nearly replied that nowhere on Earth was safe, but then a thought struck him. What about the commercial building behind Tianquan Theater? Cheng Shengnan frowned. Tianquan Theater? Downtown? Office rents there aren't cheap. Headquarters would never approve. Just find any office near Tianquan Theater. It's the safest spot. Why? That woman from yesterday is the head of Rome City's Special Response Division, and their headquarters is right near Tianquan Theater. After a moment of serious consideration, Cheng Shengnan nodded. All right, I'll have my assistant scout for suitable offices in that area immediately. Shen Ge hadn't expected Cheng Shengnan's summons to be over something so trivial. Walking out of the office, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Sigh. And here I thought my paid leave was finally approved. Back at his desk, Shen Ge diligently worked, slacked off the entire day. In the afternoon, client Chen showed up again, eager to share his latest tiny idea. Since Shen Ge had spent the last 2 days dealing with supernatural nonsense, he hadn't even opened the project folder. Left with no choice, he printed out the first draft of the proposal and handed it to client Chen. To his surprise, client Chen slapped him on the shoulder so hard it nearly ruptured his spleen. Xiao Shen, you get me. This proposal is perfect, exactly what I wanted. Go with this version. Just like that, Shen Ge somehow scored a glowing review for submitting the initial draft. After clocking out, he headed to the nearby market to stock up on fruits and veggies. 2 straight days of instant noodles had left him craving something fresh. Now that he had a system tracking his stats and health, a balanced diet was just as important as exercise. Warning: host is entering an area with high monster activity. Multiple high-level monsters have detected host's presence via acute senses. For the sake of survival, evacuate immediately. Standing at the market entrance, Shen Ge scanned the interior and immediately spotted the monsters: a few stray dogs lounging by vegetable stalls, 2 Pomeranians cradled by a heavily made-up middle-aged woman, and several cats napping atop the awnings. The scene reminded him of the dogs outside Tom's department store, back when the system had warned of low-level monsters. So, when a supernatural outbreak hits, the first to change are cats and dogs. Ignoring the warning, Shen Ge strode into the market. After all, system alerts meant opportunities for rewards. Warning, warning, warning. Host has been targeted by multiple monsters. Do not let your previous solo victory over a Tier 2 monster inflate your ego. Charging into a monster nest is ill-advised. Current assessment: host cannot defeat 2 or more Tier 1 monsters simultaneously. Retreat at once. Oh, Shen Ge raised an eyebrow. If he recalled correctly, the system used to flag even a single Tier 1 monster as dangerous. Now it was saying he could take on one, just not multiple? TCH, lousy system. Still no rating boost, huh? Mentally grumbling, Shen Ge circled the market 3 times, buying vegetables and fruits while teasing every animal in sight, even the fish in the tanks. If live poultry slaughter were still allowed, he'd have happily squatted by the chicken cages for a chat with the roosters, too. Host displays unmatched bravery, facing 3 Tier 1 monsters head-on with wit and courage, successfully driving them back. Reward: 10 system points, x3. 3 sausages for 30 points? Not bad. Host outsmarts a Tier 2 monster, toying with its loyal minions through sheer eloquence. Reward: 20 system points, x3. Shen Ge enthusiastically shared skincare tips with the Pomeranian-toting middle-aged woman. Host, drunk on confidence, charges solo into a monster nest. Under the collective gaze of countless monsters, host remains unshaken, moving as if no monster dares bar his path. Reward, 50 system points, x3. Yep, 3 market laps. By the time Shen Ge finished his shopping spree, he'd racked up a cool star 240 star system points. Just as he was about to leave, satisfied, a pitch-black rat, plumper than the average house cat, darted into a fish stall. You've got to be kidding me. This again? Shen Ge sighed. Maybe I should write a book, call it One Supernatural Incident a Day, and be done with it. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the appearance of this monster rat meant one thing: free system points. Shen Ge wasn't about to let that slip away. Besides, so far, the rat showed no signs of generating a monster domain, meaning it probably hadn't reached Tier 2 yet. Still, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. A Tier 1 monster was nothing to scoff at. Shen Ge pulled out the sausages he bought earlier for monster diplomacy, tore open 2 more, and broke them into small chunks. Sneaking into a corner where no one was looking, he scattered them onto the market's awning. During his earlier point-grinding spree, he'd already fed plenty of cats and dogs here, earning himself some local goodwill. He'd memorized their positions originally to game the system's outsmarting monsters' rewards, but now they were his trump card. Dinner time. Shen Ge made a clicking sound, rousing the napping strays on the awning. As the cats scrambled for the sausages, he slipped into the fish stall. The fishmonger was chatting with the pork vendor next door, deep in market gossip. Spotting Shen Ge, he turned with a salesman's grin. Looking for fish, buddy? Give me the length of a song to decide if I'm in the mood for fish today. Shen Ge replied, eyes scanning the stall. Fishmonger, what kind of lunatic needs a whole song to pick fish? The stall's gutting bucket sat in a corner, now commandeered by the monster rat, which was feasting on discarded entrails. Sensing Shen Ge's approach, it whipped around, baring jagged, blood-stained teeth in a guttural hiss. Its eyes glowed crimson, streaks of red oozing like tears. Patchy, blood-matted fur clung to its swollen body, making it look like something out of a zombie rodent horror flick. How about some snakehead fish? Fresh today. I'll slice it for you. Just grab some pickled mustard packs, boil it, and you're golden. The fishmonger ambled over cheerfully, then froze at the sight of the hulking black mass by his trash bucket. Holy hell! Snatching a fish net, he charged forward, stomping loudly to scare it off. Get lost, you filthy! Whether intimidated or just unwilling to engage, the rat darted behind the tanks and vanished into the alley out back. Oh look, markets get rats, okay? Especially with all the fresh kills. But we're clean, I swear. The fishmonger began apologizing, only to see Shen Ge grab a brick from a nearby renovation pile and sprint after the creature. Damn, this guy hate rats that much. The fishmonger muttered. The alley behind the stall led to a derelict section of the market, long abandoned by vendors due to poor foot traffic. Beyond it lay a bustling street where unlicensed peddlers hawked their wares. Shen Ge expected the rat to flee into the crowd, but at the alley's mouth, it skidded to a halt. Whirling around, it bared its teeth in a low, gurgling snarl. Heh, size ain't everything. You're still just a rat, and I've got feline backup. Shen Ge peeled 2 more sausages and lobbed them onto a rooftop. Hey, fur balls, help a guy out. Sure enough, the strays already snacking on his earlier offerings perked up. At the sight of the monstrous rat, their pupils dilated, instinct overriding logic. Despite its size, the rat flinched backward as the cats pounced down, tails puffed, claws out. Morale. But Shen Ge wasn't banking on cat power alone. This was a test for his immobilized trait and his theory about monster domains. As the cats tensed to strike, he activated Immobilize. His shadow twisted alive, stretching like tar to merge with the rats. The moment their darkness fused, the rat locked in place. And the cat stopped mid-pounce, bewildered. They couldn't see it anymore. Bingo! Immobilize didn't just freeze targets. It yanked them into a monster domain, rendering them invisible. Releasing the trait, Shen Ge watched the cats re-engage instantly, creeping forward as the rat scrambled to flee. Eat brick! The projectile whizzed past the rat's nose, smashing into its escape path. The hesitation cost it dearly. The cats lunged, one latching onto its haunches while the other went for the throat. Scree! What followed was a three-way brawl straight out of a drunken kung fu flick. Shen Ge waded in, delivering stomps with surgical precision, each crunch landing squarely on the rat's skull. His secret technique? Foshan shadow stomp of the toes. Never missed. Yet soon, something fell off. The rat's wounds from the cats knit together in real time. Its half-crushed skull reinflated like a grizzly balloon. Worse, its body swelled further, muscles writhing under greasy fur. Then, its jaw unhinged. The mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a cat whole, sending both strays scrambling up the walls. "Hey, some backup you are!" Shen Ge yelled as the rat bolted for the street. Brick in one hand, he dialed with the other. Chunghang Road Market, peddler, alley exit. Rat, bigger than a cat. Rapid regeneration. Mouth expands to cat-swallowing size. "Get here now." Deng Yuchi on the other end. "Bro, you don't have to pad our KPIs like this." A loved-up couple strolled hand in hand until the hulking shadow erupted from the darkness. The man, a northerner, blinked at the creature. "The hell is that? A bamboo rat? A piglet?" His local girlfriend rolled her eyes. "It's a rat, dumbass." The man gaped. "You southerners call that a rat?" Holy shit, Tom from Tom and Jerry would kneel and call it daddy. Suddenly, the palm-sized pest back home seemed downright adorable. Just then, another figure darted out. Shen Ge, wielding a flaming brick, chased after the eerie rat. The vendor street was crowded with stalls and people, making it difficult to take aim as the rat weaved through the throng. If he hurled the brick and accidentally knocked someone out, things would escalate fast. Not daring to recklessly launch his brick, Shen Ge could only pursue the rat from behind. A man nearby asked, "What's that guy? A rat catcher?" "Who knows? Why bother with that?" The woman's attention was already drawn back to the snacks and treats at the surrounding stalls, the unusual giant rat forgotten. Evidently, the rat was just a bit larger than usual, nothing uncommon in the South. Meanwhile, the eerie rat scurried away, slipping into a crowd of onlookers. From a distance, Shen Ge could hear a distinctive Sichuan-style rap looping among the gathered people. "Rat poison, rat poison, rats eat it and can't escape. Left foot steps on right foot, tail whacks its own head. After the market, after the shops, remember to bring dinner for the rats. One you want to pack, one you want to bag, so the rats won't fall in love. Where you put it, where they'll drop, they won't run more than a foot. Sprinkle it at home for safety. By morning, all the rats will be dead." In the middle of the crowd, a balding middle-aged man sat on a small stool, two large sacks beside him, one of them still squirming. At his feet was an iron cage containing several palm-sized rats, leaping and darting around. The man pulled a packet of pills from one of the sacks and poured them into the cage's feeding tray. The rats, catching the scent, rushed over to devour them. While the rats ate the pink pills, the man rhythmically chanted into his headset mic. "Neighbors and friends, gather round and listen. Are rats overrunning your home? Nests everywhere you look? Just buy my rat poison, and they'll drop where they stand. No lies, no tricks. Rats are everywhere you peek. Their harm is real, eating your food, crawling in your nest." Catchy and rhythmic, his chant soon had the crowd hooked. As the man's enthusiastic rap reached its peak, the rats in the cage, having swallowed the pills, suddenly collapsed, motionless. Just as the onlookers gasped in amazement, a massive rat burst from the crowd and dove straight into the man's sack of poison, greedily chomping down on the delicious pellets. "Whoa, old-timer, where'd you find such a huge rat? If you can poison this one, I'll buy 10 bags, a bystander exclaimed. "I'll take a few, too. Damn, that's one big rat." The man's special rat poison was laced with an irresistible scent for rodents, which was why the caged rats had eagerly swarmed the tray. But in truth, those rats were just props. He'd already drugged them beforehand, and the pills merely accelerated the poison's effect. His miracle rat poison didn't actually kill instantly. Seeing the giant rat now gorging itself in his sack, he panicked. If this beast died here, his whole scam would be exposed. Grabbing the eerie rat's thick tail, he tried to yank it out. Scree! As the man pulled the rat free, it suddenly gaped its maw wide enough to swallow his entire head. Terrified, he let go, and the rat dropped to the ground. The sight of its horrifying, blood-red jaws sent the crowd screaming and scattering in panic. A little boy, knocked down in the chaos, lay helpless as the rat lunged for his head. "Move it!" Shen Ge burst from the crowd, kicking the boy out of harm's way before slamming his flaming brick down on the rat's skull with a vicious overhead smash, sending it flying. Not the gentlest rescue, but effective. "Boss, borrowing your cage." Shen Ge snatched up the iron cage, now full of dead rats, and chased after the eerie rat, dumping the corpses as he ran. The rat-poisoned seller, petrified and weak-kneed, could only think one thing. Is this the Rat King coming for revenge? So scary. I'm never selling rat poison again. And thus, the street's greatest rat poison wrapper retired from the business. Meanwhile, Shen Ge, left hand gripping the cage, right hand clutching the brick, chased the eerie rat down the street, his bizarre methods leaving bystanders stunned. As the rat tried to dart into an e-bike repair shop, Shen Ge hurled the brick with precision, nailing it mid-body. No time to retrieve the brick. He lunged forward and slammed the cage down over the rat before it could open its jaws. The plump creature filled the cage to the brim. Shen Ge kicked the cage onto its side, snapped the door shut, and locked it. Spotting the shop's stunned owner, he snatched the welding torch from his hands, planted a foot on the cage, and torched the rat's head. The eerie rat shrieked as the flames seared its skull, trapped and helpless. Within seconds, half its head was charred to a crisp. But Shen Ge didn't stop until the entire head was obliterated. Only then did the system's prompt chime in his mind. Host has single-handedly slain a Tier-1 eerie creature. Reward, 50 system points. Grabbing a nearby cardboard box, Shen Ge stuffed the caged rat corpse inside, sealed it, and carried it away from the crowd. After the rat's jaw-dropping, or head-swallowing, display at the poison stall, plenty of onlookers had already whipped out their phones to record. Though Shen Ge had reported to the Special Countermeasures Department, he had no desire to become tomorrow's headline. Crossing the vendor street, he entered a small park opposite and found a secluded spot. Opening the box, he stared at the rat's remains as the system's voice echoed. Sell Tier-1 eerie corpse? Price, 200 system points. Killing a Tier-2 eerie creature earned 100 points and a random F-grade recovery item, with the corpse selling for 500. But a Tier-1 kill only gave 50 points, no recovery item, and the corpse was worth just 200. 200 points meant 2 lottery spins. Adding the points earned to the market and from killing the eerie rat, Shen Ge now had 421 in total. After a brief hesitation, he decided against selling the corpse. Closing the box, he pulled out his phone and dialed Deng Yuqi. "Officer Deng, not here yet? If we waited for you to handle eerie threats, we'd all be long dead," Shen Ge teased. A pause, then resigned. Traffic. Shen Ge could already imagine the complaints the city's traffic department was about to receive from its own people. "What's the situation there? Any casualties? Have you evacuated the area?" Deng Yuqi asked. Shen Ge replied, "Relax. Everything's under control." Before Deng Yuqi could retort, he added, "The Erie's caught. Not sure if it's fully dead yet, but a lot of people filmed it on the vendor street. You'd better clean that up." "Understood." Huh? Deng Yuqi blinked. Wait, since when was he giving orders? When Deng Yuqi heard that Shen Ge had already dealt with the eerie creature, she breathed a sigh of relief, though inwardly, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of cursed luck this guy had. Another eerie incident? Every single day? How is his luck this catastrophically bad? A few minutes later, Deng Yuqi arrived at the vendor street with her team, dispatching special countermeasures agents to secure the area and ensure no other threats remained. Meanwhile, she and several technicians, dressed in full radiation-style hazmat suits, headed to the small park across the street, where they found Shen Ge lounging in a corner, scrolling through short videos on his phone. "Oh, you're here. Had dinner yet?" Shen Ge looked up at Deng Yuqi and the technicians, greeting them with cheerful familiarity. The question instantly reminded Deng Yuqi of the steaming, fragrant meal still sitting untouched on her desk. Abandoned the moment she'd gotten the call. She eyed the large cardboard box at Shen Ge's feet. That's the eerie creature inside. Yep. Shen Ge bent down to open the box, but Deng Yuqi immediately tensed. Wait, let us handle it. Shen Ge wanted to say that the system had already confirmed the thing was dead. No need for all this caution. But the four technicians were already in motion, scanning the box with handheld devices before running a series of tests with other instruments. Meanwhile, Deng Yuqi motioned for Shen Ge to step away and join her. Mr. Shen, while you may have the ability to handle an eerie creature alone, you should still exercise more caution. You were the one who said this rat had rapid regeneration. So after trapping it, you should have immediately distanced yourself, not sat right next to it browsing your phone. Eerie creatures are tenacious. What you assume is dead might suddenly mutate and counterattack. Many of our agents have died to post-mortem transformations, she said sternly. Next time, definitely, Shen Ge replied. Deng Yuqi, there's going to be a next time? Do you really think you're some kind of eerie magnet? Just then, the technicians finished their tests. One of them, under the protection of his 3 colleagues, carefully pried open the box with a pair of bomb defusal clippers. The other 3 stood ready with their instruments, tense as if facing a live threat. When the box was fully opened, revealing the rat's corpse inside the iron cage, they immediately stepped forward, plunging syringes into its body and injecting enough anesthetic to knock out an elephant. Shen Ge, kicking a dead rat much? As the anesthetic took effect, a series of beeps sounded from the lead technician's backpack, a bulky insecticide sprayer-like device. Then, the man turned to Deng Yuqi, unable to hide his excitement. Director, we've detected eerie energy. This is a fully intact specimen. Scans show no vital signs, but cellular activity remains high. The wounds even show signs of regeneration. Seal it and take it back, Deng Yuqi ordered. The technician nodded, unfolding a special silver cloth from his backpack. He carefully placed the cage onto it, wrapped it up, and stowed the bundle inside the locked container. Shen Ge watched, then turned to Deng Yuqi with a puzzled look. Officer Deng, are you guys worried the rat might get cold on the way back? Bringing a thermal bag, just for it. The technician who'd packed it scoffed. Thermal bag? Amateur. This is a proprietary material designed to contain eerie energy. It's worth a 4. Li Xiang. Deng Yuqi cut him off sharply. Realizing he'd said too much, the man promptly shut his mouth. Mr. Shen, as per protocol, we'd like you to accompany us back to the department to give a statement about today's incident. Thank you for your cooperation, Deng Yuqi said. Shen Ge tilted his head. This time, I not only captured an eerie creature for you, but also delivered it in pristine condition. That's got to be worth a pair of eerie energy gloves, right? He emphasized pristine deliberately. Clearly, he'd picked up on the key detail from the technician's slip-up. Before Shen Ge's appearance, even Deng Yuqi, with years of experience, had only encountered a handful of eerie incidents. Their supply of usable eerie remains had to be scarce, and the researchers barely contained excitement upon seeing the rats intact. Energy-rich corpse had been very telling. I'm sorry, Mr. Shen, but eerie energy gloves are specialized equipment issued exclusively to our agents. They can't be gifted or awarded as prizes. However, I can arrange for a substantial monetary reward, Deng Yuqi said. Shen Ge raised an eyebrow. How substantial? Deng Yuqi almost said 500,000, but then she remembered the asset report information had sent her that morning. The number in Shen Ge's net worth column made her pause. 500,000. Oh, Shen Ge's interest flatlined. Deng Yuqi sighed inwardly. She'd expected this. While Shen Ge hadn't outright said, I'm not interested in money, it was clear he valued eerie tech far more than cash. And so, for the second time in 2 days, Shen Ge found himself inside the heavily secured Special Countermeasures Department, in the same interrogation room as before. After completing the statement, Deng Yuqi gave him a strange look, her tone laced with exasperation. Mr. Shen, you're seriously telling me you went to the market just because you wanted fruit? Shen Ge met her gaze with utmost solemnity. Officer Deng, I'll be honest with you. I'm a super soldier from the M78 Nebula. My body has awakened an anti-eerie system that lets me pinpoint eerie activity with precision. Recruit me, and I'll make your branch the top eerie elimination champions in the country. Deng Yuqi, thanks but no thanks. Even with her discipline, she had to bite back the urge to say, what the hell kind of champions? After silently counting to 10, she steadied herself. Mr. Shun, while your luck is questionable, your capabilities are undeniable. To be frank, I received your clearance report this morning. You passed the background check. Aside from your unique thought process and that wasp-stung tongue of yours, you're precisely the kind of talent we need. You meet all the criteria to join the Special Countermeasures Department. One day, and you've already dug up my family tree? Impressive work, Heavenly Dynasty Dragon Group. Shen Ge mused, nodding approvingly. Deng Yuqi ignored the jab and pressed on, her tone grave. The emergence of eerie creatures means nations can no longer afford superficial peace. Humanity must unite against this existential threat, and our department stands on the front lines. We are the wall of flesh and blood shielding the people behind us. So, Mr. Shun, will you join the Special Countermeasures Department? Will you fight for your country, for your people, and stand against the eerie tide? Her invitation was formal, weighty. Shen Ge smiled. I'll think about it. Deng Yuqi. Consider my ass. Deng Yuqi was genuinely tempted to punch someone. Just yesterday, this guy had shown immense interest in joining the Special Response Department, practically oozing eagerness with every word, like he was just waiting for the invitation. So she'd worked overtime to push through his application, personally monitored the HQ's review process, and even extended the offer herself. And now, I'll think about it. Deng Yuqi was about to lose her temper when Shen Ge let out a long, melancholic sigh. I knew it was pointless to hide. A man like me, so dazzling, so extraordinary, shines like a firefly in the dark. I stand out too much. Deng Yuqi cut him off with a deadpan stare. All right, poor prince. Suddenly, I think a psychiatric evaluation might be in order before we proceed with your onboarding. Oh, you've seen God of Cookery? Actually, I was just wondering, if I join the department, can I pick my own code name? Shen Ge asked. We're an anti-supernatural task force. We don't do code names, Deng Yuqi replied flatly. What a shame. Guess I'll need more time to consider then. His expression was utterly serious. Done with his nonsense, Deng Yuqi grabbed her notepad and stood. Take all the time you need. We'll contact you later. Come on, I'll walk you out. Shen Ge followed her toward the door. Actually, I've made up my mind. Where do I sign the paperwork? Deng Yuqi resisted the urge to throttle him. No rush. The background check and data processing take time. Once the final review clears, which should be in the next couple of days, we'll proceed. Besides, I assume you'll need to wrap things up at your current job, right? Just then, Li Xiang from the tech department hurried over. Spotting Shen Ge, he said, Oh good, you're still here. You're sure you used a repair shop's welding torch to kill that thing? Yep, that's weird. We tested welding torches on a rat's muscle tissue. No way it could have burned through that easily. Li Xiang frowned. Shen Ge tilted his head. Maybe because I bashed its skull in first? Made it more vulnerable. Wait, you also smashed its head? With what? A hammer? A mallet? Shen Ge reached in his crossbody bag and pulled out a brick. Li Xiang, Deng Yuqi, Mr. Shun, do you always carry a brick around? Deng Yuqi's expression was a mix of disbelief and concern. A psyche eval was definitely happening. Picked it up at the market. There was a shop under renovation. Seemed handy, so I kept it. Impressive. Both Deng Yuqi and Li Xiang stared at him, their expressions now deeply complicated. Mr. Shun, mind if we take this brick for analysis? Li Xiang asked. After examining the rat's corpse, he'd realized how tough the creature was. The fact that Shen Ge had taken it down alone spoke volumes. His attitude toward the man had warmed considerably. Sure. Shen Ge handed it over, then added, Oh, and I noticed some weird stuff about that rat. like how its wounds healed. The muscle fibers moved like living worms, eating each other to reconnect. And its fur, bones, nothing like a normal rat. Li Xiong blinked. You've studied anatomy? Just a hobby. Shen Ge nodded confidently. Deng Yuqi raised an eyebrow. Mr. Shun, your file says you majored in design. No medical background. Oh, I learned dissection from Jigsaw. Li Xiong. Mr. Shun, if you're free tomorrow, come in before 5 p.m. A psychiatric evaluation will be mandatory for your onboarding. Deng Yuqi's tone left no room for argument. Li Xiong cleared his throat. So, he's basically in? Probably. What? Please give me a reason to reject him. Any reason. Well, since he's the only one who fought the rat directly, I'd like his help during the dissection, to reconstruct the battle. We detected traces of another supernatural energy inside the rat. Not its own. Shen Ge's expression didn't change, but internally his mind raced. Another energy? Was it from when I tested stillness on the rat? Just what is this energy? Deng Yuqi seemed to weigh the request. Normally, supernatural corpses underwent multiple safety checks before reaching the tech department. The researchers were invaluable. Losing even one would be a massive blow. Li Xiong was still new, assigned to basic dissection work. His lab wasn't even the R&D wing, so Shen Ge wouldn't see anything classified. Mr. Shun, what do you think? Since he wasn't officially part of the department yet, Deng Yuqi asked out of courtesy, and to leave a good impression. I'm game. But he paused dramatically, his face turning grave. Deng Yuqi and Li Xiong tensed, expecting a crucial revelation. I haven't eaten yet. You guys provide dinner, right? Dinner? That's your butt? Deng Yuqi's fist clenched. Her premium takeout had gone cold, untouched. Yes, she gritted out. Shen Ge brightened. Great, great. Too drained to argue, Deng Yuqi took him to the cafeteria and had the chef whip up a boxed meal. She assumed he'd eat there, but no, he insisted they not keep the techs waiting, dragging her along with his food to watch the dissection. As they entered the heavily guarded tech building, a frantic alert blared in Shen Ge's mind. Warning, 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 host, you absolute madman. Charging into a supernatural HQ alone. High-tier supernatural domains detected. Colliding spatial distortions detected. Current host survival rate, 0.00001%. Turn back now or face certain doom. Red text flashed across his vision, but unlike the clear 7-th tier entity warning at Tom's department store, this one only mentioned multiple high-tier entities. The alert faded after one burst. Deng Yuqi noticed him freeze. What's wrong? Xiao Shun, about that design proposal. I had another little idea last night. See here, if we adjust this part like this, it'll look even better. Don't you think? Or maybe like this. And here too. Ahem. You don't think I'm being too fussy, right? Walking out of the conference room, Shen Ge could still hear Mr. Chen's voice echoing in his head. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the 17th small idea this week. 17 revisions in 7 days. 17. It felt like being pinned to the ground by a pack of burly men and getting his dignity stomped on 17 times in a row. Damn it. He'd almost flipped the conference table, right up until Mr. Chun casually mentioned an extra 5% bonus fee. At that, Shen Ge swallowed his temper on the spot. For the sake of money, a little humiliation was still within acceptable range. The client was king, after all. Meeting's over. Shen Ge, want some coffee? The new receptionist greeted him with a bright smile. She was pretty, sweet, and clearly trying to be friendly. With a face handsome enough to attract rich divorcees in sports cars, Shen Ge had long gotten used to this kind of special attention from the women in the office. No thanks. I'm about to revise the proposal. Heading out to do a site check, he replied. Oh, got any plans this weekend? Maybe we could grab dinner. Yeah, if I'm not stuck working. The receptionist sighed silently. She knew it was pointless. As the company's ace designer, Shen Ge spent about 3.5 weekends out of 4 chained to overtime. Leaving the office, Shen Ge caught a cab to Lushan International, the most luxurious villa district in the eastern part of Rome City. Mr. Chen's villa renovation was his project, And today's small idea was to add a pet room right next to the daughter's bedroom on the second floor. 17 revisions. More than 30 site visits. At this point, Shen Ge could navigate the villa in his sleep. All he wanted was to finalize the damn plan. No finalized plan meant no construction. No construction meant no payment. He opened the door to the room next to the daughter's bedroom. As soon as he stepped inside, a black shape dropped from the ceiling. A cat. In the middle of the room, a black cat stood with its fur puffed up, green eyes glaring at him with clear hostility. Its mouth opened in a hiss, but no sound came out. Forgot to install your vocal cords? Shen Ge muttered. The villa wasn't fully secured yet, so a stray cat getting in wasn't anything strange. Whether it understood the insult or simply went berserk, the cat suddenly lunged at him. Not interested in earning himself a rabies shot, Shen Ge swung his backpack like a bat and smacked the cat into the wall. Weirdly, despite how hard it hit, there was no sound at all. No bang, no screech, nothing. The cat staggered back to its feet, shook its head, and glared at him again, hissing without a single sound. The silence made it even creepier. What's your deal? Shen Ge retreated toward the door, thinking he'd grab a stick or something and chase it out properly. As he backed up, the cat pounced a second time. Startled, he yanked the door shut on instinct. Crunch! The door clamped down right on the cat's neck in midair. You did this to yourself. He nudged the unmoving cat with his foot, trying to figure out if it was dead or just out cold. Just as he bent down, planning to toss it outside, a crisp mechanical chime rang in his head. The sudden sound scared him so much he reflexively flung the cat's body at the wall. Thud! The poor thing slid to the floor like a rag doll. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a Tier-4 Anomaly, trait, silent. System initialization complete. Shen Ge. What the hell? System? The sudden notification had scared him at first, but the word system wiped away his exhaustion in an instant. As an overworked corporate drone, his only entertainment was mobile gacha games and web novels. He'd rotted for years on fiction sites. He knew exactly what system implied. Did the planet finally take pity on office workers and give me a one-click revision plugin? He muttered. Basic functions unlocked. Attributes, missions log. Additional modules will open as host's rating increases. Host has slain a Tier-4 Anomaly, trait, silent. You may either exchange the corpse for 3,000 system points, used to purchase items/equipment, or allow the system to devour it and extract its trait. Note: only anomalies at Tier-4 or above possess traits. Traits are unique. Upon an anomaly's death, its trait will transfer to a newly spawned anomaly or, rarely, a higher Tier 1. Exception: traits absorbed by host are permanently removed from circulation. When a trait transfers, the new anomaly only truly awakens it at Tier-4. At Tiers 1 to 3, its energy merely imitates the trait's effects. System points. Traits. Veteran office worker. Long-time gamer. Shen Ge processed it all faster than most. He picked up the cat by the scruff. It hung limp, clearly dead this time. This thing was a Tier-4 Anomaly? It had attacked with gusto, but died from getting its neck caught in a door. If anything was anomalous here, it was the system. Tier-4 Anomaly, trait, silent. Value, 3,000 points. Devour to extract trait. 2 green prompts hovered in his vision like a sci-fi HUD as he held the corpse. He was well acquainted with gacha mechanics, but the system's focus on unique Tier-4 traits made them sound extremely rare. Why cash it in when I can see what this trait does first? Devour. The cat's body dissolved into particles of light. Shen Ge's hand froze midair, his heartbeat speeding up, not from fear, but raw excitement. Tier-4 Anomaly, trait, silent, has been devoured. Trait silent obtained. Attribute panel updated. Open attributes. A translucent panel unfolded before his eyes. Name, Shen Ge. Rating, none. Attributes, 100% equals average healthy adult male. Strength, 83% underpowered. You hit like a half-charge battery. Agility, 77% slow. Try running sometime. Constitution, 63%, alarmingly low. Brush with the 0.5 times sudden death line. Spirit, 159% high. Restores 10% per hour after ability use. Recovery speed scales with rating and gear. Traits, silent. Enter a soundless state. Consumes 0.5% spirit per second. Can stack with other traits. Skills, none. Equipment, none. System points, 0. Seeing his physical stats laid out so brutally, Shen Ge's mood took a hit. Years behind a desk had clearly wrecked his body. But what really bothered him was another question. That cat was Tier-4 just because it couldn't make a sound. Still, who would turn down a system that could flip a boring life upside down? If mechs were a man's romance, then systems were every office worker's ultimate dream. Damn, Shen Ge's expression darkened. Dang you, Chi. Forgot to grab the pickles. A lunchbox without pickles just isn't the same. Ugh. Shen Ge sighed dramatically. Deng Yuchi ignored him, picking up her lunchbox and heading straight for the dissection room. Shen Ge's gaze shifted to the brightly lit hallway ahead, his brow furrowing in thought. Tom's shopping mall, where a Class 7 anomalous entity had appeared, was classified as a top-tier contamination zone. This place, however, was a high-tier contamination zone, meaning there were likely Class 5 or Class 6 entities lurking around. If it's a Class 5 or Class 6 entity 4 years from now, then right now, it should at least be Class 1 or Class 2. Was this an entity kept by the Special Tactics Division for manufacturing anomalous energy equipment? Or was it one of the entities sealed away after past incidents? But what really caught Shen Ge's attention were the words anomalous entity headquarters. The system's 4-year time discrepancy suggested that, in the future, the Special Tactics Division had fallen and become the headquarters of the anomalous entities. And the term headquarters raised some serious questions. The system labeled areas with high anomalous activity as nests. Even Tom's shopping mall was referred to as the lair of a Class 7 entity. But headquarters? Did that mean intelligent entities had taken over the Special Tactics Division? Since awakening the system, aside from Old Wong, who had the 3 heads, 6 arms trait, most of the entities Shen Ge had encountered were animalistic. If humans could turn into entities while retaining their consciousness, now that would be explosive intel. Lost in thought, Shen Ge followed Deng Yuchi into the dissection room on the first floor of the tech department, still holding his lunchbox. Inside the dissection room were 9 people. Li Xiang, the lead technician, 2 assistants, and 4 fully armed soldiers responsible for their safety. Chief. As Deng Yuchi and Shen Ge entered, the 2 assistants approached. One of them said, "Chief, Mr. Shen, please follow me." Since the dissection target was an anomalous entity, entering the inner dissection room required protective suits to minimize exposure to its effects. Ever since these entities first appeared, human scientists have been studying them. Yet, after all these years, no one knew how they came into existence. Were they Earth-born viruses? Alien pathogens? Or something beyond scientific explanation like ghosts? No one knew if the protective suits actually worked, but for safety's sake, protocol demanded treating the entities as viral threats, requiring full protective measures before contact. After following the assistant into the changing room, Deng Yuchi sat at a small table nearby and opened her lunchbox. "You take him in first. I'll join you after I eat." She'd had a snack at 11 a.m. and had been working nonstop until nearly 7 p.m. when Shen Ge's call interrupted her dinner plans. Now, she was genuinely hungry. "Understood, Chief." The assistant handed Shen Ge a protective suit, but his attention was drawn to a large, boxy white contraption with wheels in the corner. "What's that?" Shen Ge asked. The assistant replied, "That's Chief Chen's protective chair. He injured his leg in an anomaly encounter and had trouble moving around, so the tech team built this for him. You can sit inside it directly." Even though Chief Chen was transferred, the chair stayed. "Huh. Since Chief Chen isn't using it anymore, mind if I borrow it? Looks pretty spacious. I could eat while watching the dissection." Shen Ge suggested. Assistant. You want to eat while watching a dissection? The assistant's face twisted in disgust, just imagining the scene. Meanwhile, Deng Yuqi, who'd only known Shen Ge for 2 days but had already endured 2 days' worth of mental strain, barely reacted. Shen Ge waved it off, climbing into the boxy wheelchair contraption and digging into his lunch. Mr. Shen, I really think you should. Before the assistant could finish, Shen Ge, lunchbox in one hand, started up the old man mobile and smoothly drove out. Li Xiang blinked as Shen Ge rolled up in the odd vehicle. Mr. Shen, what's this? Sorry, haven't had dinner yet, and I spent the whole afternoon chasing rats. Didn't want to hold you guys up, so I'm making do. Shen Ge explained. The room fell into stunned silence. One of the armed soldiers couldn't help muttering, Dude, you've got a strong stomach. But since Shen Ge wasn't needed for the actual dissection, just to observe the rat entity's corpse and compare it to its living state, no one stopped him. Once inside the inner dissection room, Shen Ge saw the rat entity splayed on the table, its skin mostly peeled back, its belly sliced open to reveal grotesque innards. Shen Ge maneuvered his chair closer, chewing thoughtfully as he examined the corpse. The wound on the left side of the skull is probably from me. Besides the fire brick, I also stomped on it, maybe a dozen or 20 times. Are you the legendary inheritor of the shadowless stomp technique? What kind of hell did this rat go through before it died? Li Xiang stepped forward, using a tool to lift the rat's head while an electric saw buzzed to life in his other hand. As he cut into the skull, the creature's brain oozed out like maggots, healing the incision within seconds. Li Xiang's expression was grave. Mr. Shen, as you can see, aside from your inflicted wound, any damage we cause is quickly regenerated by the residual anomalous energy. But in your wound, we detected traces of a foreign anomalous energy. Oh, Shen Ge shoveled in a few more bites, chewing loudly before swallowing. Did you test the fire brick I brought? The assistant standing beside Shen Ge had already been fighting nausea from the sight of the writhing brain matter. The sound of Shen Ge noisily eating mapo tofu pushed her over the edge, and she bolted to the corner trash can to vomit. Is the assistant pregnant or something? Shen Ge asked curiously. Pregnant. She's puking because of you. Vomiting during dissections wasn't uncommon, so Li Xiang paid no mind. His focus was solely on the entity. We tested it. The brick also carried traces of foreign anomalous energy, Li Xiang confirmed. Shen Ge nodded seriously. So, I randomly picked up a fire brick at the market, which happened to have residual anomalous energy, and by sheer luck, it became a weapon against the rat entity. That's a possibility, Li Xiang mused. Shen Ge shrugged. Easy fix, then. Send someone to the construction site across from the fish stall at Changhong Row Market and grab all the fire bricks there for testing. Might score a whole batch of anomalous weapons. Good point. Thanks for the tip, Mr. Shen. Li Xiang had only just received the bricks test results and hadn't reported them to Deng Yuqi yet. He immediately ordered the assistant to dispatch a team. Of course, they'd find nothing. The residual energy on the brick came from Shen Ge's own immobility trait when he used it to control the rat entity. But this revelation opened up a whole new strategy for dealing with anomalous entities. However, it remained unclear whether the residual anomalous energy on the brick was due to Shen Ge activating his trait while holding it or if there was another reason. Further testing was needed. All right. At that moment, Shen Ge pulled out 2 peeled sections of sausage from his pocket and handed them to Li Xiang through the small window. Test these for any residual anomalous energy. I picked them up outside that shop. Li Xiang took a tray and a pair of tweezers, carefully placing the sausages onto the tray before carrying them away with a grave expression for testing. If the sausages also carried traces of anomalous energy, it would mean there was more than one anomaly in the market, and the entire place would have to be locked down immediately. Shen Ge had no idea what Li Xiang was thinking. He simply recalled that, aside from the brick, he'd also been holding these sausages, originally meant for feeding cats, when activating his immobility trait. If the sausages showed the same residual energy, it would mean that using his trait could imbue any object he touched with anomalous energy. Shen Ge stared at the corpse of the anomalous rat, lost in thought as he ate. By the time he finished his meal, Li Xiang had returned. Tests show no anomalous energy on these sausages, Li Xiang reported. Shen Ge frowned. It seemed his hypothesis was wrong. Activating his trait didn't automatically imbue objects with energy. Did it only happen when attacking other anomalies? For now, there was no way to test that. He'd have to wait until he encountered another anomaly to investigate further. But carrying out such tests would be tricky. If he relied on the Special Measures Department's resources and identical energy traces were detected, suspicion would inevitably fall on him. Fortunately, aside from immobility, Shen Ge also possessed the silent trait. He just didn't know if it would produce the same effect. After assisting Li Xiang with dissecting and analyzing the anomalous rat's corpse in the lab, Shen Ge finally headed home close to 11 p.m. He took a shower, made himself a cup of instant noodles, and rested for a bit, preparing to perform his card draw exactly at midnight. The mystical art of gacha, the midnight ritual. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've survived another day in this anomaly-ridden world. Reward: 1% freely distributable attribute points, 10 system points. Shen Ge casually allocated the free points to mental strength, then opened the Today's Lucky Draw theme song he'd prepared in advance. I wish you fortune. I wish you success. Bring the best, leave the rest. You can never have too many blessings. Spend 100 system points to draw. After leaving the tech department, Shen Ge had received 50 system points as a reward. Adding the 10 from surviving another day, he now had 481 points, enough for 4 draws. Prize selection in progress. Ding! The glowing cursor bounced between the 5 options before gradually slowing down and finally landing on freely distributable attributes, 2%. With these 2% added, Shen Ge's mental strength reached 170%. This meant he could now use immobility to control a low-tier anomaly for 17 seconds, or sustain silence for 340 seconds. As long as I don't get daily supplies, it's not a loss. Next draw. Ding, 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 ding. The cursor raced across the options again. Just as it seemed about to land on daily supplies, it gave one last hop and stopped at weapons and equipment. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a 134 minigun ×1 with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. A flash of white light later, a Gatling gun, the very same divine weapon featured in countless FPS games, materialized on a coffee table. Yes, the same minigun wielded by the Bodhisattva of lead spray himself. Even someone as unflappable as Shen Ge could only think one thing upon seeing this monstrosity. System, I curse your ancestors. A butcher's knife and grenades? Fine. The knife can pass as a kitchen tool, and the green pineapples are small enough to hide. But this thing? How the hell am I supposed to explain it? Use it? I'd get a life sentence before sunrise. Shen Ge was at a loss for words. Was this good luck or bad luck? On one hand, it was a high-tech, ultra-rare weapon with insane firepower. On the other hand, it was a freaking minigun. In a country where even a 1.8 joule airsoft gun could land you in jail, possessing this was a one-way ticket to prison. Shen Ge was officially done. He found a large cardboard box, originally for an AC unit, wrapped the minigun in a bedsheet, stuffed it inside, and shoved it under his bed. 2 draws left. System, cut me some slack. Give me something actually usable, okay? Prize selection in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained a crate of daily supplies. Another flash, and a 1 cubic meter cardboard box appeared on the table. A whole crate. Shen Ge opened it and pulled out a pair of thermal gloves, rubber boots, a black down jacket, a scarf, and 2 boxes of Durex condoms. What the hell? Oh, so these are usable equipment, huh? Alright, fine. I'll call you bro if I have to. System, stop messing with me. Earning points isn't easy. Out of 4 draws, can't you give me 1 combat upgrade? With a sigh, Shen Ge initiated his final draw. Prize selection in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained a crate of instant noodles. System, you're a goddamn troll. Shen Ge didn't even bother checking the brand. He shut his laptop, flopped onto his bed, and opened the log and Daily Tasks tabs. January 7th, 2028, Day 3 of leave. You continued training via the system's mission function. In the afternoon, you sparred with fellow organization members, improving your combat skills. Rumor has it an elderly martial arts master has joined the organization. You're considering learning from him to enhance your fighting prowess. Daily mission: Asterisk the apocalypse rages, anomalies roam, danger lurks everywhere. At your current level, you can't handle high-tier anomalies, only low-tier ones. Remember those 3 rank 1 anomalies you let escape? Find them. Kill them. Asterisk. Reward: 100 system points, 1 random F-grade recovery item. The log entry wasn't particularly noteworthy, aside from mentioning an elderly martial arts expert joining the organization. If future logs confirmed that learning from him boosted combat effectiveness, Shen Ge figured he might as well seek the old man out early. After all, years of training would naturally yield better results than starting from scratch later. As for the daily mission, this was a new type, different from resource gathering or physical training. Asterisk 3 rank, 1 anomalies. Does that mean the 3 stray cats from the silence incident? Asterisk Shen Ge decided to revisit the villa area tomorrow. Sigh. Tomorrow, it's back to hunting anomalies. Is this going to be a daily routine now? The next day, Shengnan had received a delivery notification earlier, so she arrived at the office 10 minutes early to pick up her package from the management office. As she walked through the lobby, she spotted Shen Ge heading toward the elevators. She moved to call out to him, but paused when she noticed he seemed to be in high spirits, humming a tune under his breath. Curious, she quickened her pace to eavesdrop. No work tomorrow. Hell yeah, feels so good. I can laze around all day, ignore the alarm. No need to kiss clients' asses. Finally living a little real. Shengnan. Probably not the best song for your boss to overhear. Shengnan ultimately didn't call out to Shen Ge. The two walked into the office one after the other, and old Zhao, catching sight of them, shot Shen Ge a knowing look. Shen Ge ignored him, booted up his computer, and began finalizing the revisions for Director Chen's proposal. As noon approached, Shengnan appeared at her office doorway and called out, "Shen Ge, come to my office. Let's discuss the proposal." Old Zhao's smirk deepened, his expression screaming, "I get it, I totally get it, but I'll never say a word." He was clearly reveling in his role as the office's top gossip spectator. Shen Ge was speechless. "Fine, whatever makes you happy." He grabbed the proposal and entered the manager's office. Sitting down, he handed the documents to Shengnan. "The proposal for Director Chen is done. I've also noted down all his potential minor adjustments, so whoever takes over can handle it smoothly." The way he phrased it, like a resignation handover, made Shengnan frown slightly. She set the proposal aside, her expression turning serious. "We'll talk about that later. You're trending." "Huh?" Shen Ge blinked. "Proposals and trending topics? That's one hell of a pivot." Shengnan unlocked her phone, opened a short video app, scrolled a bit, then slid it across the desk. The video showed yesterday's scene. Shen Ge chasing the giant rat through the market, kicking a child out of harm's way, and trapping the anomaly in a metal cage. "The Special Measures Department efficiency is slipping," Shen Ge mused. He wasn't shocked that he'd gone viral. He was shocked the department hadn't suppressed the incident. Shengxingnan's voice was tense. "That rat, another one of those monsters." "Yeah." Her expression twisted into something unreadable. 3 days, 3 encounters. Is the world ending? Or do you just have a supernatural magnet strapped to your back? "Maybe I'm a chosen one." After a beat of silence, Shengnan sighed. "People who know the truth understand you are saving lives, but just read the comments." Shen Ge scrolled down. The top comment, with over 100K likes, read, "Let's ignore the fact that this man saved a child. But was that kick really necessary? Who knows if the kid was hurt? So violent." The replies were a chorus of agreement. "Exactly. The rat wasn't even close to biting. That kid got kicked for no reason." "Disgusting. If you can't rescue someone properly, don't bother." "Which department is this guy from? Market security? Pest control? Let's report him and get justice for the boy." Pressure's on Rome City police now. Okay, but he's kinda hot? Shame he's clearly abusive. Future wife beater for sure. Ladies, what's the survival guide for marrying this type? The handful of comments defending Shen Ge were buried under the outrage, barely scraping a few dozen likes. The trending discussions barely touched on the rat itself. Most were nitpicking, accusing Shen Ge of child abuse, causing public panic, or even stealing from the auto shop owner. Admittedly, Shen Ge had had other options besides kicking the kid and smashing the rat with a brick. Option 1. Dive in front of the boy, shielding him with his own body. Option 2. Use his immobility trait to freeze the rat mid-leap, buying the kid a few seconds to escape. But option 1? He didn't know the kid, and getting bitten by an anomaly could have unknown consequences. He wasn't about to martyr himself for a stranger. Option 2. The rat was in constant motion. No guarantee immobility would work. If it failed, the kid's head would have been rat chow. Then the headlines would scream, "Heartless bystander watches child die." So yes, his methods were rough, but they were the safest choice. As Shen Ge scrolled, his frown deepened at the few compliments buried under the hate, mostly about his looks. With a grimace, he started typing furiously. "What are you doing?" Chung Shengnan asked. "What does it look like?" Clapping back. Shen Ge didn't glance up. "If they ruin my mood, I'll ruin theirs." He wasn't one to stew in anger. Revenge was best served immediately. Curious, Chung Shengnan peered over his shoulder. Shen Ge's strategy was meticulous. Check the commenter's profile. If public, tailor the roast to their post. If private, lead with, a secret account. We must obey the unspoken rules, agree with everything they say. For the top commenting, Fairy Auntie, a middle-aged woman clad in floral dresses and heavy makeup, he fired off. "Since you're ignoring facts, let's talk feelings. The wind whispers, the flowers bloom, and the best match for you, dear fairy, is a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. P.S. Stop stealing your daughter's lipstick. That Barbie pink on you looks like a sausage wrapper." Even her comments under your videos say so. Next time your grandkids go out, stick a fragile sign on their backs, so I know not to violently save them. "I'm not your ancestor. I won't coddle your family." Post reply, he blocked her. Chung Shengnan, the epitome of icy composure, snorted. This man had just delivered a masterclass in trolling, then denied the target any chance to retaliate. Diabolical. "Wait, that's my phone." By the time she realized, it was too late. Shen Ge's APM had skyrocketed to pro gamer levels. Dozens of clapbacks and blocks flew in the blink of an eye. "Oh, much better." He set the phone down, stretched, and slumped back in his chair, only to meet Chung Shengnan's deadpan stare. "What? You used my phone?" "Oh, right." Shen Ge sat up, pulling out his own device. "Forgot I had this." Time for round 2. Classic Shen Ge. Chung Shengnan came across Shen Ge's video while scrolling through her phone in the morning. Seeing the upsetting comments, she had initially wanted to comfort him. But now, watching him enthusiastically reply to every remark, she realized that when it came to mental resilience, Shen Ge had always been the strongest in the company. With that thought, she relaxed. Returning to her desk, she pulled out 2 project proposals she had prepared for him and said, "I've finished these 2 drafts for you. You just need to wrap them up." "Oh, thanks. But don't bother. I'm planning quit. Just settle the accounts for Mr. Chen's project normally, and you can take these 2 for yourself." Shen Ge set down his phone and looked up at her. Quit. Though his earlier report submission had already sounded like a handover, making her suspicious, hearing him say it outright still caught her off guard. Shen Ge was the backbone of the company's Rome City branch. His compensation was nearly on par with hers, and in today's job market, landing a position with an annual salary of 1,000,000 yuan wasn't easy. "Why? If you don't mind me asking, what's the reason? Did you find a better opportunity? Or is there something about the company you're unhappy with?" Chung Shengnan pressed. "No, I'm quitting to save the world." The corner of Chung Shengnan's mouth twitched. Though she found it ridiculous, she held back the urge to mock him. "I know Dongxing Design's HR has reached out to you multiple times with high offers. If that's why you're leaving, I can guarantee you a higher salary before the new year. Clearly, she didn't take his words seriously, assuming he was just making up an excuse to jump ship. Shen Ge was the pillar of the branch. Not only was his skill level among the best in the entire company, but losing him, along with his long-term clients, would be a massive blow to both the company and her as the branch manager. Naturally, Cheng Shengnan wanted to do everything she could to keep him. Shen Ge shook his head. I am jumping ship, but not to Dongsheng or any other design firm. I'm joining the Special Response Department. The Special Response Department? Yeah. To save the world? Exactly. Why? Shen Ge raised an eyebrow, answering in a tone that even he seemed unsure of. With great power comes great responsibility? In Cheng Xingnan's eyes, aside from his infuriating mouth, it was hard to find any flaws in Shen Ge. Her expression turned serious. Has the situation really gotten that bad? Even someone with your physique has to go save the world now. Hey. What do you mean my physique? Who are you looking down on here? Shen Ge, indignant, immediately moved to unbutton his shirt, ready to show off his perfectly unified, god-tier abs. Shen Ge spent most of his time at a desk, hardly exercised, and never did manual labor. While his figure hadn't gone to ruin, it was just fine. Cheng Shengnan deadpanned. Remember last year's company sports meet? Your scores in every event were about the same as mine in the women's division. Oh, right. I maxed out intelligence because I was afraid of being dumb, Shen Ge replied calmly. Cheng Shengnan fell silent for a moment before finally asking in earnest, have you really thought this through? You're actually going to work in a dangerous place like the Special Response Department? Yes, she sighed. If Shen Ge were leaving over work or pay issues, she could still try to persuade him. But if he was joining the Special Response Department, it was like someone with potential choosing to dedicate themselves to serving the country and its people. Asking him to stay and sell real estate with her? She couldn't bring herself to say it. Cheng Shengnan thought back to the past 3 days, during which Shen Ge had dealt with 3 monsters she could never have imagined before. It was as if, overnight, she no longer recognized this pillar of the company. She still remembered the helplessness and despair she felt on the first day when she was frozen and disappeared, especially after Dang Yuqi told her that the creature controlling her fed on living beings. It ate people. That night, she couldn't sleep at all. She turned on every light in the house and binge-watched Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf until morning. In just 3 days, not only Cheng Xingnan's life, but Shen Ge's as well, had undergone earth-shattering changes. Though he was doing his best to adapt, it was still a process. Will these supernatural incidents soon be exposed to the public? Cheng Shengnan asked, after processing his resignation, voicing her biggest concern. Maybe, but don't worry too much. If the sky falls, the government will hold it up. Shen Ge smiled, as if the horror of the supernatural had never weighed on him. According to the Special Response Department, the average person's chances of encountering a supernatural incident were slim. Even the Rome City branch only dealt with a few cases every few years. Of course, whether that low probability would hold after Shen Ge, an anomaly, entered the picture remained to be seen. Cheng Xingnan's expression darkened. The once ordinary world had completely changed because of these scientifically unexplainable monsters. It was impossible not to feel fear. What would the future look like? Would it become like those apocalyptic movies, where monsters roamed freely and humans were reduced to prey, hiding in damp, dark corners just to survive? Shen Ge noticed her worry and reassured her with a smile. Honestly, there's no need to overthink it. Just live your life, as usual. If you ever encounter something beyond your understanding, run as far as you can, call the police, and let the professionals handle it. What we'll be facing aren't slow-walking corpses or enemies that can be stopped by a metal door. These are supernatural entities with bizarre, unpredictable abilities. So don't suddenly decide to sell all your assets and build a panic room. Who knows? You might stock it with food today, only to find yourself hosting a monster party in it tomorrow. And definitely don't be like those geniuses who think the apocalypse is coming and decide to carry 10 pounds of cement up Mount Ida train like a superhero before doomsday. Rome wasn't built in a day, and you can't become a master overnight. Everything takes time. Like I said, if the sky falls, the tall will hold it up. Ordinary folks shouldn't stress too much. Keep a calm mind, eat well, drink well. Maybe stock up on a few months' worth of food and water, just in case. But if the world really does end, with no power or running water, living alone in a monster-infested world might drive you insane before the monsters even find you. The cart will find its way around the hill when it gets there. Shen Ge never wasted energy on unnecessary worries. After all, the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet. Why live in constant fear? Mindset matters. As a friend, he didn't want Shangnan to live under constant stress, always looking over her shoulder. The most he could do was offer comfort. As for the rest, well, he'd just have to eliminate the supernatural threats before they spread. Starting with those 3 ghost cats in the villa. Shen Ge's words might have been blunt, but they were undeniably true, harsh yet realistic. Many people assumed that when the apocalypse hit, all they needed was a panic room stocked with food and water. They thought they could hole up for a few years, work out, and then emerge ready to conquer the world. But they overlooked one critical factor: locking a person in an enclosed space with nothing but food and water. No internet, no outside communication, while knowing monsters roamed freely outside would eventually drive them insane from psychological pressure. There was once an experiment abroad where 100 people were invited to stay in a house with no phones, internet, TV, or computers. They were given food and water, and if they lasted 3 months, they'd win $500,000. The first to drop out were the very same young people who had bragged they could stay until the organizers went bankrupt. Some couldn't even last 2 days. They said time crawled unbearably in that house, and with nothing to do, their minds spiraled in a torment far worse than any physical hardship. In the end, only one middle-aged man made it through. But after completing the experiment, he underwent months of psychological treatment, left the money to his family, and ended his life with a gun. Shen Ge believed that unless the entire world became a safe haven, or at the very least, an entire city, a single panic room was utterly meaningless. That was why he chose to join the Special Response Department. With their backing, he'd have more opportunities to confront the supernatural head-on. Maybe, just maybe, he could delay the inevitable descent into chaos. Save the world? No. Shen Ge just wanted to save himself, to preserve a world that wasn't reduced to a monotonous cycle of killing monsters, retreating to a safe house, then waking up to do it all over again. If he wanted that kind of grind, why not just boot up a Dynasty Warriors game? Shangnan fell silent, absorbing his words, then finally nodded. All right, if there's ever anything I can do to help, whether as a former colleague or a friend, just ask. Deal. She stood and extended her hand. Good luck out there. Shen Ge shook it with a grin. Same to you. Hope you reach whatever heights you're aiming for. But remember, we're all just stumbling through life for the first time. No need to bend over backward for anyone. Relax. Happiness matters most. The cart will find its way around the hill when it gets there. His words carried a pointed meaning. Shangnan didn't acknowledge it directly, simply smiling. Thanks. Once back at his desk, Shen Ge immediately texted Deng Yuqi. Officer Deng, what's the deal here? What deal? She replied promptly. Yesterday's market incident. Why am I trending? What do you expect? You caught a ghost rat in front of hundreds of people. Plenty filmed it. We can't exactly arrest and warn every single one. Memory erasing baton? Shouldn't you be bonking them all? Mr. Shun, watch fewer movies. Oh, so you've seen them too, huh? After Deng Yuqi's explanation, Shen Ge learned this was already the damage-controlled version. With so many eyewitnesses, the footage had spread too quickly for the Special Response Department to contain. Their PR team had opted to lean into it, editing clips to obscure the rat's monstrous features while steering public attention away from the supernatural. So, you're telling me I'm getting roasted online because you guys encouraged it? Shen Ge groaned. Not the comments themselves. We planned to moderate them, but when we saw people fixating on trivial details instead of the actual anomaly, we let it ride. We did delete plenty of misleading edits, though, like the one where you kicked a child. Shen Ge sighed. This was just how the internet worked now. Minor details blown out of proportion while the real issue, saving lives, got ignored. After a few more exchanges, Deng Yuqi, hearing he'd resigned, instructed him to report for his official evaluation the next day before hanging up. Soon after, Cheng Shengnan announced Shen Ge's departure to the office, declaring a farewell dinner in his honor that evening. Once she left, co-workers swarmed him, demanding answers, except for old Zhao, who stood smugly with an "I know, but I won't tell" air. After shooing the others away, Shen Ge finally turned to him. "Spit out. You two going public. Public with what? Your relationship. Only reason you'd quit such a sweet gig is to avoid office romance drama, right? Nah, I'm off to save the world." "Oh yeah? Count me in. Actually, my true identity is Iron Man. Sure thing, stank." With his work handed off, Shen Ge enjoyed an early dismissal thanks to Cheng Shengnan's generosity. By 4 p.m., the team was at the restaurant she'd booked. Around 7 p.m., Shen Ge declined old Zhao's KTV invite, citing other business, and headed straight for Lushan International Villas. He'd been itching all day to claim his reward from those 3 stray cats. Unfortunately, after scouring Chen's villa repeatedly, he found no trace of them. The system wouldn't give a daily quest if they were impossible to find. Expanding his search to the neighborhood, he eventually heard piercing feline shrieks from an occupied villa. The cries were agonized, desperate. Circling the property, he noted the owner's paranoia. Cameras covered every corner of the perimeter. Activating silence, he vaulted the fence. It took him 2 full minutes. Note to self, hit the gym. While silence masked his movements, the cameras still caught him. Not that he cared. If the owner was up to something shady, he'd happily play the righteous vigilante. Peering through the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw a shirtless guy in swim trunks torturing a mutilated animal on a grill. 2 others were skewered nearby, one missing half its skull, the other gutted, organs spilling out. 2 were the same strays from Chen's villa, likely Silence's lackeys. Now, between the one Shen Ge had accidentally killed and these 3, he finally understood why the cats had held such hatred for humans. This bastard was the reason. Xiao Wangmiao had set up a phone to record from behind a rack. The room was blasting intense music as he danced wildly, thrusting a red-hot iron skewer into the skinned corpses strapped to the rack. It was clear these animals had endured his abuse for a long time. 2 had already fallen silent, while the one with its paws severed and tied to the rack let out weak, agonized whimpers. Shen Ge recorded about 10 seconds of Xiao Wangmiao's animal abuse before preparing to enter. But then, he noticed black smoke rising from the creature bound to the rack. The rack wasn't even lit. This wasn't smoke from burning fur. In the blink of an eye, the small body was engulfed in thick, dark fumes. Xiao Wangmiao leaned in curiously, waving a hand to disperse the smoke while cursing. He kept jabbing the red-hot skewer into the cat's belly, now spewing black mist. TSK. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. No sooner had Shen Ge thought this than a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Warning! A second-tier supernatural entity has been detected. Given the host's current rating, confrontation is impossible. Prioritize survival and evacuate immediately. It was rare for the long-dormant system to issue a warning. Clearly, this kitten, its paws chopped off, its body riddled with burns, was undergoing a terrifying transformation. Shen Ge recalled the first time he'd seen these stray cats. The system had labeled them first-tier supernatural entities, but back then, they'd shown no visible changes. The supernatural rat had also been first-tier, but its body had already mutated grotesquely. Shen Ge had suspected the system's ratings were based on their future evolution, 4 years from now. This new warning confirmed his theory. 4 years later, this cat would become a second-tier entity. But right now, it was undergoing its first-tier mutation. Suddenly, the kitten exploded like a smoke grenade, spewing dense black fumes that expanded into a swirling mass nearly a meter wide. Then, from the smoke, a thick, shadowy paw, easily the size of a grown man's arm, lashed out, slashing across Xiao Wangmiao's face. Blood sprayed instantly. Zio Wangmio collapsed, clutching his face and scrambling backward. But the black mist had already coalesced into a monstrous cat. Eyes burning crimson, its snarling visage more befitting a black panther than a house cat. A first-tier supernatural entity. The spectral cat. Damn, that's huge. Shen Ge was stunned. Even as a freshly mutated first tier, this thing dwarfed the supernatural rat he'd encountered earlier. The spectral cat pounced, landing atop Zio Wangmio. Its head, half the size of a basketball, split open into a gaping maw half a meter wide and chomped down, shearing off most of his torso in one bite. Crunch! Crunch! Same tier, but this kitten had turned into a panther-sized abomination with a shape-shifting, zombie dog-inspired mouth. Compared to the rat, this thing was on another level. If Shen Ge had the air conditioner unit hidden under his bed, he might have stood a chance. But unarmed, he did the next best thing, pulled out his phone. The moment the call connected, Deng Yuqi's furious roar blasted through. Don't tell me you ran into another one. You really are my future boss. Nailed it. Shen Ge chuckled. He could practically hear Deng Yuqi taking deep, calming breaths before she snapped. Location. Entity tier. Any civilians? Shen Ge gave a quick rundown. First tier, but twice the size of the rat. About as big as a panther. Its mouth can shapeshift. One casualty. The idiot torturing it just got bisected. As he spoke, alarms blared in the background, followed by rapid footsteps. Deng Yuqi was already mobilizing. Stay put. Keep the line open. If it's indoors, don't provoke it. Backup's en route, she ordered. Bit late for that advice, Shen Ge muttered. The spectral cat's enhanced senses had already locked onto him. With a thunderous crash, it burst through the shattered patio door and landed in the yard, back-arched, glaring at him with pure malice. Maybe it recognized him from the villa. Maybe it just hated humans. Either way, its blood-red eyes promised far worse than what Zio Wangmio got. Hey, long time no. Wait, I asked that your MO. Shen Ge pointed dramatically behind the cat, then bolted inside. The spectral cat lunged, only to eat a folding chair to the face. Shen Ge hadn't run blindly. He grabbed the nearest weapon and swung hard. Begone! Wham! With 92% strength, close to peak human, the chair sent the cat crashing through another window. No time to celebrate. This thing was way out of his league. Shen Ge sprinted upstairs, barricading himself in a room as the cat shredded the door like cardboard. Time to go. He slipped out the balcony, vaulted into the yard, and booked it toward the gate. Just as he cleared the fence, a black streak shot down from above. The spectral cat was hot on his heels. Shen Ge raced down a steep slope, hurdled the gate barrier, and plowed straight into a power-walking squad. Speed fuels passion. Power walking for glory. Rise and stride, conquer the road. The retirees marched in a human centipede formation, chanting with militant zeal. Shen Ge barely avoided bowling over their leader, Annie Wong, but she shoved him back with a scowl. Watch where you're going, punk. Can't you see we're exercising? Yeah. Stop exercising and run. There's a man-eating monster coming. Shen Ge warned. Annie Wong scoffed. Monster? In broad daylight? Nice try, you little creep. Shen Ge blinked. Did you just insult my face? The squad erupted. Look at him. Not a patch on your son, Wang Jia. Even the guards don't mess with us. Buzz off before I fall and sue you. Power walkers. Square dancers. Tiny dog ladies. Annie Wong was the trifecta of unstoppable Andes, and she owned this neighborhood. Shen Ge grinned. All right. He slung an arm around her shoulders and pointed. See that cute little panther sprinting at us at 100 kilometers per hour? Want to say hi? Don't worry. You're too big to swallow whole. The spectral cat was barreling toward them, jaws unhinged, half its body rotting like a zombie hound. Annie Wong's scream shattered glass. Shen Ge winced, prying a finger in his ear as the squad scattered like roaches. Hey, don't leave. Let's get a group photo first, he called after them. Where's that stand-your-ground spirit? That block traffic energy? A drowsy guard poked his head out, just in time to see the spectral cat leap off the slope, maw gaping wider than its body. Holy, live-action Resident Evil. He ducked under his desk, trembling. Shen Ge whipped out his phone and tapped it against the vehicle gate scanner. With a beep, the barrier arm lifted and the sliding gates rumbled open. Barreling down the slope was the spectral cat, now utterly unrecognizable from its kitten origins. Panther-sized with a grotesque, gaping maw and rotting flesh, it looked like something ripped straight out of Resident Evil. Though the panicked power-walking squad scattered around it, the cat's burning crimson eyes stayed locked on Shen Ge. It hadn't forgotten their last encounter. With a snarl, the beast coiled its powerful hind legs and launched itself at him. Shen Ge was ready. The moment the cat leaped, he bolted toward the gate, then suddenly jumped, grabbed the barrier arm, and yanked it down with all his weight. Crack! The arm slammed onto the cat's skull and promptly snapped in half. The gates, now closing, began squeezing inward. "Please use the pedestrian gate to avoid injury," droned the automated voice. The metal bars touched the cat's body, then immediately reversed direction, retracting harmlessly. Shen Ge sighed. So much for movie logic. Not that he'd expected the gate to work. Swinging the barrier arm was just a Hail Mary. Bonus if it stunned the cat. No loss if it didn't. He didn't stick around to find out. Darting to a nearby stone lion statue, he glanced back just as the enraged cat charged. Time for the Emperor's secret technique, Qin Shi Huang's pillar dodge. Shen Ge began circling the 2-meter-tall statue, locked in a deadly game of ring around the rosy with the cat. Roar! The spectral cat bared its fangs, poised to strike, until Shen Ge activated stillness, freezing it mid-lunge. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The cat could only growl impotently, trapped in place. "Where are you now?" Shen Ge suddenly yelled, not to the cat, but to Deng Yuqi, still on the call. East Min Road intersection. How fast? About 120 kilometers per hour. What? Don't hit the brakes later. What? Releasing stillness, Shen Ge sprinted across the street. The cat, freed, gave chase instantly. Hopping over a divider, Shen Ge dove behind a parked car, initiating round 2 of pillar dodge. The cat leapt onto the roof, glaring down. Then it pounced, only for Shen Ge to duck low, sliding beneath it while jabbing upward with a handful of iron skewers. He'd snatched these from the grill during his escape. No time for better weapons. He did more in the lost folding chair. With a heave, he flipped the cat onto the car, then smashed a glass bottle of alcohol against the hood. Next, he chugged from a bottle of Nongfu Sanquan liquor and spit a fireball straight at the doused cat. Whoosh! Flames engulfed the beast and the car. The cat screeched, its body seething with black smoke as it writhed on the burning vehicle. Shen Ge, already sprinting away, hit the road's center line, then turned back, grinning. "Hey, look both ways." Vroom! A black sedan plowed into the cat at 120 kilometers per hour, sending it tumbling into the bushes. The car skidded to a stop, and Deng Yuqi stormed out, livid. "Are you insane? You just stood there. What if I'd braked? You said 120 kilometers per hour. Cat takes 2 seconds to cross. Basic math." Shen Ge shrugged. "No brakes, no problem. And if I had braked? You be cat food," she snapped. "I trusted you. You said the team's all about reliable comrades. I took that to heart." Truthfully, he'd had 7 backup plans, including reserving 3 to 4 seconds of stillness. But flattery never hurt. Deng Yuqi looked torn between fury and guilt. Growl! The spectral cat lurched from the bushes, wreathed in churning black mist, its body twisting, evolving again. Shen Ge sidestepped behind Deng Yuqi, nodding solemnly. "The stage is yours. I'll cheer from the back." Ignoring him, she drew her pistol and unloaded into the cat's skull. "Nice stance. John Wick fan," Shen Ge mused as she emptied the magazine, then reloaded seamlessly. The cat collapsed, barely breathing. But Deng Yuqi kept her gun raised. Shen Ge eyed her weapon, not the standard issue QSC-193. "Wait, is that a modified XR920? Glock's custom job. You know guns?" She didn't take her eyes off the cat. Just did some research. After drawing the Gatling, he'd binge-studied weapon specs for academic reasons. The XR920, a clone of Glock's 1719 models, was legendary for customization and non-existent in China. These are rare here, no? Frontline agents can request preferred firearms, she said. Asterisk. Our sniper uses a -14 Malawian kwaches instead of the QBU-10. Asterisk. Shen Ge's eyes lit up. So if I join, I can pick any gun. Within reason. I want a Gatling gun. Why don't you just ask for a tank? Deng Yuqi snapped irritably. Shen Ge's eyes lit up. Can I? If he really had a tank, he could just crush any creepy cats or dogs they encounter from now on. If they didn't die from being run over, he'd blast them with a shell. There was nothing a single shell couldn't solve. And if that didn't work, well, he'd just fire another one. At that moment, a crisp, unnatural sound came from ahead. Tap, tap, tap. Shen Ge turned his head and saw that the ghostly cat lying on the ground was now almost entirely shrouded in black mist, with only its head still exposed. The strange tapping noise came from the squirming flesh in its head, which was pushing the bullets out one by one. The spent casings clattered onto the ground. It's probably about to mutate again. Back at the villa, it was the same. Black mist enveloped its body, turning it into this monstrosity, Shen Ge explained. Without hesitation, Deng Yuqi raised her gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. She emptied the entire magazine. Decisive. Not a moment's hesitation. But this time, the bullets barely pierced the cat's skull before being forced back out. At the same time, the black mist covering its body began creeping forward, slowly swallowing its head as well. While Deng Yuqi reloaded, Shen Ge turned and bolted toward the back, without so much as a run, leaving her behind without a second thought. This guy, Deng Yuqi muttered under her breath as she watched Shen Ge sprint toward the black sedan. She quickly followed. Just as she reached for the passenger side door, Shen Ge slid into the driver's seat, slammed the door shut, and floored the gas. The car lurched forward with a screech. Hey, I'm not in yet, Deng Yuqi shouted. Shen Ge showed no intention of stopping. He sped into the distance, then suddenly braked, swung the car around, and accelerated straight toward the ghostly cat. He knew his limits. His driving skills were nowhere near Deng Yuqi's, so he didn't attempt any flashy maneuvers. He simply gave himself enough space to turn properly, then built up speed for a full-force impact. By now, the ghostly cat was completely engulfed in the black mist, its body slowly rising. But before it could fully stand, the sedan smashed into it. Boom! The cat was sent flying, crashing into a stone lying in the distance with a sickening splat. Thick, black liquid oozed down the statue. The creature staggered back to its feet, its head and upper body emerging from the mist, now even larger than before. Shen Ge leaned out the driver's window and taunted, "Yeah, that was me. What are you going to do about it, huh?" With an enraged screech, the cat charged straight at him. Shen Ge immediately flung open the driver's door, scrambled over to the passenger side, and jumped out just as the cat lunged inside. He slammed the door shut behind him. Thud! The cat smashed into the passenger door. Meanwhile, Shen Ge had already circled back to the driver's side. He tossed in his last bottle of alcohol. Light it. Shut the door. One smooth motion. Clang. The next second, the cat burst through the windshield, landing on the hood. Just then, a gunshot rang out from a far bang. A high-powered bullet tore through the air, its impact sending the cat flying back into the burning car. Sniper 1 in position. Sniper 2 in position. Sniper 3 in position. Civilians evacuated. Min East Road fully locked down. All surveillance cameras disabled. Sweeping nearby residences. Fire and medical teams standing by. Tech and analysis divisions ready. Deng Yuqi's radio crackled with updates from each squad. Then, with a series of screeching brakes, multiple armored vehicles rolled in from both ends of the street, sealing the exits. Teams of fully armed tactical response officers poured out, assault rifles trained on the flaming wreck. The ghostly cat let out a guttural howl, struggling to escape the inferno. Deng Yuqi didn't hesitate. Open fire. Full suppression. Empty your mags. Rat-tat-tat-at. A hailstorm of bullets rained down. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Under the relentless barrage, the cat, now riddled with holes, seemed pitifully weak. Fall back. The assault team leader raised a fist, signaling his squad to cease fire and retreat from the burning vehicle. Shen Ge noticed that aside from the flames, the car was now filled with swirling black mist. The cat itself was nowhere to be seen. Feels like we're still lacking firepower. Where's the artillery? Before he could finish, Deng Yuqi had already issued a new order. Blow it. Two soldiers stepped forward, rocket launchers braced on their shoulders. Whoosh, whoosh. Two rockets streaked toward the wreck. Boom. The sedan was hurled into the air, flipping once before crashing onto the sidewalk in a mangled heap. Ah, the beauty of an RPG, Shen Ge sighed appreciatively. Deng Yuqi spoke into her radio. Assault team, confirm target status. Snipers, stay sharp. Engage at the first sign of movement. The assault team advanced cautiously, rifles raised. No signs of life detected. Escort tech and analysis to the site. A group of hazmat-suited technicians emerged from an armored vehicle, handheld scanners at the ready. Deng Yuqi turned to order Shen Ge to fall back, only to find him already hovering behind the analysts, peering at the wreck like a curious child. Resigned, she walked over just as a technician reported, "Ma'am, no vital signs detected. Minor residual anomalous energy readings. Have Li Xiang's team handle cleanup." "Yes, ma'am." Shen Ge poked his head through the shattered window. The cat's charred corpse lay between the front seats, wisps of black smoke still curling from its body, but far weaker than before. Host has assisted in eliminating a Tier 2 anomaly. Reward, 50 system points. System confirmation. The cat was definitely dead. He prodded the corpse with a stick. Sell Tier 2 anomaly remains. Price, 500 system points. Still no traits. What a shame. Mr. Shun, please refrain from direct contact with anomalous remains. Risk of viral contamination and mutation. The voice belonged to Li Xiang, the same technician from before. His tone was noticeably less hostile this time. Just making sure it's dead. Wait, these things carry viruses? They can infect humans? Shen Ge asked. Li Xiang shook his head. No conclusive evidence yet. But past handlers who touched anomalies developed symptoms. Vomiting, accelerated cell decay, even cancer. Hence the protective gear. Good to know. Shen Ge stepped aside, letting Li Xiang's team take over. Deng Yuqi approached, ready to debrief him, only for Shen Ge to suddenly bolt toward the villa district. "Where are you going?" she called after him. "Bathroom." Deng Yuqi. "Yeah, right." She signaled two soldiers, and the trio gave chase. They followed him into a villa, where Shen Ge stood in the living room, fiddling with a phone. At his feet lay a mutilated corpse, organs strewn across the floor. The cat torture? Deng Yuqi eyed the remains with distaste. Shen Ge handed her the phone. Yep, he recorded the whole thing. Phone's dead, though. She passed it to a soldier without looking. Thought you had to pee? Oh, right. Shen Ge finally headed for the bathroom. Deng Yuqi radioed for a forensic team. Her gaze swept the room, the empty grills, the tufts of fur still clinging to them. Host single-handedly slays 2 Tier 1 anomalies, displaying fearless and heroic prowess. Reward, 100 system points. Sold Tier 1 anomaly corpse. Reward, 200 system points. Sold Tier 1 anomaly corpse. Reward, 200 system points. Daily mission completed. Reward, 100 system points. Random F-grade recovery item X1. Extract rewards now. Shen Ge was the first to return to the villa. After turning off the recording on the blonde guy's phone and confirming there were no hidden cameras in the living room, he immediately tried selling the 2 stray cats, brutally killed by the blonde guy, to the system. As he suspected, even though the 2 cats in the villa hadn't mutated, the system still classified them as Tier 1 anomalies. By now, Shen Ge had also figured out the system's rating system for anomalies. Due to the 4-year time discrepancy, there were generally 3 scenarios. Currently normal, but becomes an anomaly for years later. Currently an anomaly, and remains 1 4 years later. currently normal/anomaly, but gets destroyed before 4 years pass. Regardless of whether it was scenario 1 or 2, the system would always base the rewards on the 4-year later rating. When Shen Ge first encountered the 3 stray cats, the system rated them as Tier 1. But when he arrived at the villa and witnessed the blonde guy torturing the cats, causing the calico to mutate into a Tier 1 anomaly, the system's rating changed to Tier 2. This meant that, 4 years from now, the stray cats would evolve into Tier 2 anomalies. Thus, even though Shen Ge faced a newly mutated Tier 1 ghost cat, the rewards for killing or selling it were calculated based on a Tier 2 anomaly. This was further confirmed by the fact that the 2 non-mutated cats on the grill still yielded Tier 1 anomaly rewards. As for Scenario 3, whether due to the system's conscience or a bug from premature activation, the rewards would be based on the current timeline's rating. For example, the ghost car and ghost rats. Either way, as long as the system gave rewards, it was a win. When Shen Ge came out of the bathroom, Deng Yuqi and the tech team were already examining the grill. Spotting him, Deng Yuqi said, "There are still traces of other stray cats on the grill. You didn't really go to the bathroom. You came back to check if there were more anomalies here, right?" Shen Ge nodded solemnly. "Exactly. But I searched the entire house and didn't find any sign of the cats. Either they're hiding somewhere or the ghost cat outside ate them after I fled the villa. If it's the latter, that's fine. But if it's the former, we might have to seal off this area." Deng Yuqi replied, "I understand your concern, but next time, be more serious about critical moments like this. Just call us, and we'll rush back together. What if those 2 cats had also mutated? Could you have handled them alone? Remember, our work is important, but so is every operative's life. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices." "Understood. Next time, for sure." Shen Ge nodded, though his resolve wasn't that high. The real reason he rushed back ahead of the Special Response Division was to claim the 2 corpses for himself and exchange them for system points, since he'd already given up the ghost cat outside. Deng Yuqi didn't overthink it. She immediately ordered the assault team leader to conduct a sweep of the villa area under the guise of an anti-terror drill. After that, it was the usual routine. The Special Response Division secured the scene for cleanup, while Shen Ge returned with Deng Yuqi to give his statement. In the briefing room, Deng Yuqi's gaze at Shen Ge was complicated. After a long, silent stare, Shen Ge couldn't help but speak up first. "Officer Deng, if you think I'm handsome, you can just say so. It's a fact. It doesn't count as harassment." Deng Yuqi sighed deeply. "I really want to know what kind of luck you have to run into anomalies every single day." "Well, that's a long story." Shen Ge straightened his collar and sat up, ready to spin a tall tale. Deng Yuqi cut in. "Then keep it short. Maybe because I'm handsome?" Deng Yuqi, already used to this, didn't hesitate to close her notebook and head for the door. "If you're not in a hurry to leave, you can stop by the tech department. Li Xiang wants your help with the dissection. He said your suggestions last time were very insightful and gave him a lot of inspiration." "No problem." Shen Ge agreed readily. As she reached the door, Deng Yuqi suddenly paused and turned back. "Since you've officially resigned, come in tomorrow morning for your onboarding assessment and a psychological evaluation. Once the paperwork's done, I'll assign your daily duties. With my exceptional luck, you might as well just assign me as a patrol officer. I guarantee our branch's performance will multiply in no time, making us the national champions in anomaly elimination," Shen Ge said earnestly. Deng Yuqi was silent for a moment before sighing. "As much as I hate to admit it, there's some truth to that. I'll consider it. But before that, I'll design a detailed training plan for you." Headquarters almost rejected your application for 3 reasons, 2 of which were related to your physical fitness, Deng Yuqi said seriously. "Well, the Special Response Division is a big place. It's not just field work, right? For example, the tech department. Shen Ge's top choice was naturally the tech department, especially if he could land a role in anomaly corpse disposal. We'll discuss your assignment tomorrow. For now, head to the dissection room. They're waiting." With that, Deng Yuqi left with the files. "Got it." A few minutes later, Shen Ge arrived at the dissection room in a senior mobility scooter and, just like last time, assisted Li Xiang in dissecting the ghost cat's corpse. The two like-minded individuals sliced and probed the corpse with gusto, even enthusiastically debating whether its mutation pattern or the zombie dogs from Resident Evil were more biologically plausible. The assistant who came in twice to remind Li Xiang about tomorrow's meeting was so disgusted she vowed never to enter the dissection room again when these two were around. Shen Ge had agreed to assist with the dissection for 3 reasons. First, he was genuinely curious about the ghost cat's corpse. Second, he had used stillness on the ghost cat and wanted to see if Li Xiang could detect traces of its energy. And third, most importantly, he wanted to build a good relationship with Li Xiang. Though Li Xiang was also a newcomer, Shen Ge had observed over the past 2 days that he was blunt, obsessive about anomaly research, and a rising star in the tech department. From their conversations, Shen Ge learned that the Special Response Division generally handled corpses in 2 ways: those with residual anomaly energy and those without. The former would be sealed and stored in an airtight chamber for energy extraction or further study. The latter would be disposed of, commonly by cremation, with the ashes then bottled and stored. The key point? Some anomalies would burn away completely, leaving no ashes behind. And those were Shen Ge's target. If he could become an anomaly corpse disposal worker, he could sell them to the system right as they were tossed into the incinerator, free system points just like that. Maintaining a good relationship with Li Xiang was crucial. At the very least, it could secure him a position as an autopsy assistant. From there, becoming a full-fledged handler of supernatural corpses was just 1 step away. The two of them worked on dissecting the eerie cat corpse until nearly dawn. This time, Li Xiang once again detected traces of the supernatural energy stillness lingering on the cat's body. However, Shen Ge had come prepared. He pulled out a stack of fire bricks from his bag as his explanation. He claimed that, worried about the possibility of more supernatural activity at the market, he had woken up early to search the area. But since the market had already been cordoned off by the Special Measures Department, he could only patrol the surrounding area. By chance, he stumbled upon a construction site, where the sight of fire bricks gave him a sense of familiarity. So, he bought a few from the foreman as part of his personal collection. If it had been anyone else, they'd have already landed on the suspicion list. But when it came to Shen Ge, the department just considered it another day in the life of their resident oddball. Shen Ge suspected that the supernatural car was of a higher level than the rat and the cat, possibly even possessing the ability to create a supernatural space. It was likely still under observation. Otherwise, if the car had already been fully examined, his claim about the supernaturally charged fire bricks being hidden artifacts would have fallen apart. Even so, Li Xiang insisted on drawing a tube of Shen Ge's blood for testing, citing concerns about possible supernatural energy contamination. After the autopsy, Shen Ge dragged his exhausted body home, took a shower, and made himself a late-night snack of instant noodles. Then, it was time for the highlight of his day. The lottery draw. BGM. Today's theme song. Miracle reappears. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've survived another day in a world overrun by the supernatural. Reward. 1% freely distributable attribute points, 10 system points. Smile in the face of danger. Dreams aren't far away. Summon your courage. Press forward with determination, and miracles will surely appear. As the song reached the line, miracles will surely appear, Shen Ge, a firm believer in the power of superstition, immediately initiated the lottery draw. Would you like to spend 100 system points for a draw? Shen Ge currently had 741 system points, enough for 7 draws. Prizes are being selected. Ding! The flickering light gradually slowed as it cycled through the 5 options, finally landing on freely distributable attributes, 3%. A standard system move. Shen Ge wasn't surprised. Next, the light cycled again before stopping at daily supplies. A box of instant noodles. A typical little brother move from a system. Still, Shen Ge wasn't too shocked. Next, this time, the light landed on daily supplies again, a large barrel of water. The system was being a little brat, but Shen Ge held his temper. Again, ding 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 ding. Freely distributable attributes, 2%. Shen Ge snapped. Smile in the face of danger, my ass. Damn system, are you even trying? For draws in, and this is all I get? Do you know how hard it is to earn system points? Wait, the BGM was the problem. He needed something more festive. With that thought, Shen Ge grabbed his mouse and switched tracks. This one, a ridiculously upbeat tune blasted from the speakers, even more shamelessly cheesy than Jiangnan Leather Factory. Big Pie Show, Big Pie Show, Big Pie Show, Big Pie Show, wishing you wealth. Here's a Big Pie Show. Drawl. Ding 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 ding. The light flickered wildly before finally stopping at weapons and equipment. Huh. The New Year's spirit really does bring good luck. Shen Ge thought excitedly. If this turned out to be a special artifact, it'd be perfect. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the weapon AK-47X1 and magazines X5. A flash of white light later, a classic assault rifle, one so iconic even a layman could name it, appeared on the coffee table. Yes, the very same AK-47 that Shaoqi handled so well. Shen Ge felt like his heart was about to give out. Sure, it was a great gun, if he could actually use it outside. With a sigh, he pulled out the air conditioner box from under his bed and stashed the AK-47 and magazines inside. Again, system, be a proper golden finger for once. Ding 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 ding. The light spun wildly before stopping at consumables. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the consumable Molotov Cocktail X10. Another flash, and a beer crate appeared on the table, filled with 10 bottles of Molotov cocktails, also known by another name, flaming bottles. Shen Ge was speechless. Alcohol bottles could at least be explained away as disinfectants, but flaming bottles? The air conditioner, Reed, Arsenal, box under his bed welcomed yet another addition to its growing collection. Last one. Shen Ge rubbed his hands together. Ding. Freely distributable attributes, 3%. 700 system points. 7 draws. A grand total of 8% in freely distributable attributes. 2 lethally powerful but unusable weapons. And, oh yeah, a box of instant noodles and a barrel of water. What a fun game. With a sigh, Shen Ge allocated the 1% survival reward and the remaining 8%, totaling 9%, all into mental strength, determined to become a true spiritual young man. System claimed the reward. Shen Ge had completed yesterday's daily mission of killing a Tier-1 supernatural entity and had yet to claim his random F-grade supply item. Prizes are being selected. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the F-grade supply item, Mental Apple. A mental apple capable of restoring 100% mental energy. Its value easily surpassed everything he'd gotten from those 7 draws combined. Next, Shen Ge opened Logs and Daily Missions. January 8th, 2028. The holiday is over. The organization has assigned you a new task, leading a team back to the neighborhood where the supernatural entity Silence appeared to investigate whether it's still lurking in the villa area. If it is, the organization will initiate a capture operation. Though Silence was already killed by you, you remained vigilant during the mission and discovered a mutated Tier-2 supernatural cat, which your team successfully eliminated. Daily mission. In this apocalyptic world overrun by supernatural entities, a strong body is your greatest asset. Before 12 p.m. tomorrow, complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Reward, basic attributes, 50 system points. So in the future, that supernatural cat evolved into a Tier-2 entity. The log entry confirmed Shen Ge's earlier suspicions. As for the daily exercise mission, this wasn't his first time accepting it. He had experience now, so he decided to turn in early and wake up at dawn the next day. After breakfast, he began his workout. Deng Yuqi had told him to report to the Special Measures Department in the morning, but hadn't specified an exact time. So, Shen Ge mapped out a 10-kilometer route that would take him straight to work. In this apocalyptic world overrun by supernatural entities, a strong body is your greatest asset. You successfully completed today's workout. Strength plus 1%, agility plus 1%, constitution plus 3%. Reward, 50 system points. When Deng Yuqi's assistant led a panting, sweat-drenched Shen Ge into the department, the director looked him over curiously. Are you really this out of shape? You're the one who's out of shape. You said my physical condition was lacking yesterday, so I got up early to train. I just took a little detour and ran 10 kilometers on the way here. Shen Ge replied. Deng Yuqi studied him from head to toe, then patted him on the shoulder with amusement. Very spirited and very self-aware. Xiao Zhang, take him for a psychological evaluation. Oh, and for the onboarding assessment later, no need to involve anyone else. After the evaluation, bring him straight to my office. Understood, Director. Xiao Zhang nodded, then turned to Shen Ge. Mr. Shen, this way, please. I'll take you to the medical department. Just then, Deng Yuqi called after them. Hey, try to keep that honeyed but venomous tongue of yours in check. Don't traumatize our psychologist into silence. Shen Ge followed Xiao Zhang to the medical department. The so-called psychological evaluation turned out to be nothing more than a set of mental health questionnaires, followed by an assessment through a conversation with a psychiatrist. Holding the test papers, Shen Ge's expression was somewhat peculiar. Just as the psychiatrist was about to ask if there was an issue with the questions, Shen Ge picked up his pen and began scribbling away. In less than 5 minutes, he finished a test that typically took 30 to 60 minutes to complete. The psychiatrist stared at Shen Ge's completed answers, then gave him a strange look. Mr. Shen, have you done this kind of test before? Is this set of answers not suitable? Then give me another one. I've got several more answer keys ready, Shen Ge replied earnestly. Though Shen Ge had never taken this exact test before, the questions were clearly lifted from a few classic case study textbooks. Coincidentally, he had memorized those books cover to cover during his university electives. The psychiatrist was speechless. The psychological test in his hands was one commonly given to frontline soldiers to assess their mental state after combat. After all, going to war meant casualties, whether from killing enemies or witnessing comrades fall in battle. Such experiences inevitably took a heavy psychological toll. But Shen Ge's answers were too perfect, as if tailored for the ideal soldier. Shen Ge tentatively asked, by the way, you've seen my file, right? It mentions I'm majored in design, but does it say I'm minored in psychology? You guys have been using this same test for 10 years. Times have changed. Maybe it's time to update the question bank. Psychiatrist, damn it. No wonder something fell off. This guy's one of us. What's even the point of testing him now? The psychiatrist had no interest in playing mind games with Shen Ge. The moment he'd read Shen Ge's file, he'd known there was something off about him. But if Deng Yuqi still wanted to recommend him despite that, it could only mean these minor issues were negligible compared to his abilities. With a resigned sigh, the psychiatrist noted Shen Ge's situation on the evaluation form, then called in his assistant, Xiao Zhang, to take Shen Ge to Deng Yuqi. Deng Yuqi was somewhat surprised when she saw Shen Ge's psychological evaluation. You studied psychology before? Yeah. My teacher said it's good to have an extra skill. Makes job hunting easier. Worst case, I could always become a criminal consultant, Shen Ge replied. Who was your teacher, Moriarty? Deng Yuqi decided not to dwell on the topic, afraid Shen Ge might drop any more dangerous statements. His file already had enough red flags as it was. Your initial job application wasn't approved for 2 physical reasons. First, your recent company health checkups weren't great. Your physical condition is actually worse than the average person's. Did you really never exercise before? Office workers don't have time for that. Deng Yuqi had no response to that. Fine, that's not a problem. I've already prepared a detailed diet and exercise plan for you. Stick to it for a month, and you'll see major improvements. As for the second issue, she paused, then looked up at Shen Ge. You were in a mental hospital as a child. Shen Ge nodded honestly. Yeah. When I was 10, I had a bit of a breakdown and got sent to a mental hospital for advanced studies for 3 years. Discharged at 13. Advanced studies? Are you freaking Leon from Resident Evil? After a moment of silence, Deng Yuqi finally asked, referencing the file. Was it because you witnessed your parents' car accident? Shen Ge's expression darkened slightly. The first time Deng Yuqi had seen such a look on his face since meeting him. Yeah, he replied with a nod. Deng Yuqi said, I'm sorry. I don't want to bring up painful memories, but this is a routine inquiry. It'll be recorded and kept in your file. It's fine. It's been over a decade, Shen Ge said with a smile, regaining his usual relaxed demeanor. Deng Yuqi continued. The case file states it was an ordinary accident, but why was it reported as a disappearance? Were your parents' bodies never found? Shen Ge replied, my parents showed signs of suicidal tendencies. They drove off a cliff into the sea. The car was recovered, but their bodies weren't found. Suicidal tendencies? Deng Yuqi frowned. Shen Ge sighed inwardly. What was I supposed to say? That my dad split his head open and swallowed my mom's skull, causing the car to crash into the sea? That kind of honesty was what got him locked up in a mental hospital for 3 years. But after activating the system and learning about the existence of anomalies in this world, Shen Ge had begun to reconsider what had happened that day. Though more than a decade had passed, he still remembered it clearly. His family had been on a seaside vacation. On the way back to the hotel, his father had started acting strangely. Normally talkative, he'd become silent. His mother had even argued with him over it. Then, black mist began swirling around his father's body, and his form started twisting. Shen Ge's mother had sharp instincts. The moment she saw the black mist and the transformation, she seemed to realize something was wrong. She slammed on the brakes, sending his father, now halfway turned into some kind of octopus monster, crashing into the windshield. She told Shen Ge to get out and run. The driver's side door was already open, and Shen Ge had assumed she'd escape with him. But the moment she stepped out, black tentacles yanked her back inside. The car roared to life again. Through the rear window, Shen Ge saw his father's head split in two before biting off his mother's head. Then, the car swerved off the cliff and plunged into the sea. Shen Ge, are you okay? Deng Yuqi called out, noticing his distant expression. I'm fine. Go on, Shen Ge said, pressing a hand to his forehead. If that incident was connected to anomalies, then everything made sense now. Deng Yuqi continued. After leaving the mental hospital, you were supposed to live with relatives, but you refused and ended up in an orphanage instead. Yeah, no one wants to adopt a kid who's been in a mental hospital, Shen Ge said with a laugh. He still remembered the way his relatives had looked at him, like he was some kind of disgusting monster. Deng Yuqi scanned the file. You did well at the orphanage, got into high school, and moved out. Records show you've been sending money to the orphanage as recently as last month. People need something to hold on to. Even though everyone at the orphanage, staff and kids, has changed over and over, that place saved me. A few thousand here, and there isn't much, but maybe it'll help a few other homeless kids like me, Shen Ge said lightly. After the old director of the orphanage passed away from illness, Shen Ge had never gone back. No one there remembered him anymore. The only reason he kept sending money was out of gratitude for the old man. You can think of the Special Response Division as your home from now on, Deng Yuqi said, filling out Shen Ge's information without looking up. Her tone was casual, as if she were simply inviting an old friend over for dinner. Shen Ge was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected her to say that. A flicker of something unreadable passed through his eyes before he joked, with free room and board? Still not looking up, Deng Yuqi replied, food. We've got a cafeteria. You've been there. Eat as much as you want, just don't waste it. Housing, we've got dorms. Li Xiang, Hui Yu, and the others live there. Just register with logistics if you want a room. Forget the contract, Shen Ge said seriously. Deng Yuqi raised an eyebrow. If you're covering food and housing, then from now on, I belong to the Special Response Division alive or dead. Let's just sign a lifelong servitude agreement, Shen Ge declared solemnly, as if taking an oath. Oh, and do the dorms come with computers and Wi-Fi? Shen Ge asked. Deng Yuqi gave Shen Ge a helpless look. We're soldiers, not cavemen. The dorms come fully furnished with appliances, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and a bathroom. There are also guards on patrol at night. Besides our special operations agents, researchers live there too, so security is naturally a priority. Guess I'll sell my place and move into the dorms then, Shen Ge said. After finishing the paperwork, Deng Yuqi turned to him with a serious expression. I understand what you've been through, and I can guess why you're the way you are now. But both your mental and physical state can be trained. You can become a qualified soldier. However, headquarters gave 3 reasons for rejecting your application. Aside from those 2, there's a third, the biggest factor, which is, Shen Ge asked, you're holding back from the Special Operations Department. It's something any normal person would do, but has become an obstacle in your screening process. Deng Yuqi's voice grew solemn. Headquarters analyzed the rooftop footage where you dealt with the anomaly. They concluded that your methods were too precise, your demeanor too calm, as if you were already familiar with anomalies, not like it was your first encounter, as you claimed. But whether it was headquarters or our branch, after reviewing surveillance from areas you frequented in recent years, there was no evidence you'd ever come into contact with anomalies before the rooftop incident. Headquarters even sent someone to infiltrate your home for a search, but Deng Yuqi's expression turned odd. Shen Ge raised an eyebrow. But what? At the mention of a home search, Shen Ge's heart skipped a beat, but then he remembered the pencil leads and strands of hair he'd left on the doors and windows, the dust on the handles, all undisturbed. No one had actually entered. If they had, the stash under his bed would have made for an interesting discovery. Blame the garbage system for not even giving me an inventory space. Could you please watch fewer spy movies? You've got the most advanced one-time use smart lock without a backup key. What if it breaks and you can't even get in yourself? Not to mention the 3 surveillance cameras at your door, 1 hidden in a flower pot. Aren't you worried your neighbors will report you for voyeurism? And that's not all. Hair strands and pencil leads on the lock. Deliberately placed dust on the doorknob, arranged in a pattern. Morse code etched on the inside with toothpicks. If I hadn't intervened and stopped headquarters investigation, you'd have been flagged as a spy. You realize that, right? Deng Yuqi said, exasperated. Shen Ge shrugged. But you were planning to break in. Isn't that a violation of human rights? I won't deny it, but sometimes we have no choice, Deng Yuqi admitted with a sigh. Shen Ge smirked. And if you had found something, next step would have been making me disappear, right? Who'd handle that? The Special Operations Department. It's not as dark as you think. You have to understand, we're not dealing with ordinary enemies. These are anomalies. We need to ensure every recruit is clean, at least not a foreign operative. If someone with ulterior motives targeted our researchers or tampered with contained anomalies, it'd be a massive blow to our operations. But don't worry. As your sponsor, I halted further investigations. This is our respect for you, and our sincerity in inviting you to join. In my eyes, everyone has their secrets, and you are a rare talent. So far, you haven't committed any crimes, though you're now a high-priority surveillance target. That's why, as the department head, I personally handle matters related to you. If you ever go rogue, I'll be sharing a cell with you. As she spoke, Deng Yuqi pulled 3 files from her desk and placed them on the table. I hope one day, you'll lower your guard and give us the truth. Shen Ge glanced at the files. Anomalous vehicle, anomalous rat, anomalous cat. In other words, the branch had likely already matched the residual anomaly energy dam. Shen Ge had no foolproof way to hide the energy traces left by using his abilities, especially since the branch had detection methods. Even after realizing this post-anomalous rat, unless he stopped using immobility entirely, exposure was inevitable. Clearly, Deng Yuqi had known since then, but chose not to confront him. Shen Ge studied her, then asked, why? Why take such a risk to recruit me? Deng Yuqi's voice was grave. Shen Ge, I don't know if you're feigning ignorance, but the anomaly situation is deteriorating faster than we imagined. 10 years ago, the first incident occurred in the capital. 6 years ago, Rome City had its first. Our branch was established the following year. I was transferred here as head the year after. Since then, we've had 4 incidents. She paused. We used to average 1 incident per year. But in recent years, there have been 19 nationwide. The frequency is increasing. And that's just our country. Others are worse. Shen Ge, We need soldiers like you, who can handle anomalies alone. That's why I'm willing to take this risk. Shen Ge nodded thoughtfully. See, I told you needed me to boost your performance stats. After that impassioned speech, this is what you focus on? Deng Yuqi mentally counted to 10, suppressing the urge to strangle him. Finally, she said sternly, Shen Ge, I hope you'll see the nation as your support, not a burden. Her words made Shen Ge grateful he'd chosen to cooperate with the Special Operations Department and Deng Yuqi from the start, rather than operate in secrecy. For someone like him, an ordinary person, the relationship between the individual and the state was like an ant facing an elephant. No matter how much the ant scurried, one stomp would erase its entire existence. Unless he completely withdrew from anomaly-related matters, trying to lie low and act in secret was a fantasy. Disguises? Masks? A joke. If the state wanted to find someone, it'd be effortless. Shen Ge's precautions were just psychological comfort. If the department had dug deeper, his under-the-bed arsenal would have been exposed sooner or later. Deng Yuqi had given him ample face and goodwill. Neither pressed the issue further. Shen Ge couldn't reveal the system, and Deng Yuqi wouldn't pry. Doing so would only fracture their relationship. Push a capable person to the brink, and you'd better be prepared to crush them completely. Otherwise, if they turn against you, or join the enemy, the consequences could be fatal. Come on, I'll introduce you to the team and your trainers, then finalize your training plan. Deng Yuqi slid the files back in her drawer, stood, and walked to the door. Just before leaving, she paused, back still turned, and asked, 3 months after you were discharged, Rongshan Mental Hospital burned down. The fire destroyed the entire facility. The director, deputy director, and many doctors died in the disaster. Did you know about that? There's such a thing? Shen Ge was shocked. Deng Yuqi turned to look at him, her expression calm as she asked, You didn't know about this? Shen Ge shook his head. Of course not. If I had, I would have bought a fresh white chrysanthemum to pay my respects. After all, they cured my illness, left me feeling dexterolively. You seem a little too lively. Deng Yuqi didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, she led Shen Ge to the training grounds, briefly explaining the structure of the Special Tactics Division along the way. Unlike other departments, the Tech Division here wasn't just support. They often worked on the front lines alongside the Combat Division, handling tasks like detecting paranormal energy, disposing of corpses, and containing anomalies. She also handed Shen Ge a classified file. The headquarters had categorized anomalies based on their evolutionary stages. Newly transformed anomalies, those that hadn't yet developed a paranormal space, were classified as Tier 1. However, since the strength of an anomaly depended on its pre-transformation state, there could be vast differences in combat ability even among Tier 1s. For instance, a mutated rat and a mutated cat might both be Tier 1, but their threat levels could be worlds apart. That's why, after an anomaly incident, the Tech Division's analysts first assessed the threat level before the Combat Division formulated a response plan. Tier 2 and Tier 3 anomalies, which had developed paranormal spaces, were far more troublesome to deal with and usually required specialized equipment. Once a paranormal space formed, the anomaly would pull its targets into a separate dimension, isolating them from reality. To enter, there were only 3 methods, the same ones Deng Yuqi had mentioned earlier. The most straightforward way was to use paranormal equipment to forcibly collide with the space, creating a distortion that allowed external personnel to enter. But this was only a stopgap measure. Collisions from the outside had a success rate of over 70% and could be attempted multiple times. However, once inside, triggering a collision had less than a 30% success rate, and only if the equipment's energy level surpassed that of the anomaly controlling the space. Worse, the duration and entry point of the distortion were unpredictable. What started as a rescue mission could end up trapping even more people inside. And against anomalies, numbers didn't guarantee safety. More victims often meant higher casualties. In one Tier 3 anomaly incident in Dan City, the rescue team that breached the space never made it out. After that disaster, the Special Tactics Division launched the Paranormal Soldier Project, creating specialized equipment to arm elite squads. But mass-producing such gear was nearly impossible. Paranormal energy, PE, was a unique energy emitted by anomalies, manifesting as the black mist seen during transformations. The denser and more abundant the mist, the stronger the anomaly. PE was a visible, mysterious gas. Even after death, an anomaly's corpse would continue emitting it until fully depleted. Only then would the anomaly truly die. Since these corpses could store PE, the tech division repurposed them into various paranormal tools. They also developed PE extractors to harvest and store the energy. The freezing device and black gloves Shen Ge encountered during the ghost car incident were both made from Tier-3 Anomaly remains. The former, crafted from a corpse found in snowy terrain, released an icy mist, the original Anomaly's PE. The latter, made from the skin of Deng Yuqi's first major kill, allowed direct contact with non-corporeal anomalies, like the ghostly driver of the Phantom car. In short, the number of PE tools depended on the number of anomalies. The division wanted more equipment, but that meant more incidents, a paradox in itself. This was why Deng Yuqi had insisted on keeping Shen Ge, despite her suspicions. Better to have him as an asset than push him into enemy hands, or worse, another country's. Of course, there was another reason. Shen Ge had resolved 3 anomaly incidents, the ghost car, rat, and cat, without a single casualty, delivering 3 corpses to the Rome City branch. That meant 3 new PE tools, enough to double the branch's performance, just as he'd boasted. Asterisk, this is the training ground. The combat division has about 200 personnel, excluding non-combatants. 100 are assault specialists, plus Hui Yu's sniper team, Huang He support team, and Li Xiang's detection team. Asterisk. The facility buzzed with activity. Assault team members drilled combat techniques, while others trained in the shooting range. Observers scribbled notes, tracking progress. We have instructors for traditional martial arts, Muay Thai, Judo, Taekwondo, any combat style. Pick what suits you, Deng Yuqi said. Really? Then I want to learn knife skills. Shen Ge declared. Deng Yuqi frowned. Knife skills? Those are usually incorporated into tactical combat now. You don't mean ancient broadsword techniques, do you? No, I mean kitchen knives. His tone was dead serious. Deng Yuqi, straight face. I'll find you a chef mentor later. I'm serious. So am I. Just then, a towering, muscle-bound man, who looked like a cross between Schwarzenegger and Van Damme, approached. Chief, new recruit. Deng Yuqi nodded. This is Shen Ge. You saw him during the Ghost Cat incident on Min East Road. Shen Ge, meet Feng Qingxiu, our top combat instructor, nicknamed Devil's Muscles. He leads the assault team and will oversee your training. Shen Ge extended a hand. Instructor Feng, looking forward to learning from you. Feng Qingxiu grinned, gripping his hand while clapping his shoulder, nearly dislocating it. The man who soloed 3 anomalies. You're a legend here. A bit scrawny, though. Don't worry, I've seen the chief's training plan. He'll mold you into an elite. As Feng left to prep training gear, Shen Ge rubbed his aching shoulder. Boss, training with Thakwi won't kill me, right? Relax. At worst, you'll wish you were dead. Next was the firearms range. A sharp-eyed man with a crew cut approached. Shen Ge, we crossed paths twice, but I'm Hui Yu, sniper team lead. Welcome. You're the one who saved me with that slick headshot. Without you, the chief might have had to fish me out of the ghost cat's stomach. Shen Ge laughed, shaking his hand. Deng Yuqi added, Hui Yu will handle your firearms training. Once you're proficient, you can request a sidearm from the armory. Can I get a minigun? This guy and his minigun. She ignored him. If not, a minigun permit works. I'll grab one next time I visit the U.S. Most would joke about this, but Deng Yuqi knew Shen Ge might actually try it. She made a mental note to block any minigun procurement attempts. Hui gave a thumbs up. Only a real man would pick a minigun as his weapon of choice. Honestly, I prefer tanks, but driving one downtown might be too flashy I'll settle for something more low-key, like a minigun. Has anyone ever told you that miniguns aren't exactly subtle either? After leaving the firearms training room, Shen Ge familiarized himself with the operations department under Deng Yuqi's guidance. Next, she took him to the technology department. As they passed the research lab, they saw Li Xiang and several other technicians gathered around a transparent glass panel, manipulating mechanical arms resembling octopus tentacles to perform intricate research tasks. The lab was specially reinforced to withstand earthquakes and explosions, equipped with multiple air purification and filtration systems to prevent the leakage of anomalous energy or viruses while studying the corpses of supernatural entities, known as anomalies. To Shen Ge, the scene looked strikingly similar to the moment in Avengers Endgame where Tony Stark used machinery to embed gems into the Infinity Gauntlet. Curious, he leaned in and asked, "Are those tentacles the same model as Iron Man's?" "Tentacles? How uncult." "Oh, it's you. Finish your onboarding? Welcome to the Special Anomaly Response Division. By the way, last time you mentioned that the muscle tissue of those rat anomalies moved like worms, fusing together to heal wounds, right? Well, under 1500x magnification, I found that those worms are actually clusters of smaller maggots. Their constant wriggling makes the whole mass look like it's squirming." Li Xiang had initially been annoyed at the interruption, but the moment he saw it was Shen Ge, his attitude shifted instantly. After a quick, "Welcome aboard," he immediately launched into research talk, truly the department's top mad scientist. Shen Ge replied, "Today, the director gave me a basic rundown on anomalies and their energy. Since the healing effect is tied to the rat anomaly's energy, I was wondering if we could develop a healing drug or something like a bandage that uses that energy to accelerate wound recovery in other living beings. I actually tested that idea yesterday. Check this out. These are leeches infused with processed anomaly energy." Li Xiang walked over to a workstation, opened a storage unit, and retrieved a small glass jar containing 2 thumb-sized white leeches. "I experimented on lab mice. Whether ingested or applied directly to a wound, the anomaly energy accelerated healing. Ingestion worked noticeably faster than topical application, but we still need extensive testing to confirm whether the energy causes mutations or adverse effects in humans." Shen Ge pinched the jar between his thumb and forefinger, holding it up to the light to observe the squirming leeches. "So anomaly energy can heal wounds rapidly. It really is fascinating stuff. If you run out of test subjects, I could always volunteer, slice myself open, and see how it works." "No way. Division regulations strictly prohibit human testing until we confirm anomaly energy is safe," Li Xiang said, though he sounded just as disappointed as Shen Ge. When the two turned around, they found Deng Yuqi and the other staff had backed away by at least 3 meters. Their faces a mix of disgust, shock, confusion, and other expressions usually reserved for lunatics. Deng Yuqi's expression was stern as she said firmly, "Li Xiang, if I'm ever critically injured, just let me die. Do not shove those things into my mouth. Also, notify logistics to draft a new rule. You and Shen Ge are not allowed to collaborate without supervision." And just like that, the reluctant Shen Ge was dragged out of the lab by the scruff of his neck by a thoroughly unamused Deng Yuqi. She was genuinely worried these two might actually attempt human experimentation with anomaly energy. One was bold enough to suggest it, the other reckless enough to try. However, the largest and most devastating anomaly incident in the country's history had been triggered by early human trials in the Anomaly-Enhanced Soldier Program. That said, human mutation from anomaly energy wasn't as simple as it seemed. Years of research had shown that the human body strongly resists anomaly energy, much like how unneeded gases are expelled from the lungs. But if a person absorbed large quantities of highly concentrated anomaly energy through artificial means, it could amplify bodily functions and negative emotions to uncontrollable levels, causing rapid physical mutations, not unlike the G virus in Resident Evil. Anomaly energy wasn't as instantly corruptive as the T virus or G virus, though. There were safe thresholds for concentration and exposure. Higher-tier anomalies produced more concentrated energy, Testing had shown that if a normal person inhaled air containing Tier-1 anomaly energy daily, it would take about 30 days for mutations to manifest. The higher the energy tier, the faster the mutations occurred. However, if exposure stopped after a few days, the body would gradually expel the energy. This proved that affecting humans required prolonged, high-volume, and high-concentration exposure. Since anomaly energy was a gaseous substance, dilution in the air usually prevented dangerous accumulation. Still, these findings were based on currently observed anomaly tiers. No one knew if Tier-4, Tier-5, or even higher anomalies might emerge in the future, or whether their energy could spread as rapidly as a fictional virus. After Deng Yuqi's explanation, Shen Ge fell into thought before suddenly asking, "Director, if the human body rejects anomaly energy but anomaly corpses can store it, could we transplant anomaly cells, organs, or limbs into humans to control that energy? Like the mutants in fiction?" At that moment, Deng Yuqi's resolve to keep Shen Ge and Li Xiang apart grew even stronger. "Drop that idea right now. Do you think nobody's tried it?" Headquarters once attempted it with a volunteer soldier, only for him to be consumed by the anomaly, turning into a mass of flesh monsters. That incident remains the only recorded Tier-4 anomaly event. It destroyed an entire research facility. The area is still under lockdown, and we lost multiple anomaly tech devices and hundreds of personnel. After that, human experimentation was banned outright. Hearing this, Shen Ge frowned, recalling the missing security guard, Old Wang, whom the system had identified as a Tier-5 anomaly, 3 heads, 6 arms. If human mutation required such extreme conditions and always led to loss of control, how had Old Wang become an anomaly? And where was he now? As Deng Yuqi shared these classified details, she led Shen Ge through the technology department's equipment lab, anomaly energy testing room, and finally the underground containment zone for anomalies. Warning, warning, warning. Host's recklessness knows no bounds, daring to infiltrate an anomaly stronghold alone. High-tier anomaly domains saturate this area, their colliding energies distorting space. At the host's current strength, entering guarantees certain doom, no hope of survival, no chance of escape, utter peril beyond redemption. Host must value life and evacuate this high-contamination zone immediately. Warning, warning, warning. Then, Deng Yuqi watched as Shen Ge repeatedly stepped in and out of the basement entrance. "What's wrong with you? Is the floor too hot to stand on?" she finally snapped. Host's brilliance and courage shine unrivaled. Facing the anomaly's stronghold head-on, fearless and unstoppable, charging forward where none dare tread, moving through the heart of danger as if invincible. 3 strides in, 3 strides out. Reward: 100 system points, x3. 300 system points acquired. Shen Ge scratched his head sheepishly. First time being around so many anomalies. Just a little nervous. Deng Yuqi. Nervous? Should I dig up the footage of you chasing that rat anomaly through the market with a metal cage to remind you what nervous looks like? Well, are we going in or not? You were the one who insisted on seeing the containment area. We're going. The underground anomaly containment facility was far larger than Shen Ge had imagined. Of the hundreds of specially sealed chambers, only the first few housed captured anomalies. But what shocked him most was that the very first cell contained a system-confirmed Tier-4 trait, class anomaly. Warning, warning, warning. Host is approaching a Tier-4 anomaly, trait, unforgetting. Host's current attributes are insufficient for combat. Evacuate immediately. Do not throw your life away. Behind the bulletproof glass, in the center of the containment chamber, stood a 1-meter-tall cylindrical pedestal resembling an exhibition stand. Atop it rested a silver tray, overflowing with blood that had seeped over the edges, pooled on the floor, and drained into a filtered storage tank via a corner outlet. And in the middle of that tray sat a lump of pig's brain. The brain appeared to be alive, pulsing faintly like a heart, a thoroughly unsettling sight. But just a lump of brain jelly, and the system claimed he was no match for it? Shen Ge felt personally insulted. Rolling up his sleeves, he seriously considered storming the containment chamber to duel the thing. Except, unfortunately, the door required a passcode. Noticing Shen Ge's scrutiny of the brain, Deng Yuqi explained, "If you followed the news, you might recall a fatal explosion at a fireworks factory in the southern suburbs in 2019. Officially, over a dozen died in an industrial accident. In reality, a mutated Tier-4 Anomaly, originally a wild boar, had breached the facility. Every agent dragged into its anomaly space ended up brain dead. To minimize casualties, I requested headquarters to authorize a missile strike, leveling the factory. Our tech team later identified its brain as the source of mutation. It's been sealed here ever since. So is genuine pig brain delicacy." Shen Ge leaned closer to the glass, studying it with interest. "Any breakthroughs on its anomaly energy effects?" Deng Yuqi replied, "Animal trials suggest it stimulates memory. Test subjects retained trained behaviors and commands flawlessly until the energy dissipated. Then, immediate brain death followed. Bet it'd taste great grilled with chili flakes," Shen Ge mused. Deng Yuqi, long accustomed to his mental detours, said flatly, "I'll pass. Liver and kidney stir-fry is already the limit of my local cuisine tolerance. Also, this is anomaly tissue, not supermarket offal. Are you trying to drop dead? And given its post-mutation resemblance to human brains, how would you even? I'd just say Hakuna Matata first. Man, now I'm craving brain hot pot. Can I have this one? Hey, where are you going?" Shen Ge called after her as she walked away. "To assign you 2 psychiatrists," Deng Yuqi tossed over her shoulder. Shen Ge adopted a solemn tone. "Unnecessary. As someone who nearly certified as a therapist, I self-diagnose via mirror sessions daily. Trust me, I'm very sane." Deng Yuqi silently upgraded mandatory psychiatric evaluation to the top of Shen Ge's training agenda. Speaking of which, Shen Ge pressed, "If I transfer to R&D, can I request research access to this thing? All elite agents can apply to utilize anomaly remains for equipment or energy extraction, after tech team confirms safe handling protocols. This brain stays locked up because every test subject died. Would you approve turning it into gear?" She turned to him. "By division rules, agents who secure 2 anomaly corpses in operations earn rights to 1 for personal use. Thanks to you, we've bagged 3. So yes, you qualify." Shen Ge's eyes lit up. "So, denied," Deng Yuqi said calmly. "Not until I'm sure you won't grill it, eat it, and keel over by morning." That's discrimination. Admittedly, he did want to consume via system assimilation to bypass the brain death side effect. Deng Yuqi relented slightly. "But you can request pre-made anomaly gear." "Seriously?" "Seriously. Then I want a cryo unit and a pair of anomaly gauntlets." "Approved." "Whoa, that was easy. Director, you're not into me, are you? My body's on the payroll, but my soul's off limits. Pick one item." "My apologies. I was wrong." Shen Ge executed a flawless 90-degree bow, radiating remorse at speeds that outpaced consequences. "The cryo unit stores concentrated anomaly energy. Unauthorized removal is prohibited. The gauntlets will be issued by logistics." Though the gauntlets were practically Deng Yuqi's signature gear, she trusted Shen Ge's creative applications more. If nothing else, his insanity might unveil new functionalities even the designers hadn't imagined. As they proceeded deeper into containment, the next chamber housed a crow wreathed in black mist. Its crimson stare triggered primal dread, a Tier-1 anomaly per the system. Tier-1 4 years ago, still Tier-1 now. Trash. Shen Ge dismissed it, moving to the third cell, their old friend, the charred skeleton of the anomaly car. The fourth room contained a 1-meter-long, fog-emitting rat anomaly, minus its tail. "Wait, this rat. Didn't Li Xiang dissect it? How's it alive in pieces?" Shen Ge blinked. Deng Yuqi sighed. "After energy extraction, Lee wondered if reassembling the corpse would trigger regeneration. It worked. Anomalies are wild. Shen Ge muttered. The fifth cell stored the corpse of the cat anomaly. Only 5 anomalies in total. Shen Ge asked. Deng Yuqi arched a brow. Expecting more? Nah, just claiming dibs on the brain. Deng Yuqi, straight face. Done talking. Hey, wait up. Shen Ge trailed her out, already plotting. Infiltrate R&D, request the brain, let the system devour it, then blame accidental incineration. Assuming no one beat him to it. Exiting the tech wing, Deng Yuqi considered summoning Assistant Zhang to handle Shen Ge's uniform and ID logistics, but opted to escort him personally. The logistics staff froze upon seeing the director herself ushering in a newcomer. At Shen Ge's name, realization dawned. This was the rookie who'd soloed 3 anomalies pre-recruitment. 3 junior staffers promptly swarmed him. Gushan, will you dorm here? Gushan, what hobbies do you like? Gushan, do you game? Gushan. Watching the trio's starry-eyed admiration, Deng Yuqi coughed pointedly. A mercy intervention. Don't be fooled by the pretty packaging, kids. Director, sore throat. Director, have some water. Director, please sit. They scrambled, fetching water, pulling up chairs. Still here, Director? Shen Ge chimed in. Deng Yuqi, get lost. Amused, Shen Ge examined his new ID. The photo, taken that morning during Psych Eval, looks sharp. Special Events Management and Anomaly Countermeasures Division. Badge No asterisk 9320. Elite Agent, Rome City Branch, Shen Ge. He flashed the card at Deng Yuqi. Next time some idiot crosses me, can I slap this on their face like in the movies? Deng Yuqi deadpanned. Technically, yes. Your clearance roughly equals a deputy police commissioner. I'm that badass. Shen Ge smirked. No, it's the division's name that's scary. Sure, boss. You're the boss. I really want to hit him. Shen Ge unwrapped the packaged Elite Agent combat suit and found it to be a black camouflage set, complete with a bulletproof vest. This seems different from the suits Instructor Feng and Huayu wore before. Shen Ge glanced at the director curiously. Because they aren't elite agents. Oh, how many elite agents does the department have? Including you 4. 1 is me. 1 transferred to a desk job due to injuries and is currently training at headquarters, and another is on investigation mission overseas, Deng Yuqi replied. Shen Ge picked up the suit and tried it on, casually remarking, so the Special Measures Department is really short on talent, huh? Even the director has to go to the front lines. Deng Yuqi sighed. Dealing with anomalies that possess anomaly spaces isn't as simple as you think. To this day, I still don't understand how you handled the second stage anomaly on the rooftop or how you survived the ghost car incident. It's precisely because of these 2 cases that you've been exceptionally promoted to elite agent, granting you the authority to independently handle anomaly incidents. Other than its speed, what else makes that ghost car dangerous? Shen Ge asked curiously. Deng Yuqi replied helplessly. Is it possible that the terrifying, oppressive environment itself was the danger? I haven't watched enough horror movies, Shen Ge said seriously. Calm down, calm down. You recruited him. Can't blame anyone else. Shen Ge draped the black camouflage suit over himself, then abruptly shifted his tone, his expression turning solemn and serious. Do you know what it means when I put on this suit? That you'll be an elite warrior? His grave expression made Deng Yuqi unconsciously straighten up. Clearly, even the most unserious person would become solemn in the face of this combat suit. No, it means I'll be the most stylish guy in the department. Thud. Deng Yuqi slammed the door shut and left the logistics department without looking back. After collecting his equipment, Shen Ge reported to the operations division. Despite his elite agent rating, his combat skills and weak physique were equivalent to an intern's, so his daily work was to follow the training schedule arranged by instructor Feng Qingxiu, or, as Shen Ge mentally dubbed him, Stallone. After glancing at the training schedule, Shen Ge felt the urge to resign on his very first day. 8:30 to 10:30, physical training. 10:30 to 11 o'clock, break. 11 to 12:30, Basic combat techniques. 12:30 to 13:30, lunch plus nap. 13:30 to 15:30, specialized combat techniques. 15:30 to 1600 hours, break. 16 to 18:30, firearms training. 18:30 to 19:30, dinner plus rest. 19:30 to 21:30, specialized combat skills, traditional martial arts, or others. 21:30, clock out. Shen Ge, who had envisioned a 7-day-a-week vacation upon joining. Hold on, this overtime is even worse than being a corporate drone. Shen Ge wailed. Stallone laughed heartily and clapped him on the shoulder. Xiao Shun, you're great at everything, except your physique is a bit lacking. A man can't get by without a strong body. Here's your training gear. I prepared 3 new sets for you. Change up and let's start today's physical training. I want to quit. If the world needs saving, call the Avengers. Goodbye. Before Shen Ge could voice his thoughts, Feng Qingxiu and another soldier hauled him off to the training ground for his first day of physical training. Due to time constraints, Shen Ge's morning session only lasted an hour before lunch. Even so, it made him realize that his previous training routine had been child's play, because by the time they reached the cafeteria, Feng Qingxiu and Huayu had to carry him there. Even sitting on the stool, Shen Ge's legs wouldn't stop trembling. Lao Shun, what do you want to eat? You probably don't have the strength to get food yourself. Tell me what you like, and I'll grab it for you, Huayu offered. Feng Qingxiu was 10 years older than Shen Ge, while Shen Ge was 3 years older than Huayu. Thanks to their easygoing natures, Shen Ge had quickly become Xiao Shun and Lao Shun to them. Same as yours, Shen Ge mumbled weakly, face planted on the table. Got it. Huayu nodded and left with Feng Qingxiu to get food. Well, if it isn't the most stylish guy in the special measures department. What's got you floored? Deng Yuqi's voice chimed in from the side. Not interested. Shen Ge turned his head away, presenting the back of his skull to her. Deng Yuqi sat across from him with her tray and smiled. This training plan was tailor-made for you. Trust me, in less than a month, you'll have the physique of a normal person. Thanks. Next time we hit the night market, I'll treat you to some grilled pig brains, Shen Ge replied with a sweet smile. Deng Yuqi's expression froze as she recalled the still-twitching pig brain she'd seen in the underground containment room that morning. Suddenly, the mapo tofu on her plate didn't seem so appetizing. Ah, Director, you're here early today? Huayu and Feng Qingxiu returned with their trays. Deng Yuqi stood, picking up her tray. I still have work to finish. I just came to grab food early, so I wouldn't forget later. Enjoy your meal. As she turned to leave, she paused and glanced at Feng Qingxiu. Oh, right, Instructor Feng. Agent Shen mentioned that the department's training intensity is a bit too light for an elite agent like him. I think you should step it up a notch. Feng Qingxiu snapped to attention. Understood. The mission will be completed. Before Shen Ge could protest, Feng Qingxiu sat beside him, clapping him on the shoulder excitedly. Xiao Shun, you're truly worthy of being a fast-tracked elite agent. To think you'd push for even harder training despite your condition. Also, you can join Anomaly operations sooner. Respect. Absolute respect. Wait, no, I hold on. Shen Ge suddenly realized something and sat up straight, staring at Feng Qingxiu in shock. I can't participate in the department's Anomaly operations right now. Feng Qingxiu nodded. Right. The director considered your weak physique and assigned the department's most intense training regimen. But since daily high-intensity training would leave you fatigued and at risk of injury during missions, you're barred from any Anomaly operations for this 1-month training period. Huayu added, don't worry, Anomaly incidents don't happen that often. These recent cases were exceptions. Shen Ge, then what the hell am I training for? The whole reason he'd joined the Special Measures Department was to accidentally absorb some Anomaly corpses during operations. If he couldn't participate for a month, what was the point of... Oh, wait. Given his anomaly-attracting physique, whether anomalies appeared or not wasn't really up to them. Still, after lunch, Shen Ge went to Deng Yuqi to negotiate a revised training schedule, cutting rest and training times to free up 2 hours in the afternoon for him to roam outside. His reasoning was simple. Anomaly incidents were occurring far more frequently than in previous years. Since he had a special anomaly-attracting physique, he might as well patrol around, nipping potential incidents in the bud before they escalated into uncontrollable disasters. Deng Yuqi considered his logic sound. Moreover, as an elite agent, Shen Ge already had privileges. If not for his abysmal physique, his daily training wouldn't need to be so lengthy. When Shen Ge handed the revised schedule to Feng Qingxiu, the instructor was moved to tears. To think Shen Ge would carve out time for patrols despite such a grueling regimen. Truly an elite agent who put the nation's safety first. Respect. Utter, kneel-worthy respect. Watching Feng Qingxiu's admiring expression, Shen Ge wondered if the guy had a few screws loose. But given the instructor's Stallone-like build, he wisely kept that thought to himself. After surviving 2 hours of basic combat training in the afternoon, Shen Ge collapsed in the break room for half an hour. Then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Host's rating has been upgraded to Tier 1. Traits silent and still have evolved. Hearing the system's notification, Shen Ge shot up from the rest chair, his exhaustion instantly forgotten. Had the system finally gotten its act together and decided to upgrade his rating? He opened his panel and confirmed that the line rating none had indeed changed to rating Tier 1. Looks like Stallone's basic combat training actually has some substance. Just half a day of learning, and my system rating went up. That said, Shen Ge's week of consistent training had already boosted his 3 base attributes by over a dozen points. Combined with his previously lacking combat skills, it was no surprise his rating had improved. But more than the rating or attributes, what Shen Ge cared about most were the evolved traits. Traits. Silent. When activated, the user enters a soundless state, consuming 0.5% spirit per second. Can be used simultaneously with other traits. By expending 10% to 100% spirit, scaling with the object's noise level, the user can imbue an object with their spiritual energy, keeping it silent even after release for a limited duration. Still, when a user remains completely motionless, they can manipulate their shadow to bind similarly immobile targets. The spirit cost per second varies, 10% to 100%, based on the target's tier, quantity, and distance, max range, 10 meters. While using still, the user can choose whether to pull the target into the still anomaly space. Even outside the anomaly space, the binding effect remains active. Shen Ge's first reaction upon seeing the evolved traits? The descriptions got longer. His second thought? Silent could now affect objects after release. Meaning, with enough spirit, he could practically slap a silencer on a grenade. At first glance, it didn't seem groundbreaking, but the tactical possibilities were endless. For example, making a grenade silent after being thrown meant he wouldn't need to expend massive spirit to mute the explosion. Just silencing its landing and rolling would be enough to give enemies a nasty surprise. As for still, being able to restrain targets outside the anomaly space without making them disappear opened up coordination with teammates. Imagine Deng Yuqi or Huo Yu lining up a shot. Shen Ge could freeze the monster at the critical moment. As for exposure, did I use an ability? When did I use an ability? Maybe the enemy just paused mid-battle to reflect on their life choices. Overall, while the evolutions weren't earth-shattering, they added significant tactical flexibility. System, if my rating improves again, will already evolved traits evolve further? Shen Ge asked. After achieving an official rating, Tier 1, each subsequent rating upgrade will grant 1 trait evolution point, allowing 1 trait to evolve. Then why did 2 traits evolve this time? First time, rating bonus. Damn, what a waste. If you told me earlier, I'd have stockpiled 10 or 8 traits before hitting my first rating. Then I could have upgraded them all at once. Shen Ge grumbled. The system was speechless. Did he think traits were cabbages at a farmer's market? Now that I'm Tier 1, does that mean I can finally check out Tom's Mall? Shen Ge was still obsessing over that Tier 7 anomaly. Based on recent experience, if the anomaly at Tom's Mall would reach Tier 7 in 4 years, it had to be at least Tier 3 or 4 by now. But this puzzled him. If a Tier 3 or 4 anomaly was already there, casualties should have occurred. So why hadn't there been any reports? With that in mind, Shen Ge decided to use tomorrow's patrol time to visit Tom's mall. Once his break ended, Shen Ge headed to the firearms training room, where Huayu was waiting to begin his first day of gun training. Compared to physical and combat training, firearms were far less demanding on the body. But after an afternoon of basic combat drills, Shen Ge's hands trembled like he had Parkinson's. Huayu had no choice but to start with theory. After the basics came practical application. Huayu began by demonstrating handgun techniques. Asterisk, the Glock 17 Gen 5, standard model with a 17-round magazine, paired with 9mm parabellum rounds, offers excellent sustained fire capability. Muzzle velocity around 370 meters per second. Theoretical rate of fire between 450 to 550 rounds per minute. It's basically the AK-47 of handguns. Asterisk. As he spoke, Huayu raised the gun, aimed, and fired 17 shots in rapid succession, every bullet hitting the bullseye dead center. No, I just think this thing is really fascinating. It reminds me of something else, Shen Ge said as he took the ghost energy canister from Deng Yuqi and clipped it onto his belt. Deng Yuqi continued. These ghost energy canisters come in two types. Type A means the corpse of the supernatural entity used still retains some residual ghost energy. So even after you deplete the stored energy, it will automatically recover at a rate of 10% per hour. Type B, however, is made from corpses that have been completely drained of ghost energy and won't regenerate. Be mindful when using them. Got it, Shen Ge nodded, then asked, but I'm curious. If it recovers 10% per hour, wouldn't it refill completely in 10 hours? If the canister already has some ghost energy stored, does the recovered energy overflow? Or does it stop once it reaches 100%? Deng Yuqi explained, take the ghost rat, for example. Think of it this way. If we use a ghost rat's corpse to make a ghost energy canister, the ghost energy is inherent to the material itself. When we inject ghost energy from another entity, the ghost rat's energy merges with the canister, while the stored energy comes from the other entity. So it can't exceed 100%. Generally, the residual ghost energy in the corpses used to make these canisters isn't much, so Type A canisters are only useful for emergency top-ups in the beginning. I'm telling you this so that if you ever run out of ghost energy in a critical situation, that small recovery might just save your life. I see. Shen Ge nodded in understanding. Deng Yuqi then handed him a pistol and a submachine gun while continuing her explanation. Unfortunately, the process of making ghost energy canisters is extremely complicated. So far, we've only had consistent success with Tier 1 supernatural corpses. The entire Special Response Division doesn't even have a single Tier 2 canister yet. Maybe higher tier canisters would have greater storage capacity and faster recovery rates. Shen Ge took out a pair of black gloves from the black briefcase and put them on. The moment he touched them, a system notification appeared before his eyes. Trait equipment, ghost glove, trait, unyielding. The wearer can grasp any target within sight. Unless the wearer releases their grip, the target cannot break free. So it was a trait-equipped item. No wonder Deng Yuqi had been able to catch the ghostly, soul-like entity that flew out of the possessed taxi driver. Shen Ge felt like he'd just won an unexpected prize. After equipping the gas mask, combat knife, grenades, flashbangs, and other tactical gear, he opened the car door. Outside, a fully armed Special Forces team was already waiting. Director, Team 1 is in position. Even without hearing the voice, the iron-hard physique of the man at the front made it clear. This was Feng Qingxiu. Deng Yuqi stepped out of the car while issuing commands to various departments through her tactical earpiece, then led the team into the residential complex. Inside the complex, Special Response Division operatives were already evacuating residents from the other buildings in an orderly fashion. The building where Cheng Sheng'en lived, however, was Shen Ge and Deng Yuqi's responsibility. Upon entering the incident site, Feng Qingxiu, your team will evacuate residents from the floors below the ghost space. Shen Ge, you'll come with me to search for survivors within the ghost space. Understood. Got it. As soon as Shen Ge stepped into Cheng Xingnan's building, a red flash crossed his vision, followed by an urgent system alert in his mind. Warning! Host is about to enter a Tier 7 supernatural entities active zone. Floors 13 and above have been enveloped by a ghost domain, now classified as a high contamination area. The environment within the contaminated zone has undergone unpredictable changes. Proceeding will expose the host to unforeseeable dangers. Host is advised to value their life and immediately leave the high contamination zone. Oh, no certain death or near impossible survival warning. Great fortune. Without hesitation, Shen Ge strode into the building. On the second floor, Feng Qingxiu's team began knocking on doors one by one. Cheng Shengnan lived on the 17th floor. The fastest way up would have been the elevator, but taking at a time like this was far too risky. So Shen Ge and Deng Yuqi opted for the stairs. When they reached the stairwell between the 12th and 13th floors, they encountered a disconnection point. Below it, the stairwell appeared normal, but everything above seemed to have vanished entirely. From Cheng Xinan's earlier report, Shen Ge knew that the anomaly had started with the door disappearing, followed by the walls, ceiling, and floor. As the vanishing zone crept toward her feet, Cheng Shengnan, though she remembered Shen Ge's warning to stay put and avoid unnecessary actions, acted on sheer survival instinct. When the disappearing section reached her, she tentatively stretched out a foot to test the vanished floor. To her surprise, her foot still met solid ground. It was only visually gone. Fortunately, this was Cheng Xingnan's second encounter with a supernatural event, so she had some experience. She immediately relayed this detail to Shen Ge. Deng Yuqi concluded that this was an effect of the ghost space, while Shen Ge, thanks to the system, knew it was something more advanced, a ghost domain capable of altering the environment itself. After checking with a ghost energy detector, Deng Yuqi said, "The concentration is high. Readings suggest between Tier 2 and Tier 3. Given the random entry nature of ghost spaces, if we go in now, finding this entrance again won't be easy." "How have you handled situations like this before?" Shen Ge asked. Deng Yuqi replied, "We use ghost energy equipment to breach the ghost space, gather survivors inside, then either find the entity's weakness to dismantle the space or locate and eliminate it directly." As she spoke, she pulled out a telescopic baton, extended it to about a meter, and poked it into the seemingly empty space above the stairs. The tip of the baton caused a faint ripple in the air where it touched the invisible boundary. "Stay here. I'll go in first and try to gather the survivors. If I can't find a way to break the ghost space, at least you'll still be outside to figure something out," Shen Ge said. "Technically, this is your first mission. I think it's better if we go in together," Deng Yuqi countered. Shen Ge took a step forward, standing at the edge of the disconnection point before turning back with a smile. "Like you said, dealing with supernatural incidents isn't about numbers." Deng Yuqi assumed Shen Ge was considering her position as director, since she was needed to oversee operations outside. She didn't realize that Shen Ge was dead set on obtaining the invisible trait. With that, Shen Ge slowly raised his gloved hands, pressing them against the empty air. As the space rippled, he carefully stepped forward. This was Shen Ge's first time voluntarily entering a ghost space. When his foot made contact with what should have been the next step, he cautiously took another upward. When he looked back, Deng Yuqi was gone, and so was the stairwell. Instead, he stood alone in midair, 13 stories up, with no building beneath him. The entire structure had vanished, leaving only empty space. Shen Ge was now suspended in nothingness. Shen Ge felt like he was standing on a glass walkway 13 stories high, except there was no glass beneath him. Just empty air. Anyone with even a hint of acrophobia would have collapsed in terror by now. "Director," Shen Ge called out to Deng Yuqi. Her voice quickly responded through the earpiece. "Copy. What's your status? I've only taken one step up. Are you hearing my voice directly, or just through the comms?" Shen Ge asked. "Through the earpiece," Deng Yuqi replied. "Fascinating. We're only a step apart, yet sound can't travel normally. But signals still work," Shen Ge mused. A ghost space is more like a spatial distortion, still within our reality, just segmented. Imagine a house divided into countless soundproofed rooms. Where you enter is unpredictable. That single step might have placed you on the 20th or 30th floor. Sound can't propagate, but weak signals can. Shen Ge experimentally stepped back. Instead of returning to the stairwell, he merely retreated a pace, still suspended in midair. He took a few more cautious steps upward. Even for someone unafraid of heights, this skywalk was enough to make his legs wobble. Huoyu, can you see Shen Ge from the 13th floor? Deng Yuqi radioed. Negative, came Huoyu's reply. From our perspective, everything above the 13th floor is invisible. No people or objects are visible. Shen Ge analyzed, so the area above the 13th floor isn't just gone. It's become transparent. Outsiders can't see in, and from inside, it's like walking through an invisible maze. Proceed carefully, Deng Yuqi instructed. First, determine your current floor. Then head to the 17th to locate the source. Safety first. No unnecessary risks. Understood. Shen Ge continued upward, using the ghost glove to trace the unseen wall. From his vantage, even the lower 12 floors had vanished. His gaze dropped straight to the ground. Though his feet registered solid ground, the sheer psychological weight of seeing nothing below was something only acrophobics could truly grasp. Before entering, Shen Ge and Deng Yuqi had studied the building's floor plan. The stairwell had exactly 23 steps per floor. On the final step, he moved with extra caution. Tap! As his foot landed on the last step, he gripped the railing tightly. Thanks to the glove's unyielding trait, even if he slipped, he wouldn't fall. Unsure of his current floor, Shen Ge headed for the elevator lobby, hoping to find survivors for intel. Guided by mental blueprints, he navigated the unseen hallway. The building had 2 staircases and 4 units per floor. The moment he stepped into the lobby, cries erupted from his right. 10 meters away, suspended in midair, a family of 3, 2 adults and a child, clung to each other in terror. The man spotted Shen Ge first and shouted, "Police? Comrade officer, help us please." His accent was odd, like a foreigner mangling Mandarin. Stranger still, Shen Ge could hear him clearly, despite Cheng Xingnan's earlier report that sound couldn't penetrate the anomaly. Shen Ge signaled for silence. "Stay put. Once I resolve the situation, I'll evacuate you. Comrade, get me out now." The man scrambled up, legs shaking too violently to glance downward. Husband, daddy, his wife and young son, paralyzed by fear, couldn't even stand. Ignoring them, the man hunched forward like a crab, lurching toward Shen Ge, only to slam face first into an invisible barrier. "What is this? You're police, right? Save me." He battered the unseen wall, desperation morphing into rage. The man looked to be in his 30s, with narrow eyes and a plaid bathrobe. Fear twisted his features. "Final warning, get down." Shen Ge's voice turned icy. "I'm Korean, a lawyer. I have diplomatic privileges here. If you abandon me, I'll report you to the embassy." "Idiot." Shen Ge strode past without a second glance. Fumbling along the barrier, the man suddenly yanked at something, and a painting materialized in his grip. "Wait, this was on my wall?" He groped further, finding another painting. The first one vanished the moment he dropped it. Am I still inside my apartment? Just unable to see it? Realizing the wall was his own home, he traced it to the door, wrenched the handle open, and bolted out, abandoning his family. "Husband, don't leave us." "Daddy." Ignoring their pleas, he sprinted after Shen Ge. "Wait, take me with you." The man lunged wildly. Between the submachine gun and sidearm, Shen Ge was hardly an easy target. He pivoted, delivering a textbook side kick, freshly mastered the day before, to the man's gut, dropping him to his knees. "Apologies. My priority is protecting our citizens. For Korean emergencies, dial Korean police. Need the embassy's number? I'd be happy to look it up." Shen Ge smiled politely. Gasping, the man switched tactics. "I'm overseas Chinese. Just visiting family. Please get me out." "Oh." Shen Ge feigned interest. Then answer this. What's the largest island in our country? No thinking. Answer now. 3, 2. Taiwan. The man blurted. This lunatic's quizzing me during a crisis? Shen Ge scared. Wrong. It's Hokkaido. The hell, Hokkaido? This guy's insane. The man gaped, finally realizing Shen Ge was toying with him. Traitor. Shen Ge eyed him with disgust. A wife and child abandoning traitor. He turned toward the hallway corner. Over his shoulder, he asked, one last question. What floor is this? 21st, the man muttered. Without another word, Shen Ge walked away. Hey, wait. The man's shouts faded behind him. The man was on the verge of tears. He had thought he'd found a savior, only to realize the other party wasn't playing by the rules at all. I'm filing a complaint. Once I get out of here, I'm going straight to the embassy to report this. Shen Ge walked to the corner of the elevator lobby, then turned back to look at the man. If you don't want to die, go back inside and stay down. Once I deal with this, I'll get you all out. With that, he turned and vanished from the man's sight. The man gulped, unnerved by the inexplicable situation. He hesitated, unsure whether to trust Shen Ge's words. From the man, Shen Ge had learned they were on the 21st floor. To reach Changnan on the 17th floor, he needed to descend 4 levels. Shen Ge returned to the stairwell and continued downward. After descending 4 floors, he arrived at what should have been the 17th floor. But when he stepped into the elevator lobby, there was no one in sight. Chengzong, I'm on the 17th floor. Can you see me? Shen Ge asked into the phone. Cheng Shengnan replied, no, I'm standing in the living room, and the elevator lobby is to my left, but I don't see you. What about the neighbor from earlier? Shen Ge asked. He fainted when the floor disappeared. He's still lying unconscious in the middle of the elevator lobby, Cheng Shengnan answered. Got it. Shen Ge didn't see any unconscious person in the lobby, meaning this wasn't actually the 17th floor. Following his memory of the building's layout, Shen Ge felt his way along the wall and knocked on each of the 4 apartment doors on this 17th floor. Unfortunately, there was no response. Shen Ge was certain he had descended exactly 23 steps per floor. There shouldn't have been any miscalculation. He backtracked to the stairwell and tried going up 1 floor instead. As soon as he stepped into the stairwell, he was startled to see the wife-abandoning man trembling against the wall of the elevator lobby. The man's face lit up with relief when he spotted Shen Ge. Comrade, have you come back to get me out? Shen Ge frowned. He had gone down 4 floors and then up 1. There was no way he should have ended up back where he started. Clearly, this ghost space was even more complex than he'd thought. He relayed the situation to Deng Yuqi over the walkie-talkie and decided to resort to the most straightforward method. Search floor by floor. Just then, Shen Ge noticed the man's wife and child, still lying motionless inside their apartment. Though they hadn't moved, the space around them gave the eerie illusion of slowly rotating to the right. It was as if Shen Ge and they were trapped in separate Rubik's cube tiles, shifting independently as the cube turned. The woman clutched her child tightly, screaming in terror as she felt the ground beneath her move. Stay down. Don't move, Shen Ge shouted at them. The woman and child lifted their heads, mouths open as if calling out to the man in the elevator lobby. Strangely, though their lips moved, no sound reached Shen Ge's ears. I need to get out. Get me out of here, the man yelled in panic as he watched the space rotate. Suddenly, the man tried to step toward Shen Ge, but misjudged his footing. With a sharp whoosh, he plummeted downward. Then, in an instant, he vanished from sight. Shen Ge froze for a split second before instinctively activating the freezing device and spraying the ground. A crackling layer of frost spread across the invisible floor, except for one spot. A large, gaping hole remained unfrozen, right where the man had been standing. The frosty mist passed straight through it, revealing empty space below. So that's where he fell. Is this the ghost domain? Shen Ge recalled the system's warning when he first approached Tom's supermarket. Affected by the ghost domain, the current area's terrain will shift according to the ghost traits: swamp, lava zone, quicksand, etc. Here, the ghost trait was intangible, creating an invisible space that was constantly changing. That's why descending 4 floors from the 21st didn't take me to the 17th. Because while I was moving, the entire ghost space was shifting around me. This is getting tricky, Shen Ge muttered, brow furrowed. If the terrain kept changing, reaching the 17th floor, let alone finding the source, would be nearly impossible. Just then, Hui Yu's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Director, someone just fell from the 13th floor of your building, straight out of thin air, landed in the greenery below. Shen Ge asked, was he wearing a checkered bathrobe? Yes, that's the guy from Unit 1, 21st floor. When the ground started rotating, he tried running toward me and suddenly dropped. Deng Yuqi cut in. Ghost space distortions usually take hours to shift. I didn't expect it to happen this fast. Shen Ge, prioritize locating the source. If you find an opening to escape, retreat and we'll reassess. Shen Ge replied, I don't think we'll get that chance. The floor ahead is collapsing fast. As he spoke, he sprayed freezing mist around him, testing the ground as he retreated to safer spots. But the collapse outpaced him. In seconds, the crumbling floor reached his feet. With no time to think, Shen Ge spun around and bolted for the stairwell. Relying on memory, he lunged for the railing, his ghost-gloved hands, enhanced by the unyielding trait, locking onto it with a death grip. Crack! The staircase beneath him shattered like glass and vanished, leaving him dangling in midair. Thankfully, the unyielding trait ensured he wouldn't fall unless he let go. Crack! Crack! Another series of fractures echoed, this time from the railing he clung to. Warning! 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 The current area is severely contaminated by the ghost domain. Localized collapse detected. Host is advised to evacuate immediately. Oh, sure. You try evacuating from this. Shen Ge would have rolled his eyes if he weren't busy reenacting mission. Impossible. The system's warnings were always a step behind. Holding onto the railing with one hand, he aimed the freezing device upward and sprayed. A patch of frost crystallized on a surviving section of stairs about a meter to his right. Gritting his teeth, Shen Ge adjusted his grip, braced his feet against the railing, and pushed off, launching himself toward the frozen steps. His hand caught the edge. Unyielding activated. Who knew I'd get to experience Tom Cruise's Dubai tower climb for real? With no time to waste. Who knew when these stairs would vanish too? He hauled himself up and updated Deng Yuqi on the ghost space's rapid deterioration. Understood. We've deployed inflatable crash pads below the building, covering as much of the greenery as possible, Deng Yuqi responded. Given the Korean man's earlier fall, more people would likely plummet as the intangible ghost space kept shifting. Whether the pads would help or not, preparations had to be made. Back in the stairwell, Shen Ge used the freezing device to test each step, ensuring he didn't step in empty air. As he entered the elevator lobby, he spotted a bald, middle-aged man lying on the ground a short distance away. A few meters behind him, suspended in midair, Chung Shengnan stood waving. Shen Ge, can you hear me? Shen Ge raised his voice toward Chung Shengnan. Yes. She blinked in surprise before nodding. Clearly, even she found it strange. Before the neighbor fainted, she tried communicating with him but couldn't hear anything. Why could she hear Shen Ge now? Shen Ge wasn't particularly surprised. Based on his theory, the ghost space was constantly shifting. The 21st floor had initially allowed sound before cutting it off, so it made sense that the same could happen here. He took a few steps forward, approaching the invisible wall. Is this your front door? Yes. Chung Shengnan nodded. Shen Ge immediately attempted to apply the unyielding trait to the door. According to Chung Shengnan, the door was the first thing to turn transparent, so he suspected the intangible ghost was attached to it. But the unyielding trait didn't react. Either intangible had already left, or was still in motion. Given the circumstances, the latter seemed unlikely. Shen Ge aimed the freezing device's nozzle at the door and sprayed. Soon, frost outlined the door's shape. He'd been using the freezing device to scout his path, and its stored ghost energy was already 2/3 depleted. Without hesitation, he pulled out a fresh ghost energy canister, slotted it in, and refilled the device. A quick check showed the canister had only lost 27% of its energy. Just as Deng Yuqi had said, one canister could recharge the device multiple times. Once the door's outline became visible, there was no trace of the ghost on its surface. That left another possibility. The ghost wasn't outside the door, but inside. Since the octopus had been brought in by Cheng Shengnan, this scenario was far more likely. "Step back in the bedroom and close the door," Shen Ge called to her. Though unsure of his plan, Cheng Shengnan trusted his judgment. Feeling her way along the wall, she retreated into the bedroom and shut the door. With everything transparent, her movements looked like a bizarre pantomime. "Done," she shouted. Shen Ge first dragged the unconscious bald man to the stairwell, then returned to the door. He took off his sock, tied it around the handle near the lock, and pulled the pin on a specialized breaching grenade from the Special Investigations Department. He stuffed it into the sock, then bolted around the corner. A few seconds later, boom! The explosion sent dust flying. Since the entire area was transparent, the drifting smoke revealed the blast trajectory, confirming the reinforced door had been blown open. The breaching grenade packed enough punch that even a ghost-enhanced door would have cursed. "Damn it, I'm a security door, not a blast door." Cough! Shen Ge waved away the dust, silently appreciating the perks of having high-tech gear. Might as well ask the director for licenses to carry knives, guns, grenades, even tanks. At this rate, if I ever pull a nuke from the system, I'll need the paperwork to match. If he'd had this equipment earlier, he wouldn't have had to rely on fire tricks against ghosts. But as Deng Yuqi had warned, against ghosts and their reality-warping abilities, numbers and firepower were rarely an advantage. Take the collapsing 21st floor. If a whole squad had been there, casualties would have been catastrophic, if not total. Lower-tier ghosts could be treated like monsters, but once they developed a ghost space, finding their patterns and weaknesses became exponentially harder. Shen Ge tested the door with his combat knife. The lock was destroyed, and the door hung precariously. A firm kick finished the job. He sprayed the interior with a freezing device, confirming Intangible wasn't lurking inside either, then signaled Cheng Shengnan to come out. Just then, Deng Yuqi's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. "Shen Ge, I heard an explosion. What's your status?" "Found the 17th floor. Suspected the ghost was attached to the door, so I used a breaching charge," Shen Ge replied. "Better safe than sorry. We've evacuated survivors below the 13th floor. Feng Qingxiu and I are on standby outside the ghost space. Signal if you need backup." After a brief pause, Shen Ge declined. "Hold off for now. We haven't cracked this space's rules yet. Unless you got a second pair of ghost gloves lying around. Even Ethan Hunt wouldn't last long with how the 21st floor collapsed." He summarized his findings: the 21st floor's instability, the shifting space, then turned to Cheng Shengnan. "Earlier, you mentioned buying an octopus from the seafood section. You saw the clerk kill and bag it." Cheng Shengnan nodded. "Yes, but when I took it out at home, only a wet, slimy bag remained." "You're sure the clerk killed it?" "Absolutely. I watched him gut it, discard the innards, and chop off the tentacles. Dismembered that thoroughly. It couldn't have survived, right? Even a ghost like the regenerative rat needed its pieces reassembled first. But if Intangible was truly near Tier 3, why would it just lie there and take a supermarket clerk's butchering?" "Director, contact the team at the supermarket. Ask the seafood clerk if any stock went missing recently. Confirmed Cheng Shengnan only took one octopus." 3 minutes. Deng Yuqi relayed the request. In under 3 minutes, the answer came back. "Shen Ge, the clerk says after Cheng Shengnan's purchase, there should have been 7 octopuses left in the tank. Now, there are only 6. Just as I thought." Shen Ge frowned. Ghosts were powerful, but not unkillable, so Intangible wouldn't have passively accepted slaughter. Meaning only one possibility remained. The butchered octopus wasn't the ghost. Shen Ge believed traits followed logic. Silent came from a cat, unyielding from sewer hair, indestructible from a cleaver, unyielding grasp from ghost gloves. In short, aside from that missing forward ghost, traits starting with no or without always tied back to their origin. And among octopuses, one species stood out, the mimic octopus. Masters of disguise, capable of altering color and shape at will. A perfect match for intangible. More importantly, octopuses were cannibals. Yet one question nagged at him. If intangible could erase half a building, turn floors transparent, and collapse levels at will, why had it lain dormant in the supermarket for so long? And where was the butchered octopus now? Director, check the shipment records for those octopuses, arrival date, quantity, sales. Fast as you can. Thanks. On it. Got it. In less than 5 minutes, Deng Yuqi received the supermarket's purchase records and transaction details from the intelligence department. There were 2 shipments of these octopuses. The first batch was imported from Japan. 3 crates totaling 200 octopuses distributed to Tom's supermarkets nationwide. The second batch came from a domestic seafood company in the province, labeled as deep-sea octopuses bred locally. The intelligence department is still investigating the specifics of that company. Rome City's Tom's supermarket initially received 20 octopuses from the first batch, followed by 7 from the second. Later, after Japan's wastewater discharge scandal, seafood from the country took a massive hit. These octopuses sat unsold for over half a year. Some died and were disposed of by the manager, while the remaining ones were relabeled with domestic batch numbers. Shen Ge fell into thought. Though he still didn't fully understand the origins of the anomalies or what caused their mutations, he suspected that the invisible most likely came from the Japanese shipment. Can we find out how the manager disposed of the dead seafood? Shen Ge asked. Deng Yuqi replied, working on it. 2 minutes later, she updated. The manager said that 2 months ago, when they packed the dead seafood in a barrel for disposal, the dead octopuses inside had already vanished. They assumed stray dogs or cats had dragged them away and didn't bother investigating further. The remaining seafood was turned into frozen stock. Stray animals took them? More likely, the manager couldn't be bothered to look into it. Why would strays ignore the other seafood and only take the octopuses? Both Shen Ge and Deng Yuqi immediately sensed something was off. Director, have the supermarket kill the remaining 6 octopuses, bag them, and send them here. Before Shen Ge could finish, he noticed the balding middle-aged man he'd dragged to the stairwell was now sliding to the right. He distinctly remembered that when the 21st floor began collapsing earlier, the mother and child's position had also started rotating right. Shit, this place is about to go move. Shen Ge grabbed Cheng Shengnan and bolted for the exit. Crack, crack, crack. The moment they reached the hallway outside, the same glass-shattering noise echoed from the left. With the left stairwell now inaccessible, they had no choice but to run right. The cracking sound grew closer. Based on their earlier experience, only the current floor would collapse. The one above should remain intact. Stay close to the railing and head up. Cheng Shengnan didn't understand why Shen Ge insisted on going up instead of down when he said the building was collapsing, but she trusted his judgment. They had barely climbed a few steps when the cracking reached their feet. Shen Ge reacted instantly, one hand gripping the railing, the other reaching for Cheng Shengnan. Cheng Shengnan's footing gave way beneath her. Just as she began to plummet, Shen Ge caught her arm. This was the first time Shen Ge had seen the usually icy, composed Cheng Shengnan look genuinely terrified. Unfortunately, he had no time to tease her, because the moment the floor collapsed, the railing followed. And they only had 1 minute before it did. Don't move. As long as I'm holding you, you won't fall. With one hand on the railing and the other gripping Cheng Shengnan, Shen Ge couldn't use the freezing device. Hold on to my legs. Shen Ge clamped his legs around Cheng Shengnan, freeing a hand to pull out the freezing device and spray it toward the right. Thanks to Shen Ge's quick thinking, they had already started moving upward, putting them much closer to the next intact floor, less than half a meter away. Cheng Shengnan clung tightly to Shen Ge. Though her face was pressed against an awkward spot, survival instincts overrode any embarrassment. Grab my hand. Once the freezing device coated the stairs in frost, Shen Ge reached down. Cheng Shengnan immediately seized his arm with both hands. swinging her with all his strength, his arms screaming in protest. Shen Ge relied on the unrelenting effect of his anomaly gloves to ensure he wouldn't lose his grip. Up! With a forceful toss, he hurled Cheng Shengnan onto the frosted stairs. Then, bracing himself against the railing, he leaped toward the steps. After landing, Shen Ge helped Cheng Shengnan up, and they continued their mad dash upstairs. Holy hell, that was intense. Now I get why people are into extreme sports. Shen Ge felt exhilarated, his adrenaline fueling his sprint. Cheng Shengnan, on the other hand, felt like she'd left half her soul behind. She never wanted to experience anything like that again. Just then, Hui Yu's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Director, 2 more people just fell from the building, a balding middle-aged man and a woman. Both landed on the safety airbags and lost consciousness. Medical teams have already moved them. Understood. Deploy more airbags. Cover as much of the surrounding greenery as possible, Deng Yuqi ordered. Copy that. Shen Ge kept moving upward while asking, the 2 who fell, was the woman wearing pink fuzzy pajamas? And was there a 10-year-old child? The woman was in casual wear, around 20 years old, short hair. No sign of a child falling yet, Hui Yu replied. Shen Ge frowned. So, the mother and child from the 21st floor were unharmed? Did that mean only the hallways and stairwells collapsed, while the rooms remained safe? Though he suspected as much, Shen Ge wasn't about to test it. The stairwell at least gave them a 1-minute buffer between floor and railing collapse. If a room caved in with nothing to hold on to, their only hope would be landing on an airbag. Still, he relayed his observations to Deng Yuqi. Director, based on current patterns, the stairwell connects to random floors. When the current level starts rotating right, collapse follows, preceded by a glass cracking sound. The floor gives way about a minute before the railing. The bathrobe guy who fell first and the mother-child pair from the 21st floor are family. When I left, the 2 were still in their room. Only the man fell. So I suspect collapse is limited to hallways and stairwells. Rooms might be safe. Received. The tech team is analyzing the patterns now. Also, the octopuses you requested have arrived, Deng Yuqi said. Shen Ge continued. I suspect the anomaly is a mimic octopus that feeds on its own kind. Why it only targets dead ones and not live ones is still unclear. But since we can't see it, I'll try luring it out with dead specimens. However, delivering the bait presents 2 problems. First, entry is randomized. Whether they find me depends on luck. Second, without anomaly gloves, surviving a collapse is extremely risky. My suggestion is to split the bait into 2 packages and send in no more than 2 operatives with the climbing skills of Jackie Chan in Rumble in the Bronx. Deng Yuqi considered this. Understood. I'll arrange it. Shen Ge and Cheng Shengnan kept ascending. Since there was no telling when the next collapse would happen, Shen Ge decided to just keep moving up. After climbing 3 more floors, a flash of red light suddenly crossed Shen Ge's vision. Warning. Host has approached a Tier-4 Anomaly, the invisible. At the host's current strength, survival odds are 1 in 10. Cease all reckless behavior immediately and evacuate. Only 1 in 10? Not no chance in hell or certain death. Looks promising. Great fortune. Shen Ge, Captain Feng, and Team 1 have entered the 13th floor zone. The 6 octopuses have been divided into 6 sealed packages, each carried by a separate soldier. Deng Yuqi's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. The decision to seal the octopuses was Shen Ge's specific request. If the invisible truly fed on its own kind, leaving them exposed would undoubtedly draw its attention. At this point, they still didn't know the invisible's combat capabilities beyond its spatial manipulation. With only 2 anomaly energy-equipped items in the entire branch, both currently on Shen Ge, it was safer to keep ordinary soldiers out of direct confrontation. Of course, even if the invisible could be taken down with firearms like the previous rat and cat anomalies, Shen Ge had no intention of letting anyone else steal the kill. The combination of silent and invisible traits was a prize he had to claim. Team 1 consisted of a full squad, plus Feng Qingxiu, 10 people in total. Shen Ge wasn't surprised Feng Qingxiu had been chosen for this. With his physique, the The man could probably do one-handed pull-ups on a railing as easily as drinking water. He didn't need anomaly gloves for protection. What did surprise Shen Ge was that Deng Yuqi had sent the entire Team 1 into the anomaly space despite knowing about the collapsing floor hazard. These were elite soldiers, the best of the best in the Special Measures Department. Losing even one would be a significant blow. But as a subordinate, Shen Ge had already reported the situation faithfully. Deng Yuqi's decisions were her own to make. Strangely, even after 2 or 3 minutes, no Team 1 members appeared, neither above nor below. Yet Feng Qingxiu and the others kept reporting over the radio that they were still climbing. Since Shen Ge had emphasized the spatial collapse rules, Feng Qingxiu's team had been moving upward nonstop. All 10 had entered. Unfortunately, not a single pair had ended up in the same space. It wasn't unusual that they hadn't crossed paths while ascending, but given Team 1's marching speed, the fact that none of them had reached the top floor after several minutes was concerning. 3 minutes. 5. 10. During this time, Feng Qingxiu had encountered one soldier, and 2 others had paired up, but none had found Shen Ge. Later, 2 soldiers experienced stairwell collapses, but managed to escape unharmed. They also confirmed Shen Ge's theory. Rooms remained unaffected during floor collapses. From the updates over the walkie-talkie, Shen Ge realized the anomaly space was far more complex and volatile than he'd imagined. Waiting any longer wasn't an option. Director Chung, didn't you spend 2 months in Hawaii on business last year? Did you learn to shoot? Shen Ge drew his pistol and gave a quick demonstration. Chung Shengnan frowned. What does Hawaii have to do with learning to shoot? If elementary school kids can learn to pilot planes and boats there, you didn't even pick up shooting? It's simple, watch. He demonstrated again, explaining key points, common beginner mistakes, and, most importantly, how to handle recoil. Chung Shengnan was sharp. After Shen Ge's tutorial, she test-fired twice downstairs, mimicking his form almost perfectly. His verdict? Aside from terrible aim, no flaws. Shen Ge had her tuck the pistol into her pocket. When he gave the signal, she was to empty the magazine at whatever he indicated. No hesitation. Chung Shengnan was stunned at how professional Shen Ge had become in just 2 days. Though unsure why he was teaching her to shoot, she nodded and secured the weapon as instructed. Next, Shen Ge motioned for her to follow him into the hallway. Warning! The system alerted him again as he approached the anomaly. Wielding the freezing device, Shen Ge sprayed a path from the stairwell into the corridor. The moment they turned the corner, they spotted trapped residents in both apartments. The left unit held a family of 5, 3 generations. The right had 2 young women. As Shen Ge and Chung Shengnan stepped into the elevator lobby, the younger man in the left apartment noticed Shen Ge's uniform and began frantically waving and shouting. Unfortunately, this floor was still sound-blocked. Shen Ge signaled for him to stay down, then swept the freezing device across the lobby, hunting for traces of the invisible. Just then, the women in the right apartment spotted him too. After yelling futilely, they mustered their courage, found the door, and flung it open. "Help us! Please! Get back inside! It's dangerous out here!" Shen Ge shouted. The short-haired woman glared at Chung Shengnan. "You saved her. Why not us?" Just, Shen Ge cut off as 2 soldiers emerged from the left stairwell. After Shen Ge reported leaving the stairs, Team 1 had begun entering hallways to search for him and assess survivor numbers. Captain Shen. As an elite investigator, Shen Ge outranked even Feng Qingxiu. With Deng Yuqi absent, he was effectively in command. "Do you have the packages?" Shen Ge asked. One soldier immediately produced an insulated bag. "Here, give it to me, then get these 2 back inside," Shen Ge ordered. "Yes, sir." Knowing rooms were safe during collapses, the soldiers moved to secure the women. Hauling survivors around would only slow them down. "Why should we go back? Aren't you cops? You're supposed to save people." "Yeah, get us out, or we'll expose you for leaving us to die." "That's right. Why does she get special treatment?" The women's shrill accusations painted a stark contrast to Chung Xingnan's quiet compliance. Shen Ge eyed them, grinning coldly. "Why? Because you're ugly. My badge number's 9320. Report me if you live. Oh, and I've got a psychiatric exemption. Now, option 1, shut up and get inside. Option 2, I knock you out and drag you in. You dare, we'll ruin you. They whipped out phones, filming the confrontation. Take them to the left unit, Shen Ge ordered, pointing. The soldiers each grabbed a woman, but one wrenched free and smashed her phone against the soldier's visor. Don't touch me. This'll go viral. Shen Ge was about to intervene when he noticed the right apartment's position beginning to rotate. Shit, collapse incoming. Move. He bolted for the stairwell, Chang Shengnan right behind. The soldiers tried hauling the women toward the apartment, but the short-haired one broke loose and sprinted for the opposite stairs. Leave her. Get inside now, Shen Ge yelled from the stairwell entrance. Too late. With a scream, the woman plummeted. The soldier chasing her lunged, grabbing her arms, only for the floor beneath him to shatter. Both vanished into the void. Inside. Go! Shen Ge snarled at the remaining soldier before dragging Chang Shengnan into the stairwell. God damn it. Why are there always idiots in disaster movies? A soldier who had taken shelter in a room with another woman was reporting the situation to Deng Yuqi via walkie-talkie. When he mentioned that one of their comrades had fallen from the building, a brief silence followed over the comms. Then, Huiyu brought good news. The soldier and the short-haired woman had landed on the safety air cushion. However, the soldier had fractured his right arm while protecting her. Upon hearing Huiyu's report, Deng Yuqi simply replied with a good and said nothing more. Shen Ge remarked casually, Director, I'll kill anomalies if you ask me to, but don't expect me to risk my life saving people like that. Shen Ge. Deng Yuqi hesitated, then fell silent. Shen Ge's voice turned grave. He got lucky this time, but I don't believe luck will always be on his side. He could have saved more people, but instead, he nearly threw his life away for someone who wasn't worth it. To me, that's not heroism. When it comes to strangers, every life carries equal weight. I'd kill one to save 500, but that one will never be me. The classic trolley problem. One person on the left track, 500 on the right. The train is out of control, and you hold the lever to decide its path. What do you choose? Shen Ge's answer was straightforward and pragmatic. He'd save those he knew first. If he knew none, he'd save the greater number. But he would never sacrifice himself. His 3 years of advanced training had left too deep a mark. He wasn't cut out to be a soldier. Then, Shen Ge spoke firmly. According to the Special Measures Department's regulations, if the director isn't inside the anomaly space, command falls to the elite investigator. As of now, I'm taking over Captain Feng's authority. All soldiers are to sweep each floor, confirm survivors, and instruct them to stay inside. If another situation like earlier arises, abandon the rescue. Anyone who risks their life to save someone before confirming that every resident from floors 13 to 33 is safely indoors will be expelled from the department immediately. Feng Chengxiu hesitated. Shen Ge this. Listen to him, Deng Yuqi said sternly. Yes, sir. Feng Chengxiu stood at attention, his voice loud and clear. Due to the earlier mishap, Shen Ge had missed his chance to locate the invisible entity on the upper floors. Now, he had no choice but to continue searching floor by floor. Strangely, after ascending just one level, they found themselves back on the collapsed floor. The long-haired woman shrank back as Shen Ge entered. And my friend, is she okay? Don't you dare. Shen Ge snatched her phone, froze it with the cryo device, and crushed it underfoot. Even Steve Jobs himself couldn't resurrect that. Okay, because of you two idiots, we lost a soldier. If I hear one more word out of you, or if either of you breathes a word of this nonsense after we get out, I'll make sure you personally experience the full weight of my psychiatric evaluation. The woman met Shen Ge's icy gaze through his gas mask and shuddered. That wasn't the look of a soldier. It was a murderer ready to carve her into pieces. Shen Ge ordered the nearby soldier to ignore her. If she wanted to run out and die, so be it. Then, he sent the soldier to inform the family of 5 next door to stay put. With that, Shen Ge and Chang Shengnan continued upward. 3 floors up, they encountered Feng Qingxiu and another soldier emerging from an apartment. Shen, Captain, here are 2 packaged items. Feng Qingxiu handed over the octopus, then stood at attention with the soldier, awaiting further orders. Captain Feng, continue searching for survivors. If you encounter an anomaly, do not engage alone, Shen Ge instructed. Feng Qingxiu nodded and sent the soldier off but remained behind. Something else? Shen Ge asked. Feng Qingxiu said, Captain, I understand you're looking out for the soldiers. But you must also understand, when we wear this uniform, we honor it. If even we give up on them, what hope do they have? I can't speak for everyone, but most of our comrades have long since set aside their fear of death. People make mistakes when terrified. That doesn't mean they don't deserve to live. I admire you, but I can't do it. Resume the operation. Keep searching for survivors on other floors, Shen Ge replied. Feng Qingxiu persisted. I've fought anomalies multiple times. Staying with you means I can assist and search for survivors. Feng Qingxiu and Team 1 had entered the anomaly space with 3 objectives: deliver supplies, locate survivors, and, above all, ensure Shen Ge's safe extraction. It wasn't just because he was an elite investigator. It was because he could detect anomalies. With Shen Ge as their radar, the Special Measures Department could nip disasters in the bud before they escalated into mass casualty events. The department could afford losses, but not Shen Ge. In fact, Deng Yuqi already regretted allowing him inside. Even if the entire Rome City branch were wiped out, a new director and soldiers would take their place, or Shen Ge might even be transferred to headquarters. Of course, Deng Yuqi hadn't reported this secret yet. She knew headquarters would reassign him immediately, likely sparking his resistance. After just a few days, she'd gleaned enough about Shen Ge's personality. His earlier frivolous act and his home security measures revealed a deeply cautious man. Such individuals couldn't be controlled, only cooperated with. Both Shen Ge and Deng Yuqi sought a mutually beneficial partnership, but reality was rarely so simple. Feng Qingxiu's words, honor the uniform, sounded noble. If everyone lived by them, society would thrive in peace and prosperity. But no matter how diligently the orchard is sprayed, worms still find their way into the fruit. As the saying goes, 2 groups are beyond reproach: soldiers, who defend the nation, and firefighters, who save lives. The more such people there are, the closer society comes to an ideal golden age. Feng Qingxiu wasn't just tall in stature. His presence was towering. But Shen Ge? He wasn't like that. Even when he'd helped Chang Shengnan against the immobile anomaly, it was only because it interested him. Had it not, he'd have fled after doing the bare minimum. Splitting up is faster for both finding survivors and the anomaly. That's an order, Shen Ge said flatly, refusing Feng Qingxiu's request before turning toward the stairwell. Chang Shengnan followed. She knew Shen Ge wasn't really searching for survivors. On previous floors, he hadn't even bothered entering apartments, just gestured for people to stay inside before moving on. If he were looking for survivors, he wouldn't skip entire units. She suspected he was hunting the anomaly. Even though the rooms were stable, sticking with Shen Ge felt safer. Not that she'd be foolish enough to call him out on it. After consulting Deng Yuqi on a private channel, Feng Qingxiu ultimately didn't pursue Shen Ge, instead continuing his own search. Deng Yuqi was gambling, betting on her earlier hunch that Shen Ge could locate and eliminate anomalies. The stakes? 2 anomaly energy devices and their human radar. Win, and the department grew stronger. Lose, and the situation spiraled out of control. 2 floors later, the system alerted Shen Ge again. Warning! He grabbed a handful of pre-cut octopus from the containment bag, signaled Chang Shengnan to ready her gun, then stepped into the hallway. As he sprayed the cryo device, he pinched a piece of octopus between his fingers and clicked his tongue. TSK, 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 come and get it. Standing in the center of the elevator lobby, he tossed a chunk of octopus onto the floor and watched intently. Seconds later, a bite-sized chunk vanished from meat. Shen Ge immediately blasted the spot with the cryo device. Frost spread rapidly, forming a circular patch nearly a meter wide. "Eh, got you, you little bastard." Immobile. Little thing." Chung Xingnan's face paled as she stared at the massive, frost-coated sphere now visible in the hallway. She wanted to ask Shen Ge, "Are you sure this thing is little?" She couldn't even fathom how something this enormous had followed her home. Just then, Shen Ge's shadow rippled unnaturally, stretching across the floor until it touched the frozen sphere, locking it in place. Immobile activated. The ability's duration depended on the target's threat level, quantity, and distance, consuming 10% to 100% of his mental energy per second. With 180% reserves, Shen Ge's current drain was 20% per second. He had 9 seconds. Boss Chung quit gawking and shoot. Immobilized himself, Shen Ge could only rely on Chung Shengnan for offense. Train a companion for a day. Use them in the moment of need. Sure, ditching Chung Shengnan and working alone would have been simpler, but he needed insurance for Immobile. Otherwise, he'd just be stuck staring at the anomaly, helpless. He'd picked her over Feng Qingxiu for 2 reasons. First, after years of working together, he knew she wasn't a gossip. Second, silencing a civilian was far easier than silencing a special measures elite. Chung Shengnan fumbled for the pistol, chamber around, and aimed, hands trembling. Gritting her teeth, she steadied her grip, bracing for recoil. Bang! The first shot struck just below the sphere's apex, a hair's breadth from a miss. Given her earlier abysmal target practice, 3 shots, 3 misses, this was a miracle. The bullet punched into the creature's translucent flesh, splattering blue blood across its frost-coated surface. "Keep going," Shen Ge urged. Emboldened, Chung Shengnan emptied the magazine into the anomaly, each shot splashing more blue across the hallway. Shen Ge had immobilized Invisible to prevent it from pulling some all-in on agility, nonsense, and vanishing again. The real danger of Invisible was its transparency, both in form and within the anomaly space. Even with the system's warnings, tracking it was a pain. A few bullets might kill it. If not, wounds could slow it down. As Chung Xingnan's gun clicked empty, Shen Ge released Immobile, swapped to his submachine gun, and unleashed a barrage. His aim was far sharper. The hallway bloomed with blue as rounds shredded the creature's body. Yet Invisible ignored the gunfire, too busy devouring the octopus meat. By the time Shen Ge's magazine ran dry, it had swallowed the entire chunk and grown. Its diameter doubled to 2 meters. The hell? It's evolving. Shen Ge recalled the Felid anomaly from the villa, how it had ballooned to the size of a leopard post-mutation. Fall back. He reloaded, but the blood-smeared sphere suddenly unfurled, revealing the octopus had coiled its tentacles around itself. Now splayed out, it resembled a grotesque, living carpet of gore. Then the carpet surged toward them. Shen Ge lunged into the stairwell, yanking Chung Shengnan with him as tentacles lashed overhead. He whipped out his combat knife, severing several in midair, but Invisible had far more than 8 limbs. Worse, the severed stumps regrew instantly, twice as fast as the rat anomaly's regeneration. Before Shen Ge could pull Chung Shengnan up, more tentacles snared their waists, hoisting them off the ground, then slammed them downward. Mid-descent, Shen Ge slashed upward, slicing through the tentacles. Blue blood sprayed his visor, but the gas mask kept it from blinding him. He hit the floor, rolled, and sprang up, just in time to hack at the tendrils dragging Chung Shengnan. 2 days of training hadn't boosted his stats much, but it honed his combat instincts. Pre-mission, he'd never have moved this fluidly. More tentacles surged. Shen Ge grabbed Chung Shengnan and bolted for the stairs. "You know the rules by now. Hide in a room or keep climbing. Your call." He shoved her into the stairwell and spun back toward the horror. If bullets couldn't kill Invisible, the Immobile plus Chung Shengnan combo was useless. At the stairwell entrance, Shen Ge dumped the remaining octopus meat from an insulated bag, stuffed in a frag grenade, then loosely resealed it, letting the scent permeate. He charged back in, hurling both flashbangs for distraction. As the stun effects faded, he doused the hallway with the cryo device, freezing swathes of tentacle solid. His knife carved through the brittle limbs like ice sculptures. But Invisible had too many tentacles. The grenade had to hit its core, or this was all for nothing. With only 2 explosives, failure wasn't an option. The corridor was a nightmare of writhing, blood-smeared tendrils, like stumbling into a nest of giant worms. Anyone with trypophobia would have fainted on the spot. How to reach the main body? No time for clever plans. The fastest solution was also the dumbest. Bait. Shen Ge clutched the loosely packed, insulated bag to his chest, some octopus already spilling out, while raising his knife high. 2 seconds later, tentacles coiled around his legs, torso, and arms, yanking him toward the creature's core. Just before reaching it, the tendrils tried snatching the bag. Shen Ge's knife scythed down, severing his bindings. As the stumps regrew, he lunged forward, yanked the grenade's pin, and shoved the bag beneath the sphere's bulk. A nice meal on me. Invisible probably had a wow, you're so thoughtful moment, right before Shen Ge dove back into the stairwell. Boom. Blue gore and viscera painted the hallway. Chunks of gelatinous flesh rained down. No system notification meant Invisible wasn't dead yet. And since it grew stronger by eating its own kind, Shen Ge couldn't afford to wait. So he marched back in like a butcher, cryo device in one hand, knife in the other, freezing and hacking every twitching remnant. The sphere had fractured into pieces. Shen Ge was mid-decapitation of a particularly large chunk when, crack, the sound of shattering glass echoed once more. Shen Ge theorized that while the ghost domain was active, he could manipulate terrain within it, but those changes wouldn't affect reality. That explained why Wu Xing, the Invisible, had triggered multiple collapses inside the domain, yet floors 13 and above remained intact after the domain dissolved. As for the system's note about terrain adapting to the supernatural entity's traits, Shen Ge suspected it referred to the ghost space, like how Wu Xing's ability had turned half the building invisible. Of course, this was just speculation. Unfortunately, his mental energy was too depleted for further testing. He'd have to wait for it to recharge. Shen Ge, do you copy? Respond if you hear me. Deng Yuqi's voice crackled repeatedly over the walkie-talkie. Shen Ge had cut the signal during the fight, prompting her to order Feng Qingxiu and the others to abandon their survivor search and confirm his status instead. He finally responded, eyeing the 23 on the stairwell wall. Director, I'm on the 24th floor. The entity's been blown to smithereens by the breaching charges. Tech teams can move in. As he spoke, he headed upstairs. Its result, Deng Yuqi sounded surprised, but she knew it couldn't have been as simple as Shen Ge claimed. He was hiding something. No one took down a Tier-2 entity without a few aces up their sleeve. And that cut signal was deliberate. Feng Qingxiu and 2 soldiers arrived first, followed by Deng Yuqi and her team, including Cheng Shengnan, whom they'd met on the way. With the ghost space newly dispersed, no one risked the elevators. They took the stairs. At the hallway entrance, Deng Yuqi surveyed the scene. Walls, ceiling, floor, all splattered with blue fluid and chunks of octopus flesh. But these weren't Wu Xing's remains. They were thermal-bagged octopus scraps. While Shen Ge debriefed her, Li Xiang emerged from the elevator with his tech team. Feng Qingxiu frowned. Director said to avoid elevators. Li Xiang shot him a disdainful look. I'm a technician, not a musclehead like you. Making me climb 24 floors is murder. Ignoring Feng Qingxiu, he began his usual disinfectant spray routine, directing assistants to collect samples for analysis. Based on Shen Ge's report and Deng Yuqi's assessment, Wu Xing was classified as Tier-2. Its energy readings fell far short of Tier-3. This surprised Shen Ge. Given the 4-year time gap, he'd expected a 1 to 2 tier drop in strength. Yet Wu Xing, capable of a semi-functional ghost domain, was on par with Tier-5 stillness? Pathetic. Wu Xing's ghost space had covered half the building, reshaping terrain and collapsing floors at will. Yet its true strength was this weak? Shen Ge almost pitied it. Was it lurking in the seafood section all this time, too feeble to hunt, waiting for other octopuses to die so it could scavenge. And its recent mutation, maybe Chung Xingnan's purchase was the final piece, the last octopus it needed to awaken its ghost space. But with Wu Xing gone, speculation was pointless. In his report, Shen Ge omitted the mincing and absorption details, ending the story at the breaching charge explosion. Plausible enough. Li Xiang agreed, even a Tier-2 entity wouldn't survive their specialized explosives. Plausible, but not convincing. Deng Yuqi clearly wasn't buying it. Still, with a mountain of post-op work ahead, she'd have to grill him later. Since cleanup wasn't his job, Shen Ge escorted Chung Shengnan home. Inside her apartment, she asked, "While you drink? Tea? Water? Soda? An ice-cold fatty's happy juice, thanks." He dropped his gas mask and submachine gun, plopping onto the floor. "No cola. These are your options." She set out an array of health-conscious juices from a fridge. Shen Ge grabbed one, chugging half the bottle. "Why the floor?" Chung Shengnan asked. He gestured to his blue-stained gear. "That couch looks pricey. One sit, and its value halves." After a pause, she said, "You save me again. Name a date. I'll treat you to any restaurant in Rong City. Or I can arrange it." Fisk, Shen Ge rubbed his chin, studying her. "I'd say I'm decent looking." She blinked, lost. They say life-saving favors. If the hero's handsome, it's "I'll repay you with myself." If ugly, next life, I'll be your ox or horse. Me? I get downgraded to a meal. He sighed. "Any help you need in the future, just ask." "Well, I do have a 200 million project." "I'm serious." "Fine. This was just work. Don't overthink it. But about today's events, I trust you'll know what to say in your statement." He grinned. Chung Shengnan nodded. "While searching for survivors, we encountered the entity. You told me to retreat to the stairwell for safety. Soon after, I heard an explosion. And thank for assisting me during the fight." She feigned confusion. "Me? A helpless woman? Oh, you must mean this pistol you dropped. I returned it. And that's why I love dealing with smart people." 6:30 p.m. This is the evening news. Rong City, accelerating scientific innovation, has achieved a major breakthrough in stealth technology. Today's anti-terror drill featured a new invisibility cloak prototype, successfully rendering half a building invisible. This anti-reconnaissance stealth system will soon be adapted for fighter jets and naval vessels. On screen, a reporter gestured toward the semi-vanished high-rise, spinning the supernatural incident as a citywide counterterrorism exercise. In the Special Response Division's conference room, Shen Ge stared at the broadcast, barely containing his laughter. "This is PR's solution?" Deng Yuqi didn't glance up from her files. "Standard procedure. You'll get used to it." Shen Ge sighed. Tony Stark was right. When in doubt, blame it on a drill. After a while, Li Xiang and his assistant walked into the conference room, carrying a thick stack of files. As they distributed the documents to everyone present, Li began summarizing the recent paranormal incident. "Based on our analysis of the residual paranormal energy and subsequent data comparison, we've confirmed that this entity had recently undergone a second-stage mutation. Its ability was to render targets invisible. The blue blood found at the scene still retains traces of this energy and can achieve the same effect. However, tests on the octopus corpse recovered from the scene revealed no residual paranormal energy in the remains. In other words, there is no corpse of the entity." As soon as Li Xiang finished speaking, everyone, led by Deng Yuqi, instinctively turned their gaze toward Shen Ge. Shen Ge blinked, looking genuinely baffled. "Why are you all staring at me?" "Blame the person who made the explosive grenade. It's not like I ate the corpse or something," Deng Yuqi said. "You were the one who engaged the entity directly. We just want to know if you missed any details. For instance, are you absolutely certain it died in the explosion?" Shen Ge thought for a moment before answering seriously. "It should have, right? The grenade was twice as powerful as a standard one. An entity the size of a basketball wouldn't have survived. Besides, if it hadn't died, the paranormal space wouldn't have dissipated, would it?" Still uneasy, Deng Yuqi turned to her assistant. Arrange for rotating patrols to monitor the building 24/7. Understood. The meeting continued with Deng Yuqi's summary of the incident and follow-up assignments before finally granting everyone involved a day off. Back home, Shen Ge took a shower, made himself a cup of instant noodles, and settled on the couch to claim his weekly mission reward. Eliminated entity. Trait. Invisible. Weekly mission complete. Reward. 300 system points, 3 random F-grade recovery items, 10% free attribute points. Claim reward. Claim. Drawing rewards. Draw successful. Obtained. Special effect bandage X1 F-grade, mental apple X1 F-grade, ace bruise relief ointment X1 F-grade. The special effect bandage could heal fractures and cracks. Just wrap it around, and the injury would mend within 10 minutes. The bruise ointment worked more like a painkiller, numbing any discomfort upon application. All in all, scoring the mental apple with a major win. Though Shen Ge had opted to extract the invisible trait rather than sell the corpse, running around in the paranormal space had still netted him 300 system points. Combined with the weekly reward and his previous savings of 501, he now had a total of 1,101 points, enough for a 10 draw. This time, Shen Ge decided to switch things up. He queued up Air Quanning You, a melancholic Chinese musical piece for ambience. Let's test the waters with a single draw first. Drawing prize. Ding. The flickering selection wheel gradually slowed before landing on free attribute points, 5%. Hey, 5% in one go. That's a new record. Not bad. Time to press his luck. 10 draw. Ding 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 ding. Congratulations. Obtained consumable Flashbang X3. Congratulations. Obtained daily item. Instant Noodles X1 box. Free attribute points, 2%. Morbid Cola X12. Instant Noodles X1 box. Timed Explosive X1. Hellhound Tactical Dual Blade Dagger. Free attribute points, 2%. Extendable Stun Baton. Beretta PX4 Storm Handgun X1. Magazines X4. The fleeting joy of the 10 draw faded fast. Aside from the attribute points, explosives, and handgun, everything else could be bought with ordinary money. Ugh, what was I even expecting? Sighing, Shen Ge stashed the weapons under his bed and booted up his computer to check the news. The trending topics were all about today's anti-terror drill. Wow, is that our Rome City's special forces? So cool. Hubby wreck me. New tech is wild. Making half a building visually disappear? If this gets militarized, world domination is just around the corner. Check out those soldiers leaving the complex. The one in front is fine. He looks kind of familiar. Isn't that the guy who torched a car downtown? So that was a drill too. Why so many anti-terror drills lately? Are we going to war? Even skeptical comments either mysteriously vanished or were quickly buried under similar chatter. Shen Ge was surprised how effortlessly the incident had been swept under the rug. Then again, peaceful times bred complacency. People rarely sensed looming danger. Congratulations on surviving another day in this entity-infested world. Reward. 1% free attribute points, 10 system points. Midnight arrived and the log updated. January 10th, 2028. Forming an exploration team proved difficult. Most capable personnel in the organization already had fixed squads, leaving only problematic slackers. Preferring quality over quantity, you postponed team building and set out alone. With this silent trait, solo ops might be more efficient. You left headquarters intending to scavenge supplies at the nearby Tom's Mall, only to find the location replaced by an empty lot. Then, the system alerted you. You've entered the paranormal space of 7th stage entity. Invisible. Oh, so the future version of him would face invisible too? Shen Ge was curious how his future self would handle it. Unfortunately, the log ended there. He'd have to wait until tomorrow for the conclusion. Trash system. Learning cliffhangers from those Chi-Dian novelists. Grumbling, Shen Ge flopped onto the couch and fell asleep. He woke early the next day. Though Deng Yuqi had granted participants a day off, Shen Ge had no plans to laze around. He had some questions that required verification. After changing, he grabbed a black sling bag, dumped out its contents, and wrapped the cleaver in newspaper. Along with the tactical dagger, grenades, flashbangs, handgun, and baton, he stuffed everything inside. And the most crucial item, his Special Investigations Agent ID. I'm with the Special Ops. Carrying a gun, grenades, and flashbangs on my day off is totally normal, right? As he reached for the doorknob, a thought struck him. Instead, he pressed his palm against the door and activated the invisible paranormal space. Then, he stepped straight through the door, deactivating the space. 1 second. Wall phasing complete. Damn, this space has potential. His logic was simple. If the space could make floors collapse, it could do the same to walls. Next, he wanted to test its trap applications on a live target. After leaving, he hailed a cab to the city's largest private hospital and headed to the third-floor office of Urology Chief Dr. Tang. Tang Jinza, Shen Ge's childhood friend. Their parents had been close, and the two grew up together. After the accident, when Shen Ge was 10, the Tangs had considered adopting him, but his uncle swooped in to seize the family property instead. Soon after, Shen Ge was shipped off to Rongshan Mental Hospital. Shen Ge was kind-hearted and forgiving. After his discharge, he didn't fight for the house. If his uncle's family loved it so much, he let them stay there permanently. He and Tang Jinza reunited in college, where the latter learned Shen Ge hadn't moved back to their hometown, but had been institutionalized. "You're here." Tang Jinza looked surprised. Shen Ge dropped his bag on the sofa and sat opposite him. "Need a favor. You've been looking better lately. Not overworking. Change jobs. I'm with the Special Ops now." SP Sil Ops? What kind of name is that? Special Events Management and Security Countermeasures Division. Think Men in Black, fighting aliens, saving the world. Government job, stable benefits. Tang Jinza silently picked up the phone. "Xiao Luo, check how many appointments Dr. Zhao in psychiatry has today." Hanging up, he plastered on a professional smile. "All right, continue. Just check the news, would you?" Shen Ge sighed and pulled up footage of the recent rat and cat entities on his phone. "Decent CGI. Looks real. So you're an actor now?" Tang Jinza asked. Shen Ge tossed him the sling bag. Tang Jinza opened it and immediately broke into a cold sweat. "Holy hell, are you dealing arms now? And this ID? Wait, you're serious." "I'll explain later. First, I need a full physical workup. The most comprehensive one you've got," Shen Ge said gravely. Tang Jinza spent the entire morning pulling strings to fast-track Shen Ge's tests. After completing all the examinations, the two grabbed lunch, collected the expedited reports, and returned to the office. Flipping through the results, Tang Jinza adopted a serious expression. "Aside from slightly poor physical condition, there's nothing major. Did you get a girlfriend? You're looking a bit depleted, my friend." Shen Ge replied flatly. "No." "Then why the weakness? Overworking your wrist?" "Wait, no. With a face like yours, you shouldn't be lacking female attention." Tang Jinza raised an eyebrow suggestively. "Cut the crap. Be serious. Are you sure there's nothing unusual in my reports?" "No extra organs, foreign growths." Shen Ge pressed. "What growths? Tumors?" "Relax. You're perfectly healthy. Combine that with your clean habits, and you'll easily hit 100. Absolutely nothing abnormal. Are you questioning my professionalism?" "Sorry, force of habit." Shen Ge grabbed the reports and skimmed through them himself. Every indicator was indeed within normal range. Tang Jinza finally asked, "So what exactly are you worried about?" "What am I worried about?" Shen Ge was worried that the system might be an entity inside his body. His suspicion stemmed from 3 key observations. First, Deng Yuqi had mentioned that entities and their energy, eerie energy, were inherently incompatible with humans. All past attempts to transplant entity tissues had ended in failure. Yet, through the system, Shen Ge could flawlessly utilize entity traits. Second, mental strength and eerie energy. After allocating the 20% free attribute points from yesterday entirely to mental strength, Shen Ge's stat had skyrocketed to 200%. At face value, this seemed unremarkable until you disregarded the system's footnote. Baseline for an average adult male is 100% per attribute. Shen Ge had played enough games and read enough novels to recognize how unusual this setup was. Most systems used simpler or more complex metrics, but this particular configuration was rare. Then Deng Yuqi explained eerie energy and its storage units, ECANs. A standard ECAN held 100% eerie energy, calibrated to a Tier 1 entity's capacity. Regardless of the entity's size, the energy volume showed minimal variance. Eerie energy was the foundation for an entity's abilities. That was when Shen Ge realized the system's mental strength was likely just eerie energy in disguise. The clincher? Type A ECANs passively regenerated 10% energy per hour, identical to mental strength recovery. Shen Ge's current state meant he essentially carried 2 ECANs worth internally. As his mental strength grew, this reserve would expand to 10, 20 cans. Testing this theory would be simple. Next time he acquired an ECAN, a single sip would confirm whether it restored mental strength. Third, and most critically, the system could devour entities and steal their traits. When entities died, their traits typically transferred to newly spawned entities, until Tier 4, when traits awakened permanently. But traits absorbed by the system never resurfaced. If the system was an entity, this made perfect sense. Those traits had simply migrated to a higher tier host. Of course, these were just conjectures. By Qijian's system logic, an overpowered golden finger could explain everything away. Yet too many signs pointed toward the system's true nature, forcing Shen Ge to consider the possibility. But even if the system were an entity, so what? The medical tests had detected 0 anomalies. Moreover, the system's rewards posed another riddle. If it were an entity, where did these perks originate? According to Special Investigations Archives, no recorded entity displayed intelligence, whereas the system, however dumb, at least rivaled half a Xiaomi AI assistant. The system wasn't the only enigma. Entities themselves raised unanswered questions. For instance, while official records dated the first entity incident to a specific year, Shen Ge had witnessed the dad eats mom event long before.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.